We're going to be here.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome to Hash Church. Special church today. I'm over here with Remo, the urban grower.
How's it going, man?
And we're over at his place. And not only that, but we've got D420K in the house too.
Yahoo!
Sorry that my camera's so shitty that I could kind of like do that. There we go. We'll make sure we can all see. Yeah, there we go. We're all fucking in the picture. And I'm just going to send the link out. This is, of course, Remo's first Hash Church that he's made it to. So we're happy to...
my hash baptism.
This is your hash baptism, your hash-tism.
Hash-tism, I like that.
So
yeah.
What
are you going to do? Just take some of that bubble water and swirl it on my hands?
You know what? There you go. I could take the bubble water and I could lean you back.
With the bubble water.
Anoint you into the bubble water, exactly.
Bong water.
So yes.
No, I prefer the bubble water. That bong water is gross.
Yeah, it's stinky.
Right? So let's see if we're all lived up. I'll just check church here real quick. This is the chat. So these people are all saying, Pastor Sunday Bubble Man's World, like Remo in the house, D420K, going to be an awesome church. Job provide. You know job provide, guys. Come on. You see the light.
It looks like there's a little bit of lag. Eh?
Well, on this there is. I have it set up so there's about 5 to 10 seconds worth of lag so that we can keep up with the chat and kind of answer the questions easier. Oh, they're saying they can't hear me. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello. Can you hear me, Tony?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay,
all right.
good.
Hey, Tony. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's good. It's Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy.
Hash Church on Easter.
Right? We got 76 people watching so far, and sorry, it just went up to 180.
I'm gonna post your Hash Church.
Yeah, 76. Look, it just went up to 200.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, dude. This is fucking awesome. D420K and Remo in the house with me. I think this is one of my first times doing like I mean, I've done it with Tony in Jamaica. We did a hash church together.
Nice.
That was pretty fun. So how goes the hash making, Tony?
The hash making is going really, really good.
It looks like it.
I've been breaking through some barriers with both the non-solvent and solvent categories. Beautiful.
Those are the barriers that need breaking down.
Yeah, it's all about qualitative separation of contamination to where you can get to the cleanest, clearest, purest white. That's what I've been on.
The full decontamination. Welcome, Johnny B.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I'm
John.
going to try to get this posted. I made a little
John with a hat on.
How's it going, man? You smoking a joint?
Excellent. I think I'm going to have a bowl myself. I'm going to start off the day with a little Congolese 120. I want to thank my good buddy Ro for kicking that down for a birthday.
Well, I got some Congolese to show you today.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to see the Congolese.
Whoa, you're
telling you. Do we have internet? Can we do a little walkthrough or what? We'll get internet check out.
I'm not sure. You know, I've never done that.
Well, maybe we'll try. We'll see
what happens.
Yeah. All right, Hash Church. Blazing up one of the Congolese full melt bubble hash over here at Remo's with D420K, who is also packing up his ball rig as we speak. We'll get a little video once I finish mine.
Hey, you know what? In case the internet doesn't work in the grow rooms, we can probably take a picture and post it on Facebook so people can see. So we have a way of getting it done anyway, right?
That's a great idea. Welcome, Horatio.
Hello.
Morning, morning. What's going on, Raymond?
Good morning. Do you know Horatio?
I sure did.
I figured you did.
I see him at all the cool hash events. Got that lemonine extract.
Yeah, he's moved even past that. He's got himself into terpene extraction. He's got himself into full melt dry sipped decontamination.
Nice. Exploring all the hashes. That's wicked, man.
No one can call Horatio a one-trick pony.
Actually, I think Horatio's local. Aren't you Maple Ridge here? Or?
He's not too far.
I'm not too far. Pretty close.
Well, you can come over if you want, man.
That could get hectic. This morning.
Come blaze with us. Do some dabs.
Dab it up.
You guys want to try
a little dab?
Try a dab of that rosin I made last night.
Sure.
It's phenomenal.
Making a little
I've always wanted to make this
Shatter.
stuff. I've heard it's an excellent way to make solventless with like 20% return.
I brought the hair
Put it in
straightener and everything.
the sun. Like it's basically shatter.
It is shatter.
It's shatter.
Is it a little bit darker because of the heat, or?
He probably used quite a bit of heat. Yeah.
I used more heat than I should have probably, but
I love how Remo takes 2 rips of his joint to get ready to take a dab. The only other person I can say that does that is Kiddis I in Jamaica. Does Kiddis not always have a joint in his hand, Tony, when he's blazing?
Always.
I'm gonna put my glasses on for this talk.
Hell yeah, you will.
Okay.
All right, you're ready when you're ready.
3, 2, 1, contact.
Boom. How's that for a little? Showed Darrin how to make rosin yesterday. He's killing it already. making the shatter with I'm guessing his dry sift.
yes,
Wow.
made out of the dry sift. Sort of.
Sweet. Oh, we got to move that water, I think, in the back there. Yeah, that's dangerous.
There we go.
Did you get one, Remo?
Oh yeah. Wow, that's so smooth.
Good flavor on that too, eh?
Amazing flavor.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This is an interesting question for a guy like yourself, because you are no stranger to the shatters, to the butters, to the oils.
I try it all.
Remo's an all-around guy. He tries it all. He's and when I say he tries it all, I mean he smokes more than most normal people.
Smoke a few ounces of it.
Of all of it, of whatever it is.
Smoke a couple slabs. I'll tell you what I think.
Give it an honest
Exactly.
try.
And it's not an act. That's the really one thing I love about Remo. He's the same person when the camera's off as the camera is on. And so it's not like he's trying to like portray a particular person or a way of being. He just is that person. He is that way. Literally smokes joints the way I used to smoke joints 15 years ago. And
Well, we're waiting for you.
I appreciate it.
One day you'll smoke a joint, and I'll be here for you.
I'll tell you, when I do smoke a joint, it will be with this guy right here.
All right.
And this guy over here will probably be there as well.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, how's it going, Jeff? Mr. Jeff and Matt are in the room from Aqualab Technologies. If you guys don't know about Aqualab Technologies, they're one of the premier hash-making, tool-selling company, glass, quality. I think of Aqualabs and I think of quality. So, yeah, definitely check those guys out if you're looking for product. They got all sorts of product. They're actually one of our distributors, one of our resellers. They sell and carry all of our products as well. So if you're down in Cali and you need to pick up some screens, check out Aqualab. And what do I got here? Some Horatio 7-star?
Yeah.
You want to try some of that?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Take it easy on me. I gotta make it for the whole day.
yeah, I'm not
I got
into
whole damage to
taking
my foot.
the
No,
monster.
it's the gray hairs. I'm getting older these days.
Dude, you
I
are.
got grandchildren, man.
You smoked 9 joints when I was here last time. That big in a row, one after another.
Yeah, but those are joints, though. That's easy.
It was
Less
still,
concentrated.
listen, it was still ridiculous. So yeah, this is some of Horatio's. This particular one is the GCR. Is that Green Crack, Horatio?
Grape Crush.
Oh, Grape Crush. That's right. It was grape.
I like the labeling.
Oh yeah, Horatio's a classy guy. I mean,
That's
obviously.
that's first class.
So look at that.
Good job,
Now
Horatio.
this is more like a butter, and what he's done is he's
It
taken.
looks like caramel. That's awesome.
He's taking 99% dry sift.
Yeah.
Okay. And he has here. You guys can check them both out, smell them and whatnot. He's taken the terpene extract that he's produced with his own hydrodiffusion or steam distillation method, and he's acquired a pure terpene, reintroduced it back to the dry sift to sort of incorporate what he considers to be lost in the grow room, lost in the drying process, lost in the trim room when the scissors are cutting. All that smell, the smell I smelt when I came up your driveway,
Yes,
those are
very.
terpenes that have left the plant.
Is it the same stuff?
Yeah, this
Crazy.
is the two
So
same
in church, we'll just call that terpene water holy water.
Yes.
It'd be the holy water.
Yeah, so we're going to take a rip of the 7-star, and hopefully you can join us as well, Horatio, because
Very
you can't be
nice.
smoking fucking nicotine glycerin shit while we're hitting your fucking 7-star. Pull out the 7-star, buddy.
I think you have all of it. Let me see what I got. I
Oh,
smoked all my Rockstar yesterday night. Oh, here comes the scramble. I'm going to have to pipe hash it. It's going to be a fire one. I'm going for some 45U, Keith.
Hey, welcome, Mark. See, I knew even though you were on vacation, you would still show up for a visit.
Got his shades
Oh
on.
yeah, it's Easter. I had to chime in with church, right? Got a little Brad Higgins fire here.
Well, I'm not going
Blue
to lie, Mark. Church would be less without you.
Darrin, cover that lighter.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to also, if people are like jammed up about me working for some big company, let them know that I don't work for a big company anymore, but I had to do it to pay my bills out of school. So take it for what it's worth, folks. I'm
Dude,
on
I
your
mean,
side.
You know what? It's the ongoing argument where people are. I don't even know what to say about it. Really, it's like the mentality when it happened with UCAN and the John Hunter. It was literally like people thinking that I worked for the police because my mom works for the police. It's like my mom works for 911, but that doesn't actually make it that I work for the police, and it doesn't actually make my mom a bad person. So it's an interesting sort of thing to.
Hold on, that's not a cop. That's 911 operator, right?
Well, but a lot of people are like,
that's something totally different. It's not like she's arresting people.
She never arrested anyone.
So what the hell's that?
I know. How
Well,
about
the difference between me and John Hunter, Mark, is that John Hunter was a CFO who sat in a high floor in a buttery soft leather chair, was on the corporate jet. I was a deadhead with a tie-dye and blue jeans in the lab doing lab shit. That's the difference between me and John Hunter, for the record.
I think you still are a deadhead.
He's a real deal scientist. John Hunter's a bean counter. There's a big difference.
Yeah, there's
John Hunter wouldn't know what to do with chemistry.
For sure.
So you guys are hilarious, but there's it's like I'm trying to compare like a baseball and like a tractor wheel. Like they're just not even. It's not the same category, the same concept or anything. Yeah, he was just somebody that helped us like a year ago in what we were doing with our company. Like it had nothing. It had to do with numbers, like what numbers.
It's nice. It's a little cool, but it's nice. Well, bottom line is, you know what? When you're doing the righteous work, I find it very hard to have to try and like lower yourself to try and explain to someone or something that they're not even on the right page of understanding. Like, just for example, people calling Mark out, and someone was like, "Oh, Mark, I think you work for some big chemical corporation. Like, what the fuck?" Like, it's like, well, what the fuck, Like, yeah, he worked for a big chemical corporation.
Scientists, companies.
Well, yeah, what's wrong with chemicals? Chemicals are in everything.
Well, this is the thing, though.
Chemicals and bad chemicals, right?
People are easily led astray, though. It's a perfect example is the word GMO. GMO, that word terrifies people, and it terrifies people because Monsanto wants it to terrify people. Monsanto put the most money into lobbying against GMOs. And they did it to raise the price of a GMO to like $500 million, which is what it would cost you if you tried to genetically modify anything. And that's because certain people, unlike Monsanto, who are trying to introduce poisons into the food chain by genetically modifying and attaching them into the seeds so they grow throughout the plant, that's very different from, say, a righteous dude, maybe like a guy like Mark who ate a bunch of acid on Dead Tour and thought, I'm going to design or develop a form of rice that produces more rice, that produces a higher grade of protein, that's like, and that will never happen because the people who are inventing that.
I think there is an application for GMO. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Not so much for us, but like in starving places, places in the world like Africa.
That's what I'm saying, Remo.
Well, and then there's a big difference.
Sure. Not to introduce poison into the food chain like Monsanto wants, but what a brilliant evil company to convince everyone to hate GMOs so that people can't help people now in these countries like Africa by producing a GMO'd food that would produce more food, not by some weird...
there's a definite application for the product, but not necessarily us, but for them it'd be a godsend. Maybe people wouldn't be dying of innovation.
Here's the thing. So here's the thing. This is what I always say. There's GMO and there's chemically induced like GMO, and the chemical GMO is much different than a GMO. And like when you have a male plant and a female plant and they breed together, that's genetically modifying that organism. There's a male and a female, and it changes that path. And if you start breeding different weird strains together, that's just natural. When parents breed together and they had you, you're a GMO of them. You know?
Yes. What we're talking about here is artificial selection then, right?
Yeah, no, like when you're just thinking of how organisms change. So the evolution of humans, that's just like how it's all evolved and changed. But what Mark's talking about, and what I don't believe in, and no one in our entire company does, and we would never have relation to it, is chemically changing a plant and leaving a trait behind that's harmful to the people around them and to the society. So if you're going to change the plant for the better of society and make better fruits or bigger things, or things can grow in deserts and help people, don't leave markers behind that then cause catastrophic effects on the human race and society. So that's what happened with what Monsanto did, is they take like a bug repellent idea, and so they want to make sure that bugs won't eat these bananas, for example. And so they'll go find out what chemical can repel these bugs, and then they go back and modify that banana so that it carries a certain trait that repels those bugs. But by doing that, they also left a carrier, and that happens to be poison or cancer causing. So that's fucked up. That can't happen. That can never happen.
New apples that don't go brown. You heard about that?
The apples that
I think
don't
they
go
call
brown?
them Arctic apples or something like that. And
Yeah, I think I saw
they
something
cut
like
them, and usually like a real apple, like an organic one, they'll turn brown. But I guess they can cut apples up and put them in fruit plates, and they're more aesthetically pleasing.
That's
They
trippy.
look fresh, right?
That seems like it could be leaving something behind. Maybe not. I don't know.
That's a GMO, but
That's
you know
so
what?
what we need to
I think
do
there's
is,
an application for the existing
So
GMOs. I'm not into it myself. I don't want to have any GMO food. It should be labeled so you have a choice.
Yeah.
Don't you think so?
Well, sure.
What I think they're trying to do is they're trying to give us this kind of food and not tell us.
that's the thing. So just like we want to be able to research cannabis, we want to have on labeling if it's been GMO'd, so we know. And that's the first step. The second step is studying those effects. So the research that of what those traits would be left behind could be harmful. So nobody in their right mind in our company or anybody that I've ever dealt with would ever subscribe to that type of GMO, And that's like the bottom line why I think people in their world, they get these impressions or think that something's happening, and they're so afraid that somebody might be trying to push the envelope and might be trying to get a group of people to push that envelope in a collective spirit to try to actually end prohibition and actually allow us to explore this on a medicinal level and on a society's level for acceptance of it being socially acceptable, And that's really what we're about. And I hope people out there understand that when they see, like, oh, what's UCAN doing, what's CRD doing? That's what we're doing. We're trying to unite the best of the best in the industry, and we're trying to break down those walls, and we're trying to do it with tribal, in different countries, in states that are legal, every opportunity they can give us to fight back, because they're out there fighting us. The Department of Justice came out and said, we don't care what Obama said. We don't care that the DOJ is not going to get funded. We're still going to go after medical patients and their providers.
And did you see Obama's going to Jamaica?
Yeah. So it's like, how can you run a country and give like all these mixed impressions and these mixed political fucking messages to the people when like more than half the country in the 75 percentile is like, fuck it. Let's get this let's get going. Let's just get regulations in place so it's safe for the public. Get banking in place so it's not treated like it's a criminal activity and destroy people's lives. And get the people out of prison that don't need to be in prison, and let's hit the reset button. Instead of coming out and saying, okay, now we're the federal government, we're not going to get funded for this operation, but we want to come after medical patients and the providers. That means caregivers, that means patients that are like, sick. So how do you come out as a country and say that? Like, it's disturbing to me. And so that's why we created United Cannabis, because we need a fucking strong front of righteous dudes and women and people and anyone that wants to get involved to try to find any way to fight back. And if we don't fight back, and we don't get smarter, and we don't get stronger, and we don't unite, it's going to get harder and harder. Because I see it every day on the front with banking as well, and taxes, and how they look at us. It's disgusting. We're the bottom feeders of the world to them. We are criminals for even touching the plant. And they're tolerating us. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, I realized that after I got kicked out of my 35th bank that the system was pretty screwed.
Yeah, I mean, look at your situation, man. It's like, it's hard to, it's hard enough, like, to even, you're not really, like, I don't really see people that are really in the industry and really into patient care, like just totally baking and loaded. Even the way Harborside runs, being that successful, it's not like they're super, you know, they're not driving around in Ferraris. You know what I mean? It's not like an industry that's like.
No, but there's only a handful of us that are actually contributing back because we're also old school activists.
Yeah.
Visited by Jack Herrera back in the day. You know, Stevie D helped fund Hemp Tour for Debbie, Don, and I mean for all of us back in the early 90s. And if it hadn't been for somebody taking that chance, what generations would have heard? How many of us would have known? How many of us would have stepped up and made that change? If it isn't us who does it, who will? So we've tried to step up and lead by example. But you're always going to have critics, and especially the larger we get, the more it's going to happen. So it's to never forget the patients, and that's one thing I always tell my people is, today we never know if it's their first day or if it's their last day. So treat them with the respect that you wish to see, because it's not how I was treated at the VA. I was physically removed just for even mentioning marijuana. So I created a place with Berkeley Patients Group that people could feel safe and respected and not have to actually be overrun by, you know, bullshit pharmacology and pharmaceuticals, that people can have a safe place to gather and get safe medicine every day.
It's righteous.
Yes, hey, I want to welcome Etienne and Thru and Cuban. They've all come in since we've been talking, and Remo just took Darrin into his grow, and they were going to take a few pictures. I was going to bring the computer in, which I thought was cool, but they're just in the grow right now. They're going to come back here just in a few seconds, and I'll show you some of the pictures of Remo's plants that he's got growing right now. They're, as always, completely absurd. He's got a Congolese in there with a bud on it about this big. Like a really beautiful bud that you would expect to see on a plant in a greenhouse. He grows indoors. Like, I've just never really... I've seen people grow big plants over the years. Of course, back in the day, I was in the room that became very famous on Overgrow. If you remember the strain, the thread called BC Buds to the Max. And it was in 99 or 2000, and it was a well-known one because it was the first time, it was the champagne hash plant. And it was my buddy's grow, and I brought Gypsy Nirvana with me. Maybe this was 2000, like 1 year after I got on Overgrow. And so Gypsy came over. He was a random dude I met on Overgrow, and I was like, hey, if you ever come to Canada, you know, give me a call. Well, he was literally in Canada like 2 weeks later, like calling me up, like, hey, can I stay at your house? Can you take me around? I was like, who the fuck is this guy? That's how I met Gypsy. So I brought him over to this 10-lighter, just being the Canadian that I am. I knew him for a whole 6 days. I figured it was safe to bring him to my friend's super secret 10-lighter. It was like a very small little grow, but would produce 20 to 22 pounds off of 10 lights every run. And so those were some of the first really beautiful plants that I saw that were that big. But Remo's are on a whole other level. Oh shit, you gotta fly. You have to. And we'll show that one. Look at this fucking guy.
It's fucking huge.
That's not due till the end of the month, man.
That's an old
Yeah.
Yo.
That's when Vice came in and checked this out.
It's 4 weeks. It's 4 weeks left.
I got big arms, eh? That's a cement finisher. Those are some major buds. I'm gonna have buds.
Those are some major buds, dude. They're just ridiculous. That's in a third.
Yeah.
32-gallon trash can.
Oh, 20.
20 gallons. So no, those are they.
No, 77 liters,
20
which is 20 gallon.
I use 30 and 22s.
Yo.
And Cuban was saying that that he's loving Remo, man. When he was in Florida, commercial grower, he would watch your videos to hype himself up right there.
Really?
Cuban, meet Remo.
Hey, let me tell you something, bro. You've always been a big inspiration for me. Your old show, the 2+ pounds per light. Man, let me tell you, I bought myself a pair of Oakleys just to look like you and feel like Remo in the garden, man. Hey, you think I'm fronting? I've had like 3 or 4 pairs, homie, just to, man, when I was a kid and I was throwing down my little 18 light setup, I was like, bro, one day my grow's going to look so good that Remo's going to come around with his camera and look around and everything. So when I got on Instagram, I moved to the West Coast to a medical state. I didn't have like an online name, so I called myself the Cuban grower after the urban grower.
Right on. Well, thanks for watching.
Hell yeah, man.
Anytime you're in Canada, if you want to come over and blaze, come on down, man. We'll
Absolutely.
But you know what? Hopefully they'll let me across the border one day and I can film your grow.
Dude, wouldn't that be nice?
Awesome.
We'll go down there together.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I would definitely be up to having you, man. Yeah, but all 3 of you.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to grab my wife out of bed. She was half asleep, and I'm like, hey, Remo's on Hash Church right now. Come on. So she's right there watching you. Yeah, we're both fans. Big fans.
How's it going?
Oh, he's so long.
Mike Godson?
Sort of.
Let's take dabs.
Nice, Casey. That's interesting.
Did Chris come to see you?
I've been hearing a few people talk about rosin and how it's been being done for ages.
You're here to see the rosin, aren't you?
I'll tell you, it certainly wasn't being promoted or used online because it wasn't. Doesn't mean people weren't doing it. I believe people could have been doing all sorts of things, but it's like when people tell me they've been using the bags for 25 years, and I have to say, no, you definitely haven't been using the bags for 25 years.
And the question or the real thing is that even if you've been using the bags for 25 years, how are you using those bags in 2015? Are you using them good? You know what I mean? Same thing with the rosin. Rosin could have been around for 10 years, but I've really seen rosin develop in the last couple of weeks. It just seems to change all the time.
It's only been around for the last couple of weeks.
No, it's just like grown exponentially in the last couple of weeks. You know, I had this conversation with Joshua from Oil Slick just a couple of days ago. Yeah, he came up and we had a nice little visit, and we were just talking about Hash Church, and he was kind of like, well, what's Hash Church all about? I'm like, well, Hash Church is really about, like, we're moving things forward because no one's trying to, like, proprietary own ideas. We're all just throwing them out, and they bounce back and forth, and they develop extremely quick because of how we're doing it. And it's like you see things happen so fast based on just sharing information. And he was kind of like, oh, well, you can't really, like, go online and share, like, your newest ideas and, like, you know, and I'm like, well, no, I'm not talking about, like, products and stuff. I'm just talking about ideas and concepts. It's okay to get people thinking. It's okay if other people produce a new, better hash or produce a terpene extract or produce whatever. It's all to better the community, and I'm excited about it. I think that's one of the things, you know, that's the second most important thing Hash Church does. The most important thing Hash Church does is it allows for people like Samantha and for Anne, who came in last week and spoke about her daughter, to sort of have a platform to speak to people, to give power to their voice, and to give more exposure to these very important subjects. To me, what should be the face of at least the medical aspect of cannabis should always be the most distant reality from the sort of Cheech and Chong stereotypical, we are unintelligent, we are unable to articulate, we are stoned out of our minds. that's not the gig anymore. This is 2015, and we are extremely stoned, and we are chain smoking bong rips of beautiful 99% and terp sips and terp melts.
I'm not stoned. I'm getting fully medicated.
Well, you're getting fully medicated.
Full symptom relief, people.
Absolutely. Well, you know, do you want to tell your story a little bit of what you went through and how you even came to be in the situation of acquiring one of what I would consider one of the first licenses in Canada?
Yeah.
You had to be in the top 50 or whatever.
70.
Top 70.
70
okay.
something.
That's pretty ridiculous considering there's 50,000.
But you know what's crazy is that I had an accident in the 90s where I broke my back, and my doctor prescribed all kinds of crazy pills, and I took Demerol and Percocets and all kinds of weird stuff.
And this was after your accident?
Yeah, because I had I broke my back. I had severe sciatica. I couldn't stand up straight.
Well, tell the story of you breaking your back. A lot of people might not know that.
Well, I was just driving, and I was at Main and King Edward, and I was going through a green light, and this guy hit me, doing, I don't know, probably about 60 or 70 k's, bam, no brakes on the side of my truck.
Jesus.
And that pretty much did me in. Yeah. I was a career cement finisher at that point. And,
which is pretty labor intensive.
Yeah. So actually, because I was in really good shape, actually that worked to my advantage, because I was able to heal, well, I wouldn't say heal quickly, but I managed to heal relatively good. I still experience pain all the time, that's why I use cannabis. But the funny thing is I was going through this thing, and I went to the doctor, and I'm taking all these muscle relaxants and weird pills, and I told the doctor, hey man, this stuff is really making me feel bad. I don't like taking all these pills. You know what he gave me?
No.
Ativan.
Jesus.
And I said, well, what's this stuff? He goes, well, you can put it under your tongue, and it's not going to make, it's an antidepressant, and it'll make you feel better about taking all these weird pills. So I tried that for a bit, and I came back, and it's like, hey man, my stomach feels like crap. I feel like crap. You got anything else that works better? And he goes, well, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to smoke a joint. Did you smoke that stuff in high school? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, well, maybe give it a try. I've heard really good things about it. So I started smoking cannabis, and I found that my medication was a lot more effective, so I was able to decrease it. And I gradually got myself totally off of all these weird pills I was taking. And that was fine, so I figured, well, that was great medicine, and I'm still in pain, so I should start growing it. So I started growing it, and I got busted. And this is funny, I got an absolute discharge because there was no medical access for cannabis. And at the time, after I got arrested...
What year would this have been, 04, 05?
No, we're talking in 1998.
Oh, wow.
And then it took a couple years for all this stuff to transpire and get to court. But by the time all that stuff happened, I applied to Health Canada. Actually, my wife wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, who was John Gresham at that time. And he referred us, and we got an answer back, which blew my mind. He referred us to Alan Rock's office. And Alan Rock just said, hey, just go to doctors, go doctor shopping, and get a doctor to fill out the forms and get them to us, and we'll take care of the rest. And they sure did. I got a Section 56. And
56 exemption, which is basically permission to grow.
Yeah, and it was
that was pre-MMAR.
Yeah, and then I got the card the next year. You know what? The funny thing is, I should have kept the paper because that was way better.
So you think in 2000, 99, 2000, that this was that you got your exemption 56, or?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then
15 plus years, Remo's been growing like a beast.
Yeah, actually,
legally,
it's been a godsend. It helped put my life back together because I was traumatized. My trade was cement finisher. This is all I knew.
Yeah. And your alternative was being like zombified by pharmaceutical narcotics.
Yeah, and cannabis helped me escape that totally. So, thank you, cannabis. And actually, it's giving me a living because I work in the cannabis industry now, and it provides. Well, you know what the funny thing is? Remember that time we went up to Jamaica, you and I?
Yeah.
And we went and seen the doctor.
Dude, I bumped into him.
No way.
With Tony for the first time in 15 or 13 years. I hadn't seen him in that long, and I just literally bumped into him.
Well, here I'll give you some weird foreshadowing. Bubbleman and I went for this. We asked the doctor if we'd see his girl, and he said, "Yeah, man." And,
exactly what he said.
We beat his cut.
Me and Bubbleman were just dying. And
it wasn't hiking; it was climbing up a cliff.
Oh, we're scaling a cliff. You're right.
We were scaling a cliff.
Seriously, and you know what? Our video doesn't reflect that because we couldn't even hold onto the camera. We had to scale. But anyway, we're sweating like our balls off. And here's the doctor guy. He took all his dreadlocks, which he'd never cut since he left high school, so they're down to the ground. And he had them wrapped around his head with a cloth around it, and there's not one bead of sweat on this guy. Meanwhile, Bubbleman and I are just like, we're melting because we're Canadians.
Dude, it was insane.
But we finally got up to the top. He had this beautiful garden amongst all the little rocks and holes and stuff. And we went to his hut and we started smoking some hash with him. Remember
Exactly.
that?
I had the little bubbler,
Yeah.
the marble slinger.
Yeah, he loved that stuff. He's called a Living Gold. Living Gold.
You remember the name, dude, which is exactly what we have on video just recently. Tony and I filmed the doctor, and I was like, do you remember what you called the resident? He's like, Living Gold. He pulled his dreads out. They're like 8 feet long now.
Oh, that's insane. But this is the foreshadowing. He looked at me and he said to me,
Is everyone else here and they're just frozen?
Yeah, I think they're frozen. I can hear you.
Yeah, they froze.
So is there a better platform than Google Hangout that we could maybe try to do this on? Or is this like the...
There's got to be.
Man, there has to be a better one. This one is inconsistent.
Yeah, sure.
My girlfriend's a techie. She says, yeah, but we'd have to pay for it.
How much do we have to pay for it? How much?
How much?
I think it all froze if you look at the chat. Yeah, I don't know if they can see us.
There's different solutions that you can do, but it's around $15,000 per year.
It's about $15,000 a year, she says.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Right? Not cheap.
It's like donations, please.
Donations, big time.
They're saying, yeah. Hey, I'm down to throw down money for a video server for the year.
Yeah.
There's 10. There's 10 of us.
If everybody throws down at least a
That's
stack,
25
you know
an
what I'm
episode.
saying?
That's $25 a head of per panel member. That's per episode. So if you want to be on the panel, you pay $25. That actually pays for it. 10 people on the panel.
Yeah. If it has a good
bandwidth. See us. They can't see the bubble. We're still on, people.
Yeah.
Everyone on, still on.
He probably doesn't even realize it, and he's like in depth, like in deep stuff.
Yeah. Hey, I was in depth on that Rainbow. My lady was trying to talk to me, and I'm like, wait. Rainbow's talking.
Yeah.
This is a good story, too.
Yeah, bro, it was. Hey, yo, so that rosin that you're making, that you're linking me to pictures, it's looking fierce, player. I like.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
So the thing is, there's like, we were talking about, I guess that's a cool topic to talk about. We were talking about the filtration and double filtrations and different microns. I started playing around with different types of filtration and different type of lab grade and different types of things like that. And I can tell you that the yield goes way down, but it's clear. And when I play around with the terps and it being clear and not having it with cellulose, now I'm creating what I'm calling the natural, because it's natural, it's clean, it's clear, and it's super, super loud. And it's strong, like really strong. But I don't have enough of it to really. It's just not worth it to like enter. It's too like the yield isn't like that great,
Oh, we're back.
We're gonna be back in a second.
It's like to get 25 grams of that is like insane.
Yo, I saw them come back and then they left. I think they froze again.
Yeah, they froze again for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't wait. Are you gonna? I can't wait for you to visit, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna be over there on the 16th, and we leave the day after the high times.
Cool. Yeah, the 17th on. I'm gonna have like my doors open. So I figured I'd rather make this like terp rosin more for just like to have, just so everybody can try it. Like I don't really want to enter it, because it's like really, really good, and the yields aren't like, you need a lot of hash, you know.
Yeah, I know. I definitely know. Trust
That was
me,
my
bro.
question, because Cuban, you seem to produce a higher yielding dry sift than normal. I dry sift pretty much a different strain every week. So I've had strains that can give me, 10 grams, 20 grams of A grade, but my normal life is between 3 and 5 grams. So I've always looked at things like cups, and I'm like, what the fuck do I got to do? How many pounds do you got to sift if you want to enter your favorite versus, something that yields really high? Because I'm in that same boat for rosin. I'm like, I can't, if I press the dry sift out, it's to have. I can't enter that unless it's like you want to win to save your life.
Well, with dry sift, in my experience, it's very strain dependent as well, and how things have been grown. But in that regard, my whole grow operation has been tuned towards strains that give me a shit ton of dry sift or water hash or whatever the case is. So from one of my, let's say I grab 550 grams of untrimmed flour, you know what I mean, just debucked, but with some sugar leaves on it or whatever, I can pull out 35 to 40 grams of dry sift, 99%. So it works out for me pretty good. But when you're going for competition grade, that's saying a 86 LPI to a 196, which is for everybody listening like a 160 micron to a 70 micron. So like a big wide range, right? But when I go to competition, I call it going Super Saiyan. So I start like getting picky as to what size heads I want. So at that point, 196 is not even appealing. I start getting like a 180 to a 125 or something like that. And then at that point, I'm no longer getting 30 grams per pound anymore. You know what I mean? At that point, it's 15 grams or whatever the case is. So it takes a considerable amount of material. I just hash 5 pounds minimum when I'm doing a project, and the rest goes to the shelf. And what's good goes into high times.
Like when you're pushing out like 20 grams of cup ready dry sift, and then and that's been rosined and then cleaned and filtered the way you're doing it. That's like 60 grams of dry sift, 50 grams.
Bro, you don't even want to know what happened. I'm just gonna say, when I was using that shirt press and we were doing the dry sift, dry sift was like so pure that a lot of oil came out, right? But so did like some waxes off the side of the filter and things like that. It wasn't filtered correctly, so I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go and collect all this oil into a nice little square. I'm gonna put it back into the filter and use a very low pressure and let the shirt press pull. Bro, that oil ended up going everywhere. I lost like 5 grams plus. I'm like, oh my god, bro, I just put 28 grams of dry sift to make 23, 24 grams, and I just lost 5 grams of rosin.
99%.
Yeah, hey, bro, there was a point that I was looking at that machine, and I looked at my boy, and I'm like, hey, bro, I don't think we're putting in a rosin entry into high times because this shit's getting expensive. Well, in the end, it was about like 40 grams of dry sift. And that's expensive, bro.
That's at that quality. That's like $4,000 plus.
Yeah. So the things that, like, at that point you're just trying to win, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna put the best rosin ever with this and that. But then, yeah, bro, when you look at the cost, it's crazy.
So that's
what I was gonna say. $4,000. You must not be from Canada. It costs a lot more than that, and you're right, because the strains that do yield really high, I noticed they'll give me sift at the 160 and the higher LPIs, but in other strains that are, it must be the way they're growing, I can literally hit the sift screens with a drum kit, and it all falls down to 70 and below in micron.
Yeah.
So it's definitely like there's only one strain that I say produces for me, and hearing your numbers, it sounds like you're really tuned because it's
check
like
this out, bro.
started from that strain.
And sorry for cutting you off, but I veg my plants for about 2 to 3 months. I have a veg nursery, right? And then I grow my plants big as fuck, like big while I'm flowering. And then I move them out in a U-Haul to my flowering facility when I'm about to get ready. And then I veg for another month in there. So I got these mature, super mature plants. And maybe flowering plants that have been veg so long, and this is what people tell me, and I'm just like reciprocating what I heard. is that the higher the maturity of the plant, the more or the bigger the resin sizes are overall. So you don't get much 45, you get more 70 and plus. And outdoors, it seems to be the same result. When you have outdoor resin, you seem to get bigger, chunkier resin sizes, I guess because the plant has a longer lifespan.
Well, and it's like if you think of the Jurassic Park idea, where there's like, when you think, okay, when there was a different oxygen content on Earth, things were just naturally bigger. So when you go from an indoor environment that is trying to duplicate the outside, you're restricting it in its applications. When you're like, that's what we like to do, is you grow them big, veg them big, and when you do that, you tend to get that full profile, that full spectrum, because you're getting it as much as you can indoor, then you're just giving it all of the sunshine that it needs to be full maturity. And there's a difference between mature resin, like somebody that's growing smaller hydro plants, versus that type of style that we're talking about.
Yeah. I was trained how to grow by the size of the plant, the overall health, and just like looking at it. So I can't be on a schedule. You know what I mean? My plants are always big. And when I saw Ramo on video and he using people like 40-gallon trash can grows, putting down monster plants, like, yeah, I always thought bigger was better. So definitely not good for the multiple cycles a year, I'll tell you that, because I can only crank out a good 4 cycles, but each one of my lights puts down over 2 pounds per light on average, so it's pretty consistent.
We're back.
All right.
Oh my God.
Dude, so Remo's going to finish telling his story, and
All right.
the doctor says to Remo,
You were there for this. This just tripped me right out.
I was right there.
This was foreshadowing for the rest of my life, I think. He goes, you know, you got to believe in the ganja, because the ganja is going to bring you comfort. It's going to give you food. It's going to give you clothing. It's going to give you shelter. It'll allow you to travel the world. And I was like, oh, well, that sounds kind of cool, because it was kind of at the beginning of my
That was 15 years ago.
cannabis journey before I really started traveling, you know, other places all around the world.
For real.
It was total foreshadowing. And that guy was right. I totally believe in the ganja, and it has provided me with this awesome life. And
Dude.
Now I work in the cannabis industry, and I have my own nutrient company. So
He grew fire.
he did.
He grew fire up on that little mountaintop.
Speaking of fire.
So sorry about that, guys.
I brought some different weed here.
My computer's just crashing out. I'm sure it's going to happen again. There's something wrong with my motherboard. I'm going to have to take it in and get it looked at. I did buy a new computer this week, but it's at my house. It's one of those not travel big iMacs. So I do apologize for the epic fail of the computer dying right during Remo's awesome story. But I'm glad that you guys didn't skip a beat and just kept going. I came in and I could hear Cuban like, yeah, man, I've been growing in trash cans. I get like 2 pounds per light. I'm like, right on. These guys
Nice
are
job, Cuban. That's the way to do her, man.
That's the way to do her.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
but you know what, Ramo? I got buddies on in Denver. One guy called Don Juan Mattis, and he's pulling down 3 pounds per light indoors. And I'm looking at my 2 pounds like, damn, man, I gotta level up now. Take it to that next level.
A lot of it, once you build a perfect room, a lot of it has to do with technique and strain. I went and scored the strain from DNA. Actually, anytime I get anything from DNA, it seems to outproduce everything. But that kosher kush, if you get the right pheno, shit, I got like 3 pounds off a plant. Like, it's just the most insane weed. But, you know, usually weed that you get 3 pounds off, you know, a plant, usually isn't that good. But with the kosher kush, it's dank killer weed. It's actually worthy. I can't believe it. Best marijuana value out there today, kosher kush from DNA Genetics. Check it out, Cuban. You'll grow these giant plants, but you be prepared for them. Like, you have to make trellises for these plants.
Brother.
Otherwise, they just kind of implode on themselves with buds.
Yeah. So check this out. Right now, I guess I'll put the light count in the chat room so you can see it. All right. So I'm doing 2 plants per light right now in 10 gals per light, and I have a triple trellis. It's been veg for about 3 months. I have a veg nursery, right? I was telling these guys, I veg my plants out there big, you know, and then I take them in a U-Haul to my flower facility, and I lay them where they're gonna be. I have a nice automatic irrigation system, and then I throw down 3 trellis nets because of that same thing. I've had many of plants, bro, just flop over, and I like to grow sativas and lanky plants, so yeah, I call it the bondage period.
Hey, how
those
many
three.
plants per light? People are asking how many plants per light, Cuban.
I used to grow 1 plant per light, and I put down on my last grow 2 pounds per plant per 1 plant per light. But this time I'm doing 2 plants per light to try to achieve 3 pounds per light, if that makes sense. So I'm doing like selective training. I'm getting like the most dominant tops, and everything else is getting cut down from below the trellis just to encourage big polas without overcrowding it with a bunch of shravel and high humidity and other problems.
Right on. That's the way to do it, man. Actually,
Yeah.
did you guys take a look at those pictures that Bubble Man showed you with those big buds? If you notice on those plants, it's the same thing I lollipopped them. The whole bottom part of the plant is just completely stripped and gone, and actually puts all the energy into making bigger buds. Actually, let me show that.
Or you could show them. I can just pick up the computer.
You want to come for a little journey here? Come with us.
Yeah, when I was growing for Ed Rosenthal, one of the main things he specified was trimming off all the lower scruff so that, you know, all the energy was then going into, you know...
Bubble Man hasn't seen this yet, okay? So his reaction's going to be 100% real. Okay, you ready, Bubble Man?
I'm ready.
Okay, you ready, Cuban?
Are you guys ready?
I'm very ready. I see the action glasses are on. Something cool's about to happen.
Okay, put on your shades, everybody.
There we go.
Future's so bright, you gotta wear shades.
These Method 7s come in handy.
Sweet. Okay, let's do it.
Oh!
Wow.
Wow, that's beautiful, bro.
It's
Oh
gone.
my god, I'm tripping.
Wow. Wow, you're still crushing it.
Beast mode.
You can see around and you can easily, but look at this plant here, come here. Oh yeah, you can bring this right here. This isn't finished. This is done at the end of the month. And it's not like I have one plant doing it. Look at this one back here. This is equally crazy.
Oh my god.
Hey, it must be nice conditions in that room, man, because those plants look happy next to that bulb.
Dude, are you guys getting good footage of this?
This is cool.
This is unbelievable. Every time I come in here, I just can't believe it.
And that's all grown with my own nutrient line. Actually, what you're seeing here is what Vice, they just came over, HBO Vice, and they're with me for 2 days. Went to my warehouse, I showed them my factory where I make nutrients. And then they wanted to see the testing ground. And this is the testing ground.
Jesus Christ. Look at the size of that nugget, dude.
That's the size of my arm. It's gonna
Holy
get
shit.
what
is this?
This has got a month left to go. 3
That's
weeks, a month left.
Yeah, that's Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, wow. That's some strange
But that's BC Bud
phenotypes.
Depot of it.
Yeah, it looks like a different, like not.
Woo! Yeah, look at the size of this thing here. This thing is just crazy.
Dude.
That's gonna be giant.
Who would have thought today on Hash Church that Remo would walk us through his room? See if we can kind of give you guys a little bit of a Method 7 view. There we go. That's a little bit better, hey guys? Look at how much Method 7. If you as a viewer wanted to realize how good these glasses are, and this isn't no sales thing, I mean, you go from yellowy orange, like I've got liver disease, to everything's happy, healthy, and wonderful. Good stuff, Remo.
Yeah, I got myself a pair of Method 7s last week, and they're the bomb.
Blue cheese?
Yeah, look how happy this is.
My favorite.
We've still got a strong internet, so I think we're solid.
Yeah, well, here's some Rockstar.
Rockstar. One of Remo's favorites, the Rockstar.
And look at this. This is UVC chemo.
Wow, look at how beautiful that one looks. Trying to give them a good view here.
The smells in here are just fucking phenomenal.
I got plants in here at 2 different stages.
Unbelievable.
There's some plants here that are a couple weeks behind. So it's, my crops are kind of split up that way.
Dude, it's so impressive is all I can say. It's just so clean, and the plants are so coated in resin, and there's clearly no disease or bugs or like anything wrong with these plants. Damn.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have to say, Cuban, if you were going to pick someone to look up to and be inspired by, Remo is not hype.
He inspired my hustle every day when I was in Miami-Dade County.
That's awesome, dude. Thanks for taking us
Every
through
day.
that remote. Holy
Hey,
shit.
those are the small plants. You see the really big ones.
Oh, I got the door open there. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that worked out and didn't cash the internet connection out because, well, that's a real blessing.
We had the first grow room that we've done on Hash Church.
Absolutely, I felt like
First grow room on Hash Church, right?
it was the equivalent of like visiting the Vatican.
The Vatican. I like how we keep it all holy over here. Okay, back to my joint. Back to my regular schedule.
Well, what made his show special to me is the original one. He's just going into people's, dialed-in grow rooms that are putting down weight, and he's showing the AC, and he's showing the CO2, and he's showing how the plants are set up, and how many gallons, and this and that. And to a young grower, when you have your own grow room and you're trying to put down that weight, you're like, oh, look, instead of this, I could do that. All right, I saw it in the video. And there wasn't a lot of that going on, man. People's grow rooms were very private at that time.
Well, you know, people didn't want to share the information, but this is the way I look at it. We should share the information because all it's going to do is improve our industry. We're going to keep getting better and better cannabis. We're going to get better technique. We're going to get new techniques. Like, look at this whole rosin thing. Up until recently, I've never even heard of it. And I've smoked it a couple times. Actually, I smoked it at this competition recently at the Canadian Concentrate Open, and it was insane. And today I'm going to make some rosin for the first time.
Look, I got a little butter brought down.
Nice.
Yeah, that's some Pink Kush we just recently harvested.
Awesome, dude.
Actually, we're going to make some rosin out of that.
Characters.
Will this rosin up good or what?
It probably would, but you know what? You should have Mark hash it and then rosin the 45s and the 73.
Okay.
Hey, so speaking of flower rosin, I had a buddy visit me yesterday. He goes by Johannes on Instagram, and he made a huge slab of rosin from flowers.
That's my last one.
Is that rosin or is that some fire hash? That looks like some really good pressed hash.
What were you saying, Cuban?
Rosin, yeah, that's what I was making.
Oh, word. From my angle, it looks like some ultimate good dry sift.
What were you saying, Cuban?
Okay, so a buddy of mine, he's an oil producer. He comes, he likes to smoke hash and hang out and stuff like that. I showed him the rosin, and he spent the whole week doing the soil grow method on flowers, and then he comes by with rosin gifts, and it was really, really terpy, man. The flower rosin is actually proper. So I'm sure that whatever Rainbow has there is going to make some good oil.
Yeah, well, Darrin brought a nice big flat iron. I only have the little one. I usually just squeeze a little bit of hash here and there. I'm not like a big rosin guy. I like to play around a little bit.
I can't wait to see how this is made. It sounds ridiculously simple.
It's ridiculous to think that these buds will soon be dabs. And have you tried it, Cuban, on an oil slick pad yet instead of parchment or slick sheet?
No, I haven't. I don't have enough of the oil slick mats. I use them for my rigs and stuff.
I would suspect or suggest to everyone that's trying it to try the oil slick pad. It absorbs and holds the heat away better. It sort of protects the resin. You have to hold it a little bit longer with a little bit more pressure, but it's
Congolese, but it's
it just seems like less heat directly on the resin, and it cleans off the easiest. Like it comes off the oil slick sheet easier than parchment or not slick, but the pad, the oil slick pad, the big thick, that people put their bongs on and such.
You just get more on the pad than on actual paper?
I'm getting just as much. The yields I don't see are too different, but how easy it is to clean off, and it seems like a nicer golden color. I took pictures recently where I showed, I didn't really mention it, which I should, but the first pictures I shot were very gold, and that was the stuff I made in the slick pad, and then the stuff I made in the parchment was just a little bit darker. I guess it's just you got to be more careful with your heat. You want to.
Guess what that is?
Really twisted up.
You have to raise your heat a little higher.
You nailed it. Yeah.
Little Astro Boy. This is why sharing is caring right here.
I grew a bush of this plant. We only harvested this 4 days ago.
Yeah.
And this Congolese, and look, it's burning.
That's Congolese?
Yeah, it's wet.
Nice. And what's this one here? The pink kush?
This is the pink kush. This dried the most. But still, look, it's
sure.
It's like rubber.
That's a big piece of stock too.
Yeah, but we were just hanging it, like seeing the videos, right?
Yeah.
And, I like doing that because stuff on the screen, you seem to lose a lot of crystals that way.
You do.
Yeah.
I think of that right there as something that I would love to just take all the crystals off.
Me too.
We just have different ways of going about it.
Yeah.
Do you trim wet or do you trim dry?
What's that, Etienne?
Do you trim wet or do you trim dry?
I trim wet, and then I hang everything on the line. Actually, it's one of my most popular videos online, how to dry and trim your weed. And I show exactly how I do it. And the way I do it, actually, you bring out a lot of the natural terpenes from the plants. Like you'll find that each one of these plants have an individual smell and individual flavor, and this is how to preserve it the best. A lot of it's just hanging on a line and having lots of air movement. That's the big secret. When you don't have that air movement, what happens is that you end up getting kind of a hay smell, and that hay smell is decomposition. Right there, you're ruining your terpenes and flavor.
Yeah.
So if you keep air, just fresh air moving on that, and get it dry, you'll save a lot of those terpenes.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, there's plenty present in your herb because you smoke it on the regular.
Well, if you notice, every bud we break up with this grinder, like look at this Astro Boy, you're able to identify it from the smell. It still smells like
it was from the smell.
It doesn't smell like an old sock. You know, I smell some weed and you can't identify the smell at all because you drop the ball. You know, drying it. And that's the thing about growing cannabis. You can do an awesome job at growing it. You can keep it super clean. And you can drop the ball at the end and you've just, taken your AAA bud and turned it to a B.
Right.
As a dispensary owner, I see more cannabis ruined from the cut down on than anything.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you there. Sorry.
I said, as a dispensary owner, I see the majority of plants are usually destroyed from the trimming on down. People don't cure very well.
Yeah, you're so right. Leaving it on that line until it starts to snap is so important because what I find is when people throw it in a bag and it sweats, again, that sweating, you end up getting that, sweaty smell, which is decomposition, which is just killing the terpenes.
Hey, Ramo, I dry for 4 weeks. 50 degrees and 50 to 60 humidity, and then I cure for 2 months before I start trimming my weed.
Crazy. I couldn't be that patient. See, after 2 months, I've smoked it already.
I hashed about half of it before I got tired of hashing, but it is definitely a nice terpy smoke. If you keep it at a nice low temperature and control the humidity, it's wonderful.
Cool. Man, you must be one patient guy. I hand it to her. Or you grow a lot of weed to have weed left after 4 months. You must smoke some of it in that time.
I grow a lot of weed and I'm a little patient, I guess you could say. I like to hash it.
Dude, it's nice to see lots of people smoking joints in hash church. It's like Remo's rolling up joints. You guys better be rolling up.
Yeah, you know what? We can't let joints go to the wayside.
Hey,
a lot of these kids are coming now, and I've even heard people, some younger people say, "Oh, I just dab. I don't smoke joints."
Yeah, they've never even tried joints.
I know.
Or even flowers.
Or they can't even roll them. We can't let the joint.
You gotta have fresh.
Do you still roll your super joints?
Do it all. Appreciate it all. Don't hate. Appreciate.
Hey, Ramo, I used to trip out to your videos. I used to roll those keefed out joints. Used to call them super joints.
Supercharged joint.
Yeah.
You should do one of those here in Hash Joint. That is a Hash Church kind of thing.
Yeah, look, Tony's got his.
Yeah, this is actually it's been nice. I've been hanging out with AJ Sauer. So I've got
Asshole Joe.
Asshole Joe. That's the real Sauer.
That's nice.
Nice name.
From Asshole.
He came in and told the whole story the other day.
Oh, yeah.
It was because of how much he could charge more for his herb than everyone else.
Wow.
He would pay it.
Wow. That's not a real positive word, though.
No.
It was funny.
I think I don't know. I think there was some old story about it. He doesn't seem like an asshole to me ever. So I don't know.
He didn't seem like an asshole at all. That's why the story seems so funny. He's like, yeah, I'll explain to you why they call me asshole.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. So yeah, I hope everyone's rolling a joint and getting ready to supersize a joint, because Remo is about to take us through the supersized joint sermon.
What's supercharged?
Supercharged.
Yeah, it's when we take everything we got.
I've been there.
Throw it in there.
Dude, your supercharged joints are popular.
Okay. Well, you know what? I haven't cleaned my Keef collector since I came back from Spain, so we'll take a look.
Darren's got 20 fucking varieties of Keef over there.
Oh.
Yeah, hey, supercharge it with the dry sift.
Yeah. Well, Darren's got like 20
dry sift.
Actually, do you got your dry sift screens? Maybe we should dry sift.
Spaced. That's the one thing I spaced. Show him your hash there.
I got all different flavors. Full melt, beautiful. Some actually just turns to water. Most of it turns just to water.
Sweet.
95%.
So that's supercharged while Remo's doing supercharged joints.
Okay, I guess we're going to use Astro Boy as our cannabis today.
I think that's a good idea.
Just as our catalyst, we'll call it.
Ooh, it smells so good.
Or those people out in the dab industry might call this pre-run, because it's a...
Pre-run.
Yeah.
Nice.
Before they wash it with a bunch of iso or butane or whatever they're going to do.
Something.
Well,
my
put some of
pre-wash, man.
this hash in there.
Of course
too.
he does.
Supercharged.
Oh, yeah.
It's the better shit in the woods.
I think that's like preparation for the supercharge.
All right, so
The Super Bowl, we'll call it.
these guys are going to supercharge a joint while I chain smoke bong rips here. I
But
got
you know what?
I'm supercharging my breakfast here with a little bit of hash.
Nice.
And if you're going to scoop some more,
Hey, the funniest video I ever saw on Urban Grower was when you received that medical cannabis from the state of Canada, and you got it was all edited. You're about to open it, like, yeah, this is gonna be some fire, and it shows like some really good weed, but in reality it wasn't. It was some swag. That was funny as hell.
Oh, yeah. Give me a bunch of shake at $5 a gram. Like, I wouldn't sell that to anybody. Like, seriously, those guys are bandits.
that was that.
They should be arrested. That was a crime. How can you sell shake to patients? It's just crazy. And it's not like an old sock. There was nothing nice about it.
Where was this?
Here in Canada. Stuff from Prairie Plant Systems. I made this video.
Oh shit!
It came in this impressive foil. It had a THC analysis on it, how much CBD and CBN, and Health Canada, blah blah blah. I ripped the thing open. I dump it out, and it's straight up.
They grind it.
Yeah, it's straight up. It looks like stuff off my floor.
Yeah, just like that.
It looks like this off my floor. I wouldn't sell that to anybody. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't smoke that. That gets vacuumed up and thrown away.
You must throw away 2 kilos of that a year.
I don't have any sound.
I've got it to waste.
Hey, look, Matt the Great Gardener just showed up.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, man.
Let me turn my TV off.
Is that Matt and Sarah?
Yeah, Sarah's here too.
How's it going, Sarah?
Great.
Morning, guys.
Beautiful
Good
day
morning.
here in DC.
I need to have a long rip.
Yes.
We're just stopping in to say hi, and then we're gonna go find ourselves some bunnies.
Nice.
Check this out.
Well, welcome.
Can you guys see that?
Little sifty.
Can't wait till it's like, pull it over here. We're putting that in a joint. Putting that in a joint.
You need to melt some of that rosin into the joint.
Okay, we're gonna put everything in. Whatever we got available is going in this joint right here,
You
right
just
now.
shatter that up into like little dusty pieces, and then you'll be able to roll a lot of it into the supercharged joint that you
Okay, first we'll put a layer of weed in.
It's going to be proper right there, let me tell you.
Actually,
I'm
should we
glad
use
that I woke up early today.
Rosin will melt.
That's all I gotta say.
Oh, okay, well, you know what? Can we melt some oils onto the paper, and then I can use that so that the keef sticks to it.
Melt
Use
it.
your oil, man.
Okay, how do you do it?
Well, I mean, you could just hold a lighter. It's liquid. It's oil. Like if you held the lighter to the end of it, it would drip onto that screen. You could also drip it into there and just massage it into the herbs.
I like dripping it right onto the paper. It'll look more.
You know what though? One day, try this as a not today. Paul DeFelice from the Holy Smokes Culture Shop in Nelson turned me onto this years ago, and I couldn't really believe it, but it was truly the truth. I used to do oil papers all the time, and one day he was like, "You should try melting it into the bud and massaging it." I'm like, "Dude, I don't want it all over my fingers." He's like, "Just try it." So one day I try this, and I swear to God, dude, from that day on, I never put oil on a paper again. It was so much more effective.
no!
It's okay. You can make it work.
Okay.
You can
That was
make it
enough of
work.
that. That's never happened before. That was funny. Oh
There's just
no!
oil everywhere.
What happened?
We're having
Mishap. You know what?
oil.
Look at this. I
mishap.
can
He's like melting the rosin onto the paper, and the paper ignited into flame.
What he said.
In the meantime, I'm gonna hit some of this Congolese bubble hash.
That was complete fun.
That was awesome.
But you know what? We're going to cut off. Take a look at this. There's a damaged part of the paper. I can salvage it by just cutting this off.
I'll take it so.
Okay, it's just going to be a shorter joint now. Okay, that scared the shit out of me.
Imagine if we just went.
You can always make it a long joint, put two papers, so it has a rosin layer.
You know what?
Right?
Should I roll 2 joints? I think I'm going to roll 2 joints. We're going to roll a mini joint and a big joint. How's that? We got other things around the house here we can put in here. A layer of resin.
A layer of resin. That sounds good.
Okay.
Layer of resin.
That's our layer of resin. Right after the rosin. Can you see that?
Let's see. No, right here. Boom, there.
Is that enough?
That's a good amount of sift.
I would say you're the one, the captain here, supercharged.
The first time you came into Hash Church, Cuban, you smoked like 3 grams of hash that episode.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Well, so, like I was telling my friend, I normally don't smoke so much hash on the daily. I maybe like about, half a gram to a gram a day. But on special occasions, Hash Church, when people come over, high times, when I get to see my people, then I go hard on the hash, man. Real hard.
Okay,
I think I smoked like about 6-7 grams of hash yesterday.
Did you hear what Remo said when you were telling your story? He's like,
What
okay,
is
so
it?
another layer of hash.
Another layer of hash, bro.
Okay, so this is just a primer for supercharged.
That's the North American version, another layer of hash. In India, if you're sitting on the Ganges celebrating at some holy festival like the Maha Kumbh Mela, the Baba could look at you and say, "One more chillum we are making?" Yes, one more chillum we are making.
Well, I would be making chillums the whole day.
That's what I'm saying. He says that 150 times a day. One more chillum we are making? Oh, one more chillum we are making.
It sounds like I get along with this guy.
Dude, you would get along with this guy.
You're my best buddy over there.
I find that the coolest Babas, the really, to me, I gravitated towards the Babas that had a belief in Shiva. Of course, Shiva's a hash smoker. I never met a Shivite Baba that didn't smoke hash, so that was an easy sort of like have in common sort of thing. Whereas like, not all the Babas of all the different belief systems really are into puffing chillums full of hash chronically all day from morning, noon to night. You can hang out with that guy, Etienne. I could literally tell you the tree that he'll be at in Haridwar every 12 years at the Kumbh Mela.
Cool. And on that note, here's the supercharged joint, but it's a mini. So this is our supercharged primer, and look at the polka dots of rosin on it.
Rosin polka dots. That's a new hash tag that Remo just started right there. If you want to start
Polka
using
dots
it.
of rosin, and hopefully that'll.
I need to
and
take a
a
picture
couple
of this.
layers of just sift on there, and the weed is Astro Boy,
Astro Boy.
which I got the cutting from you.
And we have a video of it. I shared it with you along with a few other cuttings. You had shared a cutting with me, which I'm just about to be cutting down here in the near future, some UBC chemo.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
dude, it's beautiful. Super beautiful. Really on point. I find it to be very similar to John's Medikush. Definitely got some like OG in both of that that's like dominant.
I like John's Medikush. It's kick ass.
Yeah, it's strong.
Yeah.
Gotta have the strong goods. Casey ripping dabs by himself. Where's Ramon today? And Rick.
It is Easter.
This is true, Sarah. This is true.
Yeah, Rick headed home from back home from Barcelona this afternoon, so he's probably just getting back in Amsterdam, and Ramon's somewhere in town, so he's probably
Did you say you're back in Amsterdam?
Rick, yeah, he's just headed back to Amsterdam.
He
this
did,
afternoon
yeah.
from Barcelona. He'll either be on his way back or looking in on past church, watching.
Yeah, man.
Been playing around with some awesome rosin, enjoying that.
Yeah, lots of good fun. People are having fun with the rosin. It's quite fun. I showed a friend not too long ago, and within it didn't take him very long, maybe like less than half a day, he started showing me things about it. He's got big plans, and I've obviously told him I would help facilitate it anyway. But wow, wait until you guys see what this guy's doing. Holy shit.
I spoke to an awesome Israeli guy that was telling me that out there they had a t-shirt press with a cut into it, a valley welded into it, and then a ball welded onto the top, so that you press the ball of sieve in a screen, and it presses the rosin into the valley and then runs down. So
yeah, a lot of people are on this sort of similar path of the pressing process, and this one guy he's on the next page that I suspect will be what certain people figure out.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I just love seeing how everyone's sharing of information has made it evolve so quick.
Yeah, this are you guys coming to Denver? Who's all coming to Denver?
Sadly, my status won't allow me to travel out there at the moment, so I won't be. But I think maybe Rick and Ramon are coming out, so they'll be out there and everything out, having some fun.
You think Ramon will?
Yeah, I think so. I'm sure he's coming out, and Rick too. I think so. Basically, both of them.
To the Denver Cup?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow, that's awesome. Hell yeah.
Get to try some Cuban grow.
Oh man, I'm super excited now. This Denver trip is getting better and better, bro. He said he was coming through Seattle. I wonder and hope he still is, because I'd love to meet Ramon.
The more people, the more stops the better.
So Cuban, you see the table that's in the background?
Yeah.
That's the dad table for the 3-day party.
That looks like a nice round table right there, bro. It's not really round, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like
that table.
I think it's round, Cuban.
It's the round. Yeah, enough dabs in it would be. Hey, I can't wait. I'm really happy, man. I don't know where I'm staying right now. In Denver, I have a hotel. I just don't remember where it's at. But I know I will be spending most of my time there with you guys.
Doesn't have the plant, it just kills them out of the air.
Yeah, you can use music for smoke.
Hey, so what's up with all these posts about the medical marijuana enforcement division in Denver and all this crazy stuff? Like, since you're in Denver, do you know the lowdown of what we can and can't do?
So check this out. This was pretty interesting. So they were told, and they advertised that they would not have a medical cannabis cup this time. And the reason why they didn't want to have a medical cannabis cup is because the MED did not wanted to enforce what's called illicit diversion. So they don't want centers to solicit or sell or give away or interact with medicine that's part of a regulated system on a licensed facility to be distributed that way. And so it breaks their fundamental laws. So what they said was we can do a recreational cup that individuals could enter. And then centers, if they wanted to manifest a product and an individual bought it and entered it and tagged like the center, then that was supposed to be okay. Then what happened was 3 days ago, an email went out for the I don't know if I want to say this in that way, but an email went out that blasted everybody in the medical side that said, hey, take your you could transfer your medical entries for the medical cannabis cup. And that was the title of the email. And it was the wrong email. It should have said for the recreational cup. And so everybody started to like think, okay, well, we're going to manifest product for the medical cannabis cup, but there was no medical cannabis awards or cup. So then the MED probably saw that email that went out, which was actually a mistake. And then High Times like sent another email out because they didn't want to have any confusion, right? So I think what's happened is the MED then said, hey, listen, if you guys are transferring product to enter it into the cup, you know, we're going to drop the hammer. And they're going to come in, you know? So essentially, it's back to like, you know, being individuals that enter. So if you're an individual and you worked on something as a caregiver, then you're fine, you know?
But what, like places that are like dispensaries and stuff can't be a part of it?
Yeah, so like that's the thing. They've cracked down on that. And so you like, but you can buy it as an individual, you know what I mean? Like you just have to, you can buy it as an individual or you can enter as an individual. But they crack down on that. And I think they're also trying to crack down on, you know, like the centers themselves being at the cup and at the booths. So they don't want to have like representation of cannabis centers showing that they might have illicit diversion, essentially.
So are they gonna be real tough, you think, on like donating of seeds and medicine at the cup, even if it's for out of state?
Here's the thing, though. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what they. It seems like this. The people that don't, if you have a license, a medical license or a recreational license, then you're in the Colorado regulations and laws. So you're like binded by whatever the hell they say. There's no getting around like trying to be cute about it. If you mess up, they're going to be there. They're going to tap you to the ground, and they're going to try to do everything they can to fee you, stop you, fuck your life up. That's what they do. That's why it's the way it is in Colorado, and they want to flex and they want to show the federal government that it's regulated. And so there's certain rules, and if they don't want you to participate in things like that, then they're going to stop you. Now, because the out-of-state and the like MIPS or the different like marketing type of companies and product types of companies aren't under regulation, so there never seems to be any worry. It seems like for that when it's in Denver. I don't know what to say to you, like if they're what that is, but maybe because you're in their jurisdiction, they could do something. I'm just not really sure anymore because they're just kind of deciding to flex and kind of keep their presence known. You know what I mean?
Well, I was gonna take hash because there was demand, you know, to donate it off, but I guess we'll just smoke it all at your house.
That's why I have.
I love the help.
That's why I said to you, we have 3 days of just nights at the hash table.
Okay, hold on. How much cash do you have?
For the cup, minimum like a quarter pound of dry sift, and then water hash.
This should be the movie. 3 days, 112 grams of hash, and they do it.
So, and I have. So listen, I got in the Dabs Over Denver show. That's what. When you sit up here, you're going to see the scenery over the city, and we'll have lots of Dabs Over Denver episodes. Because there'll be a lot of
Denver.
Yeah, Dabs Over Denver. Tony's new show.
Awesome name, man.
Thank you. That's the DOD, Department of Defense.
Where did we first talk about that, in Jamaica?
Yeah, we were talking about the DOD, like Department of Defense, and then it was Department of Dabs, and then it was like Dabs Over Denver.
Sweet. Awesome, Tony.
Yeah,
that's the best work here.
I just want to do one show where there's like I just have different people come on, so it's more personalized, you know, and it'll be like different people, like glass blowers or hash makers or different people.
Joints I've smoked in a long time, man. It's awesome.
Scientists. Sometimes it'll be scientists.
So this Dabs Over Denver, It's gonna be like a YouTube thing like this.
It's just a show. Yeah, one show.
So if I bring my phone or my computer, I can have my own view inside your house, broadcasting through Dabs over Denver.
Yeah, correct.
That is dope.
But is Dabs over Denver like a live Google stream, or is it something you're going to be filming and uploading?
Yeah, just this thing I'm going to be filming and uploading.
Right, that's where I think he was thinking maybe it would be a live stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, there's only one live stream, and that's on Sunday.
Okay, that would have been cool. The Adventures of Cuban Grower at Tony's house in Denver.
But we will definitely film your adventures if you have 112 grams of dry sift. I'll definitely invite 30 or 40 of the strongest puffing hash people I know on earth through to come over, and we could just pound it.
Is Dave coming?
I'm gonna use them as my friend he calls them hash coins. So I'll trade with Jibs and I'll trade with you for that rosin.
You want a rosin coin?
I'll trade you my sift coin for your rosin coin.
You have a sift coin?
We can make one.
Oh, okay.
It's all makeable. Darrin's out on the deck dying. Remo killed him with the supercharged joint. I don't know if you guys heard Darrin tap out a few minutes ago, but he was like...
I don't know. I
over there puffing on it like 40 times.
Down to me, I do like little dabs, no problem. Just those big gram things I see people do on YouTube.
Yeah,
I
those
don't
are
know how to
nuts.
do that.
Yeah, like 2 and 3 gram dabs. That
Makes my lungs hurt just thinking about it. But I'd put that in a joint gladly and smoke it.
I'm not a big guy.
Trick is low temp.
Dab guy, like for big, huge dabs. I'm not the guy to take it. Dude, you can feel
like
the
an
smoke.
opium den
Listen,
here, right?
no, look. Okay, here's the thing. Look at the beam of light in Remo's.
Coming down on you.
You see the smoke? Now that's hash church. That's
it's the tractor beam.
I can hear
Check
you.
it out.
It is so awesome, dude.
I told you it's like an opium den in here.
Dude, that's fucking ridiculous, actually.
Oh, no. Can you imagine being my neighbor? Won't you be?
Oh yeah, I see the smoke coming out. You see the smoke, guys?
Oh yeah.
See it from over here.
See it from that angle very good.
No, you can't. You can only see it from that angle.
This angle really good though.
Crazy fucking funniness. Not as good as that though. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Especially because it's so quite holy.
Yeah, it is.
It's like
Hash church. We should have like a big ball of hash at the end of that.
or you should hold your
Pot of
hand
gold.
in there with some like hash or some.
Or how about this bud? I'll put this bud
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the
Let's
beam
put
of
that bud in the beam of light. Let's get the bud into. Oh.
Man, look at that stream of light coming through that window and through the door, bro. Smoking
Dude, it's
here.
full of smoke, bro.
Oh yeah. It looks like a UFO is coming to abduct you, Mark, straight at you.
The holy bud on hash church. Let's all take sacrament together, people.
That's awesome.
What do you think?
That is awesome.
Dude, it's so funny. The beam of light. Oh fuck.
Well, you know, it was raining. I think it just cleared up, special for a hash church. You know that?
Yep.
Somebody's looking out for us.
True. It's a true story right there.
Okay, back to my supercharged joint. This is just the primer supercharged joint. What do you think of that, Darrin?
The primer
Here,
supercharged
man.
joint? What are you talking about? He's outside coughing going, give me a break, dude.
that's
haven't
what we're
smoked
supposed to
this much
smooth.
weed in a long time. At once.
Well, that's what
I'm
Remo will
enjoying
do
it.
while
Really
he's
good taste.
while he's
It's
ripping
tasty.
dabs.
It's a treat. This Astro Boy with that fucking killer dry sift.
Yep.
And it had the rosin in there.
And the rosin too.
Well, just wait till you try this one. I put this oil right here. Check this oil out.
Yeah, very.
ISO oil.
It's just as hard like that as it is on the inside. It's rock hard.
Does anyone agree
Beautiful.
smoking flowers gives you a more full buzz than hash alone?
We're just killing bubble man with the joints.
Not at all. I'm loving it. Don't hear me complaining. I just realized.
I think it's good to
Easter.
smoke it all. You got hash, smoke the hash. You got weed, smoke weed. Actually, I was just in Spain, and I spent a few extra days there this time after the Spanibus. And Senor Fumo and I drove across Spain in Mercedes.
Nice.
We went from Barcelona all the way, like through Madrid, to Sevilla, and we smoked shitloads of Moroccan hash the whole time. Like, we're smoking that, like, pretty much at every time we got out of the car. Rip bowls of
Joints
hash.
or bowls and stuff?
Well, the bowls of hash is really easy to do with the fumo pipe because you take 3 or 4 quick rips and you can just drive off. Where, you're rolling a joint, takes a little bit. So for speed, we ended up smoking a lot of it, and we had a lot of it to smoke. I know, first world problems. What do we do with all this hash? Well, we smoke it. So we did, and it was awesome. And actually, we accumulated some more as we're going too. So one thing I really liked about going to Spanibus, each day, like for the 3 days, I'd go to the show and I'd have a certain complement of weed that I would carry because I just don't want to have anything. And every booth I went to, you end up smoking or dabbing or doing something. And I'd keep coming back to the hotel room with more weed than I left with each day. Again, first world problems, little things of hash and bubble hash and.
Hemp guy just said, do you remember Legends? Now that was smoked out. He's talking about the Legends of Hash dinner that is thrown in Amsterdam.
I want to go to that next year, or this year. This year, I will go.
Like, it's so simple for you to go. You just need to bring some unbelievable, beautiful, epic piece of resin that you grew and produced. I can help you produce it. We've got all.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you have so much nice material, dude, that you could easily earn yourself a ticket to Legends.
Woo! All right.
Woo!
Okay, well, you know what? I want to throw some of this other stuff in here. Here, I want to show this.
And it is truly the most smoked out room you'll ever be in.
Crazy.
I'm predicting the most incredible Legends ever this year.
Awesome.
It's going to be a very interesting year, that's for sure.
Oh man, it's
going to be crazy this year. Like, what are people bringing? They're bringing their rosin. They're going to bring, I'm probably going to bring like Barb 73, Barb 99, and Barbson.
I ain't even invented it in my imagination yet, but I'll come up with something bizarre and outlandish.
This is
artsy.
That's Wild Berry Shatter from Kind Selection. I just want to throw a little bit in here just to give it some.
Do that. Flavor. Hey, I want to welcome Todd to the room. Hello, Todd. And Lauren, I see you hiding.
Good day, eh?
Hey, you're muted, Todd.
Happy Easter.
I am not hearing Todd. Why is this not him?
We should have had an Easter egg hunt where we have like little Easter eggs of hash all over the yard and we go hunt them.
Yeah, Easter.
That is the adults' Easter egg.
Little balls of hash. Why don't we just take all the hash we have and we'll just throw it into the yard, and then we'll all run into the backyard like maniacs.
The dog will be happy.
Oh man, the dog's.
Can you guys hear me?
The dog drooling. I don't know.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Well, happy day, everybody.
You always have the best camera, bro. Man.
You too can have a Logitech camera. It's really not just me, man.
I need to go
from this place called Target.
That camera was fucking shit up in Spain, though.
Oh, now it's no. You know what it was, dude? I actually read up on this. You know, they have repeaters all over the museum to increase the internet, but every time they put a repeater on, it almost halves the ability of its flow for data. So they fuck themselves off by trying to increase their reach. This makes sense.
You know, I wonder if that's why my resolution is so bad, because I'm on like a 7 megabit connection since I live out in the country. It's really slow compared to like cable and
do you have a Mac?
megabits.
What kind of computer do you have?
No, I'm on an old laptop right now because my new PC, I don't have a USB webcam. I guess I'm going to try the webcam solution first.
Yeah, it would work. That would work. You know, it was cool, Mark. I wish you were here for. I went to this thing that the cannabis community throws last night called the Secret Sessions. Has anyone in this room heard about those?
I have.
Yeah, I've seen
spontaneous hash parties that they're doing in a way that are kind of like, they're not so spontaneous, but you know, the production's like a week or so in advance, 10 days at best. Really cool scene, man. You know, a lot of people that are making, you know, new age hash and had buds and, you know, motherships everywhere. You would have been right at home, Mark. I was looking down at the table and I was thinking, how much is that one? How much is that one? Yeah, right. Yeah, a yellow Fabergé egg or whatever the fuck they call it was there.
I saw the picture of that yellow Fabergé egg along with some others.
It hit really well, to be honest. And then there was a blue one there that was really nice, and There's a lot of cool pipes. I still can't believe the price.
Yesterday, Darrin and I went over to Roshan's place from High Integrity Glass Art, and he had this 88 Opal Fab Klein Taurus mothership, which is like the holy grail mothership, but also it's like, the thing is just so ridiculous, dude. Like, you even think twice about touching it, because you got to think this thing's like 50 to 80 G's or something, or maybe like someone will buy it for 100 G's someday. I don't know, but it was nuts.
It was beautiful.
And then he's laying us out with these hits that are like 5 or 6 of the hits that I take, all in one patty with like full melt 90 micron Congolese. Well, fucking hell, did he destroy me with that?
Holy shit!
It was good.
I went to leave his place.
Hey, did you get your nectar collector yet?
I walked in. I opened up the closet door to leave his place, and he's like, "No, the door's here, buddy." I was gonna leave through the closet. I didn't know
that was a holy event.
Darrin left through the closet.
Just fucking peel.
So Remo just dropped his grinder. He's spinning it up.
This is divine intervention because it landed flat without spilling any of the keef. Look on the ground. There's no keef, and it's all still there. I can't believe that. That's just only on hash shirts would that happen, right?
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
It was meant to go in the joint.
No, it's
So,
gonna go in the
Remo, tell me a little bit about your new company.
My new company is a brand new deal. We're positively inspired. We've taken, there's a lot of really good ideas for growing cannabis, but I don't think you need to buy all these components separately. So we've taken what we can and condensed it into 7 bottles. And what we do is it's an ABC system. So what you do is you utilize the micro for veg and for bloom. For example, for vegging you'd be using A and B, A being your micro, B being your grow, and then for blooming you'd be using A and C. So we don't have to sell you another bottle of product you don't need to buy. And our concentration's a lot more than other nutrient companies. So bottle for bottle, we're going to be a similar price, but this is where your value comes in, is when you use less of it to get a similar effect. We're a chelate-based system, so at the end when you're rinsing, it's really easy to rinse out, so you get really clean burning weed. We now have 19 different amino acids in it. 2 are just for flavor and smell, and I don't know, Bubble Man, I'm going to bring you for a tour, but you've seen some of the weed. It stinks. No problem there.
Yeah, you've always grown the killer.
And it's veganic. There's no bone meal or there's nothing to do with animals in my products. So I think that's beyond organic, actually. Because just because it's organic doesn't mean it's ethical either. You know what I mean? That's a good rip.
True enough.
And on that note, I have a supercharged joint. We just got to, and this full size. I didn't burn the paper off this time like the last one. But what do you think of that primer, Darrin? Did that medicate you or what?
Wow. It's just proper.
It's supercharged, man.
Proper, yeah.
Yeah, one thing that
it's got some wild berry shatter in it. It's got keef, and it's got some Rockstar sugar wax, and then
you put a bunch of that oil.
We had this oil in, that's right, and then keef, and then some of this weed, which was what was it? Astro Boy. That is a good collection. That should fill all the cannabinoid profiles.
Yeah.
This is how
Remo
Remo saturates his endocannabinoid system. This is his stacking method, Tony.
Oh yeah,
it's similar to Prana.
If this doesn't get us medicated, I quit. I'll go to the Betty Ford Clinic for everything on the list. That's it. Throwing in the towel, turning off the lights. We're done. I hope it burns.
You'll be medicated up some more.
I'm sure it's gonna burn just great. God darn it.
Supercharge away. It's like when you smoke one of these, it's like smoking a dab joint. You don't need to dab anymore. This is dabbing.
Dude. I can't stop thinking about the plants that are right behind us.
Those are some nice looking plants. Very smelly.
Let's see them.
You
didn't see them, Matt?
Matt, they're nice, bro.
Well, you know what? Let's show them again.
Oh, yeah.
We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
You got to unplug the thing.
We can do that. We got this.
Here's a supercharged joint.
All right, I'll try this out.
Okay.
All right.
None of my places have internet connection, so I would love to have my computer in my room, but I can't.
Oh shit. Well, here, let me just get this. So my shades are
Method 7s.
hopefully, yeah, I think that's good because it'll be better than
camera.
What's that?
Putting your Method 7s on your camera.
Yeah, it'll be good for you guys so the plants look green and not orange.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Nice.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's great, man. Holy fuck, what's that one right there? What is that? That's enormous.
That one is big. Darren, put your arm up.
Look at that. It's killer. What is that?
Big fucking plant is what it is. Covered in resin. It's some BC Hemp Depot. He says Girl Scout cookies, but it looks like no Girl Scout cookies I've ever seen, man. This thing is like
on steroids.
Some fucking
steroid cookies.
Crazy fucking shit. I also am very I really like this bush right here, this shrub. Can you guys see that?
Man, we got some blue cheese over here too.
Oh yeah, the blue cheese. That's nice.
Smell on the
This
blue
is really
cheese.
nice. Look at
We
the
got some nice chemo right here. You can see chemo kush.
Are you topping these? You're topping these, right?
You're not topping these.
Then we got some Rockstar now.
Or some of them
Nothing's topped here.
Nothing's topped.
Nothing's topped.
And he rocks that tomato cage like a beast, bro.
UBC chemo kush.
UBC Chemo Kush, one of Remo's favorites, obviously.
Look at this. It's just starting to go purple a little bit here. Got some
Yeah,
good
it's
fall colors.
real pretty.
Nice indica.
Real pretty.
It's just a shrubbery.
Look at it.
Shrubbery, I say.
There we go. I think I got the camera good now.
Yeah, man. This bug's for you.
Oh, what's that?
That's where that cookie.
Jesus.
Steroid.
Blue cheese is beautiful smell. It's beautiful.
I heard a story that you don't have to add any water to your system, that all the water you pull out of your dehumidifying system you just use for your water. Is that true?
Yep. I don't know. Is all your water come from your dehumidifier, Remo? Do you add any other water when you feed, or?
It's closed. It's from the dehumidifier and from the air conditioner, the air handler.
So that's where all your water comes for feeding.
Yeah, and actually after the next joint, this is 3/4 full.
Yep.
Looks like I'm probably gonna have to grab some from the other barrel, top it up, put my nutrient solution in there, and feed my girls.
Sweet. Well, we'd love to see a little of that on Hash Church. Remo hand bucking water into his ladies. Nice.
Like really, like the California guys, like that's like a truly closed system where you don't have to add any water to your system. I find that amazing.
That's awesome, dude.
Just at the beginning, sometimes at the beginning, yeah, a little bit of water. That's it.
It sure produces a lot.
Oh yeah, it's a supercharged joint. Forgot all about that.
Well, there we go. A second little visit from the from Remo, the Urban Grower's garden. I'll tell you, man, I visit lots of gardens. This is it's ridiculous, is what it is.
Hey, those are the Ray-Ban style Method 7s. You said you had Method 7s, right?
Yeah, man. These are I guess they're called the coupes.
I wanted those, man, and I ended up with
Remo's got the newest coupe. You see how his are green?
Yeah, those are gangster. I like.
These are the newest ones. I had them and I lost them in Jamaica on my last trip with Kone. Or maybe it was Barcelona. I can't even remember. They're in some other country, not with me anymore.
You know, I can't believe for all this stuff, because I put shatter, sugar wax, keef, oil, and I got a little bit of weed here just out.
This is burning perfect.
It is. It's actually quite sweet. I figured it'd be harsh and crazy to smoke, but it's actually very, very good.
No, I'm gonna hit a little more of Horatio's 7-star here.
Nice.
It's tasty, tasty. It's been taking a beating here today, Horatio.
I'm been taking a beating with this joint I rolled. I can't keep up with the smoke. I keep putting it out and putting it back to my mouth and putting it out, and I keep picking it up every time Cuban or Ramo starts smoking again. I'm like, yeah, let's do this. And then it's out again as soon as it's down low, and I'm tapping it out with my finger.
Matt's smoking a
Matt's got one burning.
I got the window.
Todd's all
I can't
futuristic
smoke.
with his nectar collector from fucking D-Nail.
Hey, I got one of those.
I can't smoke in the house.
Hey, did you get yours yet, Mark? What could that possibly
I've heard a lot of great things about the nectar collectors.
They're great. Are you supposed to put water in it? Because I don't have water in it.
Ah, you do what you want, man.
Isn't that the definition of our community?
Well, I mean, it's definitely what you're going to do regardless, for sure.
It actually is. It is. But it's closer to what I like because the air chamber's littler, and I don't, hey, fuck water. I said it out loud. Unless you're using it for a shower or to drink.
Really? Maybe it's lost amongst all your trophies.
I don't know. I got one somewhere. You know what? Last time I used it before Spain, so it's
Does he have a trophy rack?
Some joints going down in Hash Church today.
Let's see Remo's trophy rack.
Trophies over here.
Dry sift, rosin, joints, hash. It's Easter Sunday. We should puff everything we have. Nice trophies. I love that cabinet.
Nice.
Actually, this is the one I'm most proud of right here.
Damn, you're stacked, bro.
That's a silver medal for Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam.
Ooh. Oh, let me see.
Yeah.
I checked. Yeah. I got one too.
I got one of those.
It's a rare bird in Canada.
I have one too.
You know what? I got mine for the U.S. Cup. I don't know why in the heck this thing keeps sending me to help. Okay, cool. Check it. Mine has a different ribbon than yours. Yours has a cool ribbon.
His has a totally cool ribbon. You should see mine. It's from 2002 or 2003, and it definitely doesn't have the nice ribbon.
Man, I feel very proud of these.
I just have the ribbon, like the. I got a couple. I don't have any nice ribbon though.
Yeah, but I guess you know, when I see you, I'll trade you mine for yours. If you if you don't think your ribbon's cool, I sure do think it is. The one that they give for the medical cups here in the U.S. is a pretty cool ribbon. I think a lot nicer than the U.S. one.
Which one?
This is for the medical cup. Oh, sorry. The medical cup medal is different than the one you guys get in Amsterdam and the one that they give here in the recreational cup. It's more detailed and the ribbon is really nice. At first, I didn't know why I had gotten. This was my first medal, and of course, you know, when they're giving people the medical medals alongside your recreational one, this one kind of looks a little bland, but I appreciate it because I know that this is the only one they give out in Amsterdam.
That's the one, man. It is kind of, you know, the thing is, people have looked at it and they go, well, how come that's your most proud one? Because really, the High Time Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam was the first one, the first big one, and the first one that was recognized and got all the media, and it's the most well-known of them all. That's why you want something from
When
Amsterdam.
people say, are you going to the Cannabis Cup, I'm like, for the longest time I would say in Amsterdam. Because they were starting to talk about other Cannabis Cups, the ones that shot up all over the U.S. And
well, they're not just in the U.S. There's cups all over the world,
of course.
all over Spain. Every weekend now, there's a different cup or competition.
In Spain especially.
Which is, you know what, we encourage that kind of thing.
There was 5 of them during the Spanibus.
I know, isn't that insane? There was that Davadoo, there was the Oil Hunters Madrid, there was
Cannabinoid tournament.
Yeah, the cannabinoid tournament or whatever.
Yeah, not to mention the Spanibus Awards thing. Which, you know what the funny thing is, the first couple times I went to Spanibus, I didn't even know there was a competition or an awards or anything.
Because it happened so fast.
Well, not only
in
that.
a little tent.
There's a communication thing. I speak English and they mainly speak Spanish over there. And so about the third time I found, third year I was there, there's an award thing here? And I went and filmed it. And, actually it was very refreshing award show compared to seeing the Amsterdam Cannabis Cup, which takes the whole evening. They had the whole thing from beginning to end. in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, no,
20 minutes.
That's
done.
what it takes. From
People
start to
clapping,
finish, it's
awards
done.
handed out.
Everyone's like happy. No one's like, dude, you're not grabbing the mic and talking for 10 minutes.
No, you're not thanking your mom
like, and
and
they're
your
not
dog
making a
and
bunch
your
of jokes. It's
sister's
just like
cat or whatever, right? Yeah.
You know, get it done.
Thank you. Good night. That's it. Next cup, please. You know.
Yep.
Which is awesome. This year was even faster. What I liked about this year is they did the awards at the beginning, which made sense, so that they could display that in their booth and promote their, whatever they're promoting that year, which was brilliant. And I think Berner was one of the guys that hosted it, which he did a great job. And they did the whole thing it was just over 10 minutes. I think it was like 12 minutes. Done. They don't fuck around. I like that.
No need. Right?
Life is too short.
I'll tell you, every year at the Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam, I'm just like, when I stand there and I'm kind of like, I want to get a picture of all my friends up, winning their different awards. When you start knowing so many people in the industry, you're bound to have friends up on the stage, and lately it seems like even more. So you want to get the picture or the video or whatever, but holy shit, like 5 hours later, like,
oh, my arm used to get
on about.
I'd be in the front row for 5 hours with 3-year-old joints. My hand would be tired. It was a bummer. I'd run out of joints, so I'd have to rely on people, beside me to get me high and stuff. It was brutal.
Can't have that.
No.
Not when you're Remo the Urban Grower and you smoke a pound of weed every.
You got to be a stormtrooper with the camera too. Meanwhile, I'm putting up a lot of Spannabis stuff, and you know what? This is probably the last trip for this camera. That camera's 5 years old. I've done 1,000 videos when I was in Spain. It stopped working properly.
What?
And I was like, well, I'll just keep shooting, and if it turns out, great. If it doesn't, oh well. So literally, whatever you see is the last ride on that camera. I'm going to update and get a new Panasonic. That thing lasts since 2010.
That's unbelievable.
Panasonic, nice job. I think a lot of people are using it. You're using one.
I'd give props to that camera because it was the camera that I bought a 2 or 3 year version down the road from when you bought
the next generation.
Yeah, the next generation. But still, I think it was the X90 Panasonic that it called.
JV got one. McMahon got one.
Yeah, tons of people got one now. Yeah, it's awesome.
And you know what? My camera lived through. This is funny. I was at Spannabis filming a couple of years ago, and I was in the front row, and Big Buddha won, and that was, a good friend of mine. That was awesome. And he had this little Tupperware thing full of buds, so he opens up the buds, and he grabs a handful, and he goes to throw it out, and he got really close to my camera.
He hit your camera.
And it meant it grabbed the front of the camera.
I remember this.
Right to the back of the room. And this guy caught it. So I ran back there, grabbed the camera, and ran back up front. I didn't check it. I just kept filming, and everything turned out perfect.
It was all filmed though too.
Yeah.
Dude, was that it? Treating yourself?
No, that was at Spannabis
a
couple years ago.
Spannabis.
Okay. And this is even funnier. Last year at Jamaica, we were at the Skunk Magazine, the activist
Pure
retreat
Resort,
at Pure Garden Resort, and we're on the boat, and I got my camera, and we're just getting off this boat, and a rogue wave came up and sploosh, and me, the camera bag, everything underwater.
Jeez.
And I got it up, I brought it back to the room, I dried everything out, and it worked. There's nothing wrong with it.
Salt water is the killer.
I know. No, it didn't even harm it. So Panasonic, and this thing's not waterproof either, which blew my mind.
Damn.
Actually, the bag, moisture got into the bag, but I don't think actual water got into it, and I think that's what saved it, was that Roots camera bag. So Roots, good job. I know the thing wasn't waterproof, but it probably had so much resin on it, it repelled water.
Oh my God. That is awesome.
Yeah, so, time for a new camera.
Well, 1,000 videos. I've got 450, and I've probably done 400 of them with that camera, so
it's a good camera.
Yeah, I mean, it helped me enormously just to know that it was. I'll never forget, actually, the first time. Why I even wanted that camera was because I saw you were doing a video, and Swan was doing holding the camera.
Yeah, Swan's right here, by the way, Mr. Swan.
And he was like going super close up and then moving, and I was like, no way is any of that footage going to be salvageable. I was like, there's no way you can film, because you can't with my high-end camera. You just could never film like that.
Yeah.
And then I saw the film later, and I was like, holy shit, that's like good quality. Like,
oh, I know, it's 1080p too.
I couldn't believe it, especially how close he would just go right to a bud.
60 frames a second.
Put the camera right up next to the bud. I was like, how the fuck is he getting a shot of that?
The close-ups are amazing on that camera too.
Dude, it's a good camera.
Yeah.
It's worth having.
So the updated version coming soon. So the Spannabis stuff's going up, and so far it seems to be quite hilarious. A lot of different hashes and dabs. Actually, the last video I put up was a video with Faisal Butterman.
Oh yeah.
And he won the Dabadoo with his extracts, his butter stuff. He gave me some.
Yeah.
And then, Blue Eye from HQ.
Yeah.
He whips out some dry sift.
I do.
Yeah, I do. And we smoked some of that.
Shishka berry.
It was killer. Absolutely.
Shishka berry. It was funny because it was only last year that I remember being at HQ with my screens and hammering out dry sifting with Johnny B. We made some wet wash with Tony and Jibs and the guys, and it was good fun. Those guys are definitely receptive to hash making. They're definitely on the ball. Coming back this year, they had fire. Both him and David showed me absolute fire, and the weed that he had too, that Panamese, is definitely a strain worth checking out if you're in Barcelona and you can gain access to HQ. And HQ, of course, is...
Nice club.
Yeah, it is
Nice
on the corner
club.
of Enrica Granadas and Mallorca in Barcelona. So if you're in Barcelona, just tell the cab driver Enrique Granadas and Mallorca. Those are the two corner streets. And it's actually 65 Enrique Granadas. Sounds like Enrica, but it's Enrique, E-N-R-I-C. And Granadas.
Actually, when I went there, I ended up meeting the guys from the London Kush Club and Lady Sativa Genetics, and they ended up winning the Seeker Cup.
Yeah, oh, nice. I didn't see them there, but I definitely met them as well at the HQ. They were super nice guys. The cultural difference was they could not stop chain smoking tobacco with their spliffs. And I can't remember who I was sitting with, but I actually ended up leaving my seat at HQ after about an hour of it. Because we hinted, we were like, oh, it'd be great if you could stop smoking cigarettes, but I think they were just like, no, they couldn't possibly be asking us not to smoke spliffs laced with tobacco.
Well, that place is an opium den, because you got to consider how many people are in there. There's like 50 or 80 people in there at a time, and everybody's smoking, and their system doesn't keep up to it.
No, it's definitely difficult. You got to once the tobacco is entered into the equation, even if there was that much pot, I would probably go out for a breather every once in a while. Not in the same level of.
Well, what we do here is we actually open the doors and let it out, and then we build it back up.
Yeah, I like it.
Which I think we're doing right now.
You guys are building it right back up. You ready for a dab?
I'm ready for a dab. This one looks exceptionally large, but I'll do it.
Do it.
I'll do it because we're in church,
You
right?
can do it, man.
Here we go.
Taking one for the team as always.
Smoked about an ounce a week so far since I've been here.
I'm telling you, dude.
Only an ounce?
Yeah.
Only an ounce.
Oh, this is super smooth.
That was my 1 year cure.
Well, we just had 620 people. That was maybe the most I've seen live. I wanted to say hello to all the viewers. And if you had any random questions that you wanted to churn off, you can go into the YouTube chat. I see there's a bunch of people in there right now chatting away, smoking, dabbing, talking about the purity. A lot of people saying never smoke tobacco, got to be pure. Ganja should be smoked pure. Well,
Pure
unless,
like that.
Oh, it's Grow Room. Is that William from Brazil?
Hey, William, how's it going, man?
Because when I
read, I've seen him at Spanibus, but only once.
Me too.
Actually, I didn't even see you this year. Usually,
dude, I know. I saw you
everywhere.
Listen, I came to HQ. This was when the tobacco was also so bad. I came to HQ. You were downstairs. I bumped into Sandra, talked to her for a little bit. You were hanging out. It was like Burner was there, and like a ton of people were like those Lady Sativa guys were there.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
You were in the downstairs little corner there.
Yeah, yeah.
And I basically I was like, man, I can't be in here. My throat is trashed. So I ended up bumping into Jigga and Flux and Ramon and Rick DeLisi. And they were like, hey, come back to our apartment. And so we basically went back and had a really nice time. Just puffing bowls, I did a little video. It's just like a 4-minute, but...
Can we watch it?
I'm not if Mark does have... if Scialdone has a YouTube or an IG. I know that he has a Facebook under his name. I don't know if Raz created Raz Turpentine. He's a great grower. I'm not sure if he's breeding these days. If you want to ask me about an association, go ahead. Everyone's saying cheers to D420K and Remo.
Cheers, guys.
In Indiana, they're still starting a cannabis church. Mark, I had to run out and get a Revlon and try this out for myself and see this post. I'm doing this because of you, so here goes nothing.
That's this fuck GH.
Fuck GH.
That just got bought out by Scott.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, so...
What's your favorite strain, Remo? That's got to be like the most asked question. How could you even have one?
I have many favorite strains. I can't limit it to just one. That wouldn't be fair. You know, with all the thousands of choices, I've got a good handful I really enjoy, you know, for different situations. I like Rockstar.
Yeah. Oops.
I like UBC Chemo Kush. These are like my top ones.
Yeah.
I really like that White OG. It's a lighter weed, but it's there's something about it that's very special, and it's very heady. It's good weed. I like Blue Cheese, and I'm gonna give you the top 5 basically. So we got one more to throw in there, and that's really hard with so many choices.
Yeah.
What would the top 5 be?
Yeah, like if you had all your herbs on the table, just the ones that you'd be grabbing the most.
Oh, Baba Kush. There we go. Here's my top 5. Very cushy. That's very relevant to what's available on the West Coast, right?
Barb.
But I got some new ones. That Congolese is new. That's fun. The Astro Boy, I've been growing that. That's a new one. This Pink Kush is kind of neat, but believe it or not, I'm not keeping it. It looks beautiful, lots of crystal, but it doesn't do out the UBC chemo, so I find that pointless to keep something that isn't as good.
Right.
It doesn't produce as much, so.
That makes sense.
I got to thin the herd. I got 150 different seeds in my seed vaults of different strains, and I periodically get them out and start cracking new ones. So.
Yeah, you prefer to crack some seeds and find a nice pheno?
Actually, the next one I'm going to be cracking are going to be Shoreline from.
Is that Dynasty?
No, it's Devil's Harvest Seeds.
Oh, Devil's Harvest.
Dara.
Okay.
That stuff is
cool.
That was a fire, so I got some seeds, and that's going to be my next project.
Excellent. Well, I always look forward to coming back and seeing such these big monsters that you'll surely have.
Oh, I hope they're going to be crazy. Buds the size of watermelons, I'm hoping.
Buds the size of watermelons.
A killer bud.
Just going through the chat here a little bit to see what people are saying. Hemp guy, hello hemp guy. In the room.
Holy shit, there's a lot of people in here.
Yeah, there's like 617 people watching live right now. We usually get 8,000 to 10,000 people that watch within the first.
Hold on, we got a live studio audience right here of Swan.
Hell yeah, we always
live
have one.
Studio audience.
Filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Actually, we should say a medicated studio audience.
It's Hash Church with the
He was smoking a joint earlier.
I'm gonna have another little rip. I've been hitting Horatio's Terp Sif, but I think I'm gonna.
No, you know what? Take sacrament by all means. By all means.
It's pretty tasty.
What do you got here?
Ratios. Well, that's some of my 1-year cure with my rosin in the middle, and then.
Oh yeah, it makes it cracky.
Yeah, I made two layers.
You're making mixtures.
Yeah.
Speaking of cracky, before Hash Church started, we watched this video from OT Genesis called The Cocoa.
Oh my God, was that funny?
Oh
my
man.
God.
I felt really out of place. I don't use cocaine, and these, you know, I had a feeling that those were props. Those were not props. They looked like they were legit doing this stuff, and they're very serious about doing it.
Yeah, it's the most ridiculous video ever.
But then we watched this video, which I thought was better, and it was a parody of that. And
mockery.
Yeah, and they had Cocoa Puffs, the cereal, and you know what? That's really gangsta cereal. You know, after watching that,
he's like, I love my cocoa.
I'm gonna go buy a
I'm in love with the cocoa.
Oh my God, that is it. And then he, oh my God, comedy, and then he starts. There's 114 million people have watched that stupid video, if you can imagine. He starts whipping off baking soda. I got baking soda. Just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
What's your question, Claude? You have ADHD, and you want? Isn't that funny that the
weed question? Good. Let's get away from that other drug. That was way.
He's getting upset because we didn't read his question, which is it's slightly comical.
I got baking soda. I got baking soda. Somebody else has seen that video. That is fucking funny.
It does move fast. We're sorry. Yes, fuck cocaine. Absolutely. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, watch the parody. It's even funnier.
I'm not sure what you're asking about ADHD and cannabis. I mean, if there was someone in here suffering with ADHD, maybe they could answer and have a first-term account. But I'm not sure if you have a question directed at any particular person about ADHD that you think might be able to answer it. I don't know personally too much about it. I know that people that consume cannabis are relaxed by it.
Good job. Nice. Made it myself.
I wouldn't be prescribing it. Cannabis seems to work for a lot of different things for a lot of different people.
Oh, you know what? We should have my buddy Chris here. He's inflicted with ADHD, and he's
Oh,
a
there
little
you
bit
go.
OCD on top of that. He's got a couple of acronyms going.
Nice.
And it seems to really work for him.
This guy's asking what he should do for germinating seeds from 73 to 78. I would say that if they do not germinate, you should try and get in touch with Robert Connell Clarke. He's got this project that he's doing, and they're doing it in regards to capturing DNA from different plants, and they don't have to be living seeds. So he can still learn from information in the genetics. So if you try to crack your seeds, I personally would just do the old in the paper towel in the dark place. That's how
the hot water
I cracked
method.
19 seeds like that.
If they're old, seeds, you want to do like 100 parts gibberellic acid solution with really old seeds. That's my tip. 100%.
Do you use willow water, or just like you get like gibberellic acid on its own? Like I soak willow cuttings in water to get the gibberellic acid out to root trees, but I didn't know if it worked on cannabis. I figured that's what's in. Is that what's in cloning gel? Like I only use willow. I don't really know if the isolate is better. Should I be using that?
Well, depending, I guess I don't know what the gels have. I use the powder, and I know it's got IBA in it. But I have gibberellic acid in the sort of powder form, so I can just make up solutions of it. And the gibberellic acid was also used before the silver thiosulfate solution came around for femming at different concentrations. Gibberellic acid does a lot of crazy things at different concentrations. That's why you got to be really bang on. But for old seed stock, 100% or 100 part per million gibberellic acid just helps the seed just with any pathogens or molds or anything that could be on there.
Okay, no, that's interesting, because I've literally always done, go get some willow, we chop it all up, you make it into a tea, and then it starts to stink real special, and then you fill up the bathtub, and you dunk all your roots in the bathtub as you're putting out, like, hundreds of trees for the day. But I never considered its value in actually helping old seeds activate. That's, so yeah, I'd actually use the powder just because it's cleaned up. I don't want, my tea brew that I use for outdoors. But since it looks like we lost Bubble Man, I got another question for you. When you came in, you said you guys were looking for rabbits. Was that for real?
What?
When you joined the episode, you guys said we're gonna go look for bunnies later, and I was like, are you guys getting rabbits?
No.
Oh, because I got rabbits for you if you like giant chinchillas.
I don't want a giant chinchilla. It's Easter, man. Gotta go look for bunnies.
I don't even know. I don't even think about that. I literally just go see my rabbits. I guess I need to give them a special treat since it's Easter. Huh.
That's fantastic. I applaud you for not even knowing that it's Easter. I wish I was at that state of humanity and that I had no idea that it was Easter.
Well, I got caught with that on. They were like, "Oh, it's a holiday on Friday." I'm like, "What?" Well, I have to go to the store right now. It's Thursday night. I got shit to build. But yeah, no, I tend to live in no day, no date. Later, maybe someone will. There's a turkey in my fridge for a reason. Is that why? My wife put a turkey in the fridge.
Maybe.
Maybe she knows it's Easter. That must be what's going down. It looks like we've lost everybody live.
Damn,
What's going on, Casey?
You don't even know it's Easter and you get turkey. What the fuck? How's that going down?
I don't know. That's the mystery of my wife and working in the basement all the time.
What's going down?
So, making
episodes, Mountain. There's more.
Are you making any Roslyn Horatio?
Not at the moment. I don't agree with the T-shirt press for my sift. I research and I think, and when I execute, it's final. So I'm watching very closely.
Yeah. There's making your good sift, but in the process of making your good sift, you have a whole pile of mediocre sift.
Dude, not even mediocre. How about the shit that you clean out of your sift?
I don't know if you guys saw the Sweet Skunk photos of rosin that I posted yesterday, but that was just a little jar of like contaminant from Sift I cleaned ages ago that was like garbage that I just basically was like, oh, I'll see if I can squeeze a dab or two out of this. And I got a very small amount, like it was probably 10 to 15% or something. But the quality was like heart palpitation strong, super tasty, and I mean the photos, if you didn't see them, go check them out in Rosin Tech. There's some pretty ones there, dude, like eye candy.
Oh, I saw it. I got everything in the freezer, and I go in and I sniff it, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not going to do you yet, Blueberry. I'll try a little wedge, and I'm like, oh no, I lost too much. I'm going to find a way to do it in the freezer. Then I'll be satisfied to use up my treasure trove of terps and Sift.
We were destocking the other day, and we destock over screens, and that stuff alone is by far super melty, and we rosinated that, and it came out virtually clear. So, and then the old stuff we do always comes out darker. So I think within the sort of rosin range, you'll know if somebody used old like seconds over firsts just because of the color.
Eagle's Nest at Remo's. Oh wait, no, these are just some of his stalks from his joints that he rolled last night.
Right.
Okay, so here you go. So here's some
no other day.
Hey guys, here's some weed that was about 3 years old, and this is the color that came out. It's pretty crazy. It's like really red. You can taste that it's old, but it's 3 years old in the jar, and I pressed it a bud, and that's what it looks like. It's you can definitely tell it's aged. It's not clear.
Bammer. You're way over now.
You know, Darrin? It's just neutral. It's pre-run. Pre-run. That's what those people that blast call that stuff.
There was people in the chat calling it pre-run.
Pre-run. Before you put the solvent. I still like smoking whole plant material.
I wonder if we have the YouTube. Oh yeah, we do. Look at that. We do have the YouTube chat open. I don't know what strains are better for focus or complex tasks. Everyone takes it differently, you know?
Some say sativas work better for that because it's...
but then others will say indica.
Really?
Well, some. I mean, I don't get demotivated by indicas. Like the same way some people do, I can smoke them and like work and do the whole... Go out through my whole day and be inspired to work and be, you know, focus on editing or whatever. I don't really choose... I mean, the odd time I'll get a strain that definitely is like maybe a really strong sativa that's good for keeping me awake at night. I did, Kramer? I don't remember saying that.
Here, man.
Is there? Oh yeah, here because I have it set up for 10. 5 to 10 7. Let's get the hash.
My hair looks awesome.
We're not making hash.
You got some. For you guys.
Jonathan's got the good light right now with his sun coming right into. He's like in the shade, but the sun's coming like right onto his table.
Oh no, he's making some rosin right here. Swan, you want to see this?
Do you want to make some? We can make some.
Yeah, we want to
right
make
now.
some rosin. That's Swan's here. Actually, I want to film it. Can I make a video during hash church? Has that been done?
Never. Let's do it.
Okay.
We can mute our mic and.
No, everybody else can be part of it too. Why not?
Sure.
That means we have. It's the first time I've done a video. Oh, look at that. Is that the rosin right there?
Yeah.
I missed that. That's the parchment paper, and it looks like it's got some
tiny little bud.
Like it almost looks like a snot, like mucus substance on there. That's your bud. Okay.
Tiny little.
You want to plug it in?
That's my bud.
Okay. Well, you know what? You've inspired me, John. We're gonna make some right here, right now, and I got some weed right there. We got some dank kush.
You're going to love it. You're just like me. You're a connoisseur, and you really like tasty medicine. And this, for me, is amazing. It's quick, but I love my dry sift, so I'm doing all three. And grinding up these chips and eating them are just amazing, too. It's just I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm getting everything now. I can have the best of all worlds.
Good for you, John. I'm gonna go grab my camera. I must document this whole thing. Oh, I also got this for you, Bottle Man.
Oh, sweet.
There.
Most roots.
Some funny Joe.
Yeah.
It's our new generation. We made a 500-liter batch, and our new.
And another great part about it, the shake that I got from doing the sifting and stuff, I can make bubble hash with that. So it's really
All right, guys. I gotta go. So everybody have a great day. It's gonna be awesome. Mark, True, everybody on here. Ratio, John, Coney's around there somewhere. Later. Have a great day. See you later, everybody.
Take care, bro.
Gotta go mow the lawn.
Take it easy, guys.
wow, we gotta actually do that. I gotta mow my lawn too. It's growing.
Okay, this will literally be the last video I make with this camera today. The very last video with the camera. Ever. This rosin video. Next week, new camera.
We need this.
I would do your UBC chemo. I'm pretty sure it's gonna give you some really good splats. And you gotta pay attention.
Oh, we could use parchment.
Yeah, we can use some of that.
If when we do hash, we use that.
There's some fresh stuff in some fresh parchment in the house.
Something enough to do a bud or two anyway. To get the idea of how effective it is. This is on? No?
I'm getting used to having my bag of right beside me.
What's up, Buddha?
Welcome to church, yay!
Check it out.
Oh, you know what? We'd show Buddha. We have to show him the garden, man. Work goes off.
Third time.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Okay, let's take him real quick.
All right, taking Buddha through the garden real quick.
Oh, God, oh damn!
Hopefully you'll come visit me here in Canada. That's why I'm trying to entice you by showing you the garden. And this is what we got going on. We just had Vice here, HBO Vice, and this is what they filmed. Let's go check it out.
Oh yeah!
What do you think, man? This shit or what? Look at the size of this thing.
Beautiful.
And that's all grown with my nutrients, Roman nutrients.
Fantastic.
So sick, dude.
But there you go.
Fantastic.
Actually, we got a blue cheese in there. Should we show them the blue cheese real quick?
Let's show them the blue cheese real quick.
Okay. For Big Buddha, the blue cheese.
Blue cheese.
Oh shit, we better put the Method 7s on this computer.
Oh yeah.
Here we go, blue cheese.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at the leaves. Oh yeah. Hey, look.
Nice and green.
Yeah, really green.
It's halfway through flower. It's got another 4 weeks to go.
Yeah, it's got that. It's got the leaves, isn't it? Oh yeah, nice.
Blue cheese.
Oh yeah, cheese, yeah, man. So good to see cheese around the world. It's just one of those blessed dreams, isn't it?
So ridiculous.
So ridiculous. My friend, it is so ridiculous.
Oh.
Imagine what Remo could do with like a 400,000 square foot greenhouse.
One day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't do it by myself. I'd have to have a small crew of dedicated owners. You know that. Of
course.
Right here now.
Yep. Oh, can we make a video during Hash Church then?
Why not?
Okay, this is it. I got cameraman Swan right here.
Perfect.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
How's my hair look?
I think your hair looks great. Just brush it up a bit more. There we
I
go.
like the joint. You want Darrin D420 or just D420?
D420K.
D420K.
Just to make it more confusing.
Okay.
D420K.
Ready? Cameraman. Hey folks, we're here with Bubble Man and D420K, and it's Hash Church, and we're going to make some rosin, and we're doing this live currently on a computer right here. Hello, computer.
Yeah, we got 596 people watching live, and then we have about 9 or 8 people in the chat room, and we're ready to squeeze out a little rosin. Just going to use a nugget. I'm not really I haven't done it a ton with nug.
I've done it salt.
Mostly hash.
Mostly hash, yeah.
But I've seen it done enough that it's, you know, it should be simple enough as taking a small bud.
I hold for about 6 to 7 seconds. I've been doing this daily, as you can see. And I have mine set on 15, which with the heat gun, is set at about 280.
280. So check this out. All they're using is parchment paper. They got this hair straightener right here. And with this
my
thing,
reading right
like
now is
20%. Is that right?
People have been getting between like 5 and 20+% return.
20%. That's insane.
I mean,
so it's just as good as using butane and shatter then, but without using any solvent whatsoever.
Without the use of shatter. Too, right?
Here, just see this. Oh, look at this. The people in Hash Church can see our cameraman's hand. That's awesome. You're part of Hash Church now.
Yeah, this is what's happened to me every single time I've done this process.
Okay, so you just take it, you squeeze the living shit out of it.
Yep, and then you open it up and attempt to see if there's a dab present. Now,
Oh yeah, we should show the temperature.
there's a little bit.
There's a
tiny little bit right there.
Temperature
but
goes to 320.
not much off of that bud.
Is the,
I see a little bit more here actually. Actually, if I take the weed out. Very small bud, but you can basically see it's oil that's here and here. Now, some buds squeeze out like huge dabs, some buds squeeze out less dabs.
Well,
I don't know
this
the
stuff
temperature
is-
of Darrin's unit. It seems to me like
this
it's
stuff's
very
really fresh.
hot.
This stuff's really fresh too. Does
says
that make
320.
like the
Yeah, but it's not like fresh. Fresh that I've.
Well,
John's
6 days
used
off the
fresh
plant.
frozen. The soil grown, who was the guy who really was the first one to press the bud, who I've invited in today. It's unfortunate that he's not here because he really is the sort of the originator of squeezing the bud anyway. So he's been doing it the longest. He can be found on Instagram under
So
soil.
is there anything that we can get off of this?
I mean, I could give you a little dab.
Okay.
But I think we might need to do another bud. If you really want to see it like in action, which this is why I said have hash. Because if you had any hash at all, I could squeeze it through the pressing screen and show you like
a
you know what? substantial amount.
I just happen to have some
I
hash.
figured you might. Here we go. I got my pressing screen right here.
Here's some hash.
I got, okay, great. And what kind of hash is this? Rub?
It's rub.
This will be a great example. Okay, so this is just some nice finger rub. You know, somewhat contaminated from what we're used to, but... So now this is a tech that Jeff Church showed, the Cannabis Reverend, the last time or 2 times ago that he was on Hash Church.
Mm-hmm.
Just do a little bit. It all. And basically what we do is we create a little pocket in the 25 micron screen. We roll that up nice and tight. And then basically I've been using the Slick Pad, which is basically an oil slick product. Nice and clean. Any contaminants get on there. And this is the same idea as the parchment, you know, doing basically what we just did with the parchment, but instead using the slick pad, sorry. And I think it's a good idea because of the extra heat. This is hot.
So this is making rosin with finger hash and a slick pad and a screen.
Solid, always getting a nice little squish. I like the little tall pop.
Yes, it's really hot. So basically, I do this for about 8 to 10 seconds of a squeeze. A little more. Sure. Jeez, that's not much at all.
You could Darrin to
see it out.
You could get Darrin to squeeze it.
You want to squeeze it? Give it a squeeze, D. It's a lot of heat, but his unit is very hot. I have no idea what temperature he's rocking at, but I would say like close to 300 degrees. I use quite a little one, and it gets to about 200 degrees. There we go. There we go. Now, some dabs. Now it's very dark, but look at that. It's actually like bubbling right now up on the screen. Now, just in seconds later, we can do a dab of that. And just watch how nice it picks up.
Oh, yeah, leaving.
There you go, solving the dab.
Yep. It's shattered. Like it's just hot right now. Once it'll cool down,
it cools to shatter.
There you go. And a little dab for you. This is like this was finger hash about 5 seconds ago.
I should have actually.
Yeah, you should smoke your joint before you get your dab. There you go.
That's just prep.
Yeah.
Prepping. I always have better luck with hash, I have to admit.
Just a little primer.
All right, here we go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. From finger rub to finger rub oil. It was really dark too, hey?
Yeah, well, it's dark. It's dark product we're starting with too.
No, but your heat is extreme. You'll find out right away that it's like the less heat
you want to get a different pair anyways. I've already
okay, you know what?
If that's the lowest setting, I would.
Let's try it again, but let's put this in good.
Yeah. The thing is the bigger of you gotta use a smaller bud. That's the key.
I'll try it though. Let's try it out with the parchment.
Yeah, try just like a section of it. This is a nice crispy bud. Just give it a clear squeeze. That one's hot, so you might not. I don't know how hot it is to burn the paper. You might want to fold the parchment over to. Here we go. That looks good. Yeah, that's what happens. That's almost every time I've made rosin with bud.
I don't think I'm doing it right with the buds either.
The bud is definitely like a learned. You know, Johnny's got it down because he's been doing it like 24/7 for the last 7 days straight.
Johnny.
And
Johnny.
Soil Green definitely has it done.
Right there. That's like see-through shit. That's like that's what you.
Okay, show us what you're doing there, John.
All right. I've tried so many different strains of my own, so I'm seeing different with strain specifics 100%. Some things you think you would get lots of resin, you get 0. So it's really it's times and temperatures, and I think Tony's the one who's probably dialing it in the most. If he's still here, he would know the whole lowdown. But for me, my 15 and 20 on the Revlon for 7 seconds gives me great. I call them little resins. Like I could take a little bud like this, and I can break this into 2, and just get a little nug. Get a nice piece of parchment. I drop it in the middle, and for me, I put pressure on it by leaning on it. And I go hold it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Normally I get a little bit of a smoke squish.
How much pressure are you putting on that? Like quite a bit or what?
A bit, not too much. I mean, that was a tiny little piece, right? I set out twice, and I got a nice little splat there. So if I go bigger, so if I go too big, I don't get as much. And I find that if you press it 3 times, Sojourner's the guy who's doing it himself. I'm just learning with my strain, so I think everybody's going to have a different little idea behind it, right?
Yeah, I find with my little mini one, the temperature is perfect if I turn it on for about 5 to 10 seconds, and I can milk hash really well. I know how long and how hard to pressurize it. And then when I work with the bigger ones, I'm like more nervous as to, well, they're all different. They all heat up to different temperatures, and I guess, all within reason. They're supposed to not burn hair or whatever, but.
Oh, that worked. Oh, yeah. Hold on. We got a technique here. Check this out. That's with butter.
What did you put in that time? Well, that's why it worked. You put in the fire.
That's crazy.
Yeah. See, like that's what I'm getting from squishing. Right? Can you see that?
Absolutely, brother.
Dude, Darrin just squeezed this out in the last 5 seconds with a little bit of his dry sift.
2 of those put me right completely to sleep last night.
I'll tell you that what's really nice about the slick pad is that it cleans up really nice off of it.
Well, you know what? That's what we should do. Is let's make some dry sift and then squeeze it into some of this oil. I think that's a great technique.
See, that's what I started doing. I started mixing flavors together recently, like the last 24 hours. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look at that.
How about that?
Wow.
You see that shit?
Yeah.
Woo-wee.
Alrighty. Dabs up.
Woo, woo.
That's insane.
In the pipe there. Beautiful.
I've learned for me to get it off the parchment, it's going to be a little loud, but when it's stuck like that, I can push it together. Little parchment technique, it's all stuck together. I pull it apart, and I just kind of do this with the parchment, and it lifts up like that, and then it's easier to pull off. So that's just the parchment that I've recently.
Try the slick pad, John. You won't believe how easy it comes off.
Yeah, but you can't. The slick pad with the bud is different, right? So it's.
Have you tried it?
Pad and other slick pads, yeah, I have, and I'm not getting.
No,
I'm not
that's slick
happy with using the.
That's slick sheet. That's not slick pad. You know that's slick sheet, not slick pad, right?
Okay, fine, I'll go get the slick pad.
I guess when he doesn't answer you, it's hard to kind of.
He's gone.
He's gone. All right, we'll move on. We will move on.
You know what? I got a new product to show you.
Yeah, Remo's got a product. There we go.
We got a new product to show you. That, this is actually interesting. This might be helpful for people that live in apartment buildings or, where they don't want to create smells or in a garden or whatever.
Yep.
I was filming in Spanish. I came across this thing called the Neutralizer, and I asked, well, what is this thing? And they said, well, this machine here uses terpenes to cover up and neutralize the terpenes emitting from cannabis plants, whether it's growing or smoked.
Like in your exhaust or whatnot.
What you just have in your room, and actually, I found that kind of intriguing. And the example they gave me is you can have a jasmine plant apparently growing in a same room as a rose plant, and the jasmine will completely cancel out the smell of the rose plant. You'll go to smell it at all. It doesn't take it off the plant at all. It's just any of the terpenes in the air. The jasmine
attaches itself to and is more dominant.
Exactly. So they found terpenes that work with the cannabis terpenes to make it not smell. So we put this thing to the test, and I used it during trimming, and then I put it next to my drying room, and it completely kills the smell. And actually, maybe we should put the test right here. We'll close the door. It smells like cannabis in here right now,
I would say so.
And we're going to plug this thing in, and it's not going to smell in here anymore.
All right, well, I'm down with checking it out, yeah. It reeks in here.
I also seen this product, and this is why I think, that it's actually a winning product. I was in a club in Madrid, and it was pretty smoky in there. I'm like, well, this doesn't really stink. And they had one of these things plugged in the corner, and I was like, But if you smell it, it's kind of got a little bit of a floral smell, but it's not overbearing.
No, not at all.
And actually, once you plug it in, it doesn't take over the room and make the whole room smell like this or anything like that.
Right.
It just smells
neutralizes.
fresh. Yeah.
Well, let's give it a shot.
And it's European power.
Mad herb in the
I guess these things go for like 160 euros. So if you're smoking cannabis, let's say in your apartment building and you don't want it to smell.
Buddha's got his parchment.
Oh, he's got it out. Yeah, Buddha. Everybody's doing all the pictures.
I got a sleep pad. Pass your face. I'm just trying to see which one works best.
Yeah, slick pad net.
Over here by the sublimator, and we'll put the neutralizer to the test.
All right. Whoops.
Oh,
You're good. No, that was good. You literally did anything there. It literally went like that. Like not even. Well, if you use 90% dry sift to make rosin, how much better is the rosin than the dry sift? Well, that's a hard question to answer, hemp guy. It's personal. It's definitely got a kick. It's strong. It's different. It tastes a little different. When you're definitely losing and changing the terpene profile from the unadulterated dry sift profile. I would say that it's different, but potency-wise, it's pretty undeniable. It definitely is different and new, so we're all very excited about it. I mean, how cool is it to just be able to squeeze a puck of hash into some golden, ridiculous quality oil that doesn't taste like an oil. It still really has that pretty awesome fucking flavor, and it's on point.
Yeah, while you guys were talking in the background, I actually made something weird.
You know what? We're going to show some munchies that are only unique to Canada. This is not available in the United States. Check it out. Ketchup Doritos.
Ketchup Doritos.
You see that? Ketchup Doritos. Not available in America. Only in Canada, eh?
So what strain is that, Tony, that you just showed?
Here, you want some?
I say rosin. I say
milk.
Okay.
Apparently they're vegan.
What was that strain that you just held up, Tony, to the camera? I totally missed it. He's gone. We just made some piece of rosin, but we missed it. Fucking things move fast on Hash Church. 1 minute it's ketchup Doritos.
Fuck yeah.
The next minute it's dabs of. Is this for Remo?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
This is what he just made.
Yeah, cleanse the palate.
Cleanse the palate. Cleanse the palate. Let's see what the questionnaires are questioning. I only have BHO. Never sift or bubble. Tony, blah, blah, blah. Ketchup Doritos. Interesting. BHO makes men grow breasts. Oh, that's interesting.
What? What makes men grow breasts?
BHO makes men grow breasts. David Freeman. Sorry, but that was just fucking hilarious. BHO equals moobs.
Moobs. Oh my god.
Gotta get a BHO. They'll start spelling bra. B-H-R-A.
I guess I'm gonna get some pure snips in.
To do a dab. Yes, everyone do a dab.
Okay.
This is important.
All the time. It's nice
We
to
do
know.
it now. There we go.
All right.
Prepared.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Very tasty, very smooth, very good. Good buzz too.
Yeah, it's hard to compare. Like how would you compare it to your hemp guy wants to know how you compare it to the 99. Like you got 99 dry sift. I guess the bottom line is this, hemp guy.
Whoa.
If you've got 99% dry sift or even full melt bubble, you're going to eventually want to have some rosin from those things. It doesn't mean you would turn all of those into rosin, but you definitely make a point on adding it to your quiver and having a little in your stash.
Remo's reaction said it all. Just wow.
Yeah, that was killer.
Like just the feeling of it. When I first smoked that rosin, I could feel it literally hit my leg muscles and my calf muscles and everything right down to the core. It was beautiful. Loved it. I love it so much.
Beautiful. Flat iron. I'm trying to keep up with
the hash book sitting here, unopened.
I like that we just have made that rock right here and smoked it. That's it.
Is that a issue 1 or a second issue?
Make another vault too.
I think this is going to be the second issue edition.
What's the cover?
But you know, here's the cover.
Yeah, second edition. My trichome shots are around the band.
Well, I'm opening it up on Easter Sunday. I'll have to.
Good book. Read that from the front to back.
Disappeared, so.
Yes, it's Remo.
Aren't these your fingers right here?
BHOBs.
It's all about the hash now.
Joint?
I'm good.
Come on, smoke the joint.
Thank you.
Smoke the joint.
He's waiting for a freshie.
He's over there rosining shit.
Rosin it up, yo.
It becomes, yeah, you know what, we're talking about this, sitting around a table, 3 people with hair straighteners not talking, pressing a buzz for an hour.
Yeah, that's hot. Look what he just squeezed out of that, guys.
Fuck yeah.
Tony's showing his.
Smoke that.
Let's see what Tony's got.
Jeez, eh?
Yeah, Tony's got the Claire. We just made this out of 99% dry sift. We, as in Darrin, made it, not me at all.
Made it out of my dry sift.
It's dry sift. That's it.
And one of these screens, and I believe I did really well with it. Like
that looks awesome.
Look at
well, you
how
can
much...
keep. You'd be surprised. You might be able to squeeze 2 more out. But yeah, it'll harden and literally be
It's shatter.
It is shatter.
It's total shatter.
It's utter and complete shatter.
So for this project, all you need is sifting tools, oil slick pad, hair straightener.
Yep. If you watch the latest video, the Barcelona 5, which Jeff Church basically made like 20 different batches of rosin at my booth. This was a couple weeks ago in Barcelona. From bud to hash. It was the first time we made the barbs in with Matt's barb. So we just took full melt, yeah, of course. It starts shattering. When you start trying to pull it off, it'll like break and shoot.
Yeah.
You get like almost cracked little pieces off of it. Insane.
Would this sharper tool be better?
Everyone's just taking their hash stuff.
Yeah.
Look at
Everybody
my.
wants to document for some reason.
Careful with the ship! Careful with the ship! These guys are doing relay with the ship. Okay, you run across the kitchen.
Awesome.
Anyways.
Yes.
I'm
Oh yeah. I'll plug the neutralizer in. What do you think so far? Neutralizer.
Definitely smell weed a little bit still, but it doesn't smell as smoky in here.
Isn't that weird?
It is kind of weird.
Yeah, give it like an hour.
Considering
like,
you didn't open the door.
Well, I'm going to smoke a joint now. We're putting this thing to the
That's
test.
the test right there.
We're smoking a joint.
What
Here,
hemp
hash
do you,
sure.
weight do you lose from the 99.9 dry sip to rosin? I haven't checked myself, but I mean, it's pretty substantial. You know, that was the finger rub. This will be the is that the hash right there? You still are left with some.
Dude, anyway.
No doubt about it. The contaminant is some hemp guy.
The new batch of
That
rosin.
is fucking nuts.
The new batch of rosin.
That's a big dab. And I will do it.
Hey, where did Cuban go? Did
Just
we lose
because
Cuban?
of for research purposes.
Yes.
Are we going to be in Vancouver for 420? I might be. I might not be. It all depends on if I have to be somewhere else.
I have to be somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah. But that's okay. Here it comes, Toronto. It's going to be fun.
So Jorge Campos Otero said the neutralizer is cool. I used for 1 year ago. Is awesome. Very cool. How much return when you rosin that? It depends, OG Brick 420. I don't personally weigh the beginning and the end. I could. I suspect it's probably at least maybe a 75% return. Maybe it's 80. Maybe it's 90 for hemp guy. Maybe it's 82 for you. Maybe it's, I mean, who's to say exactly? But you definitely are left with a little pit.
Wow, that's so incredibly smooth. Like, seriously, that's fucking nuts, man.
That's
Here's
what
the
everybody says. Everybody who smokes oils, shatters, butters. As soon as when I give them a hit, the first thing they say is, wow, that is so incredibly smooth. That is the exact reaction I get from every person I give a rosin hit to. I just said it right, rosin. You cracked it.
Yeah. Well, I can see why it won the Canadian Concentrate Open, won a second place prize, and you can totally see why. But that live resin that won first place,
It's very smooth, right? It's very nice.
the lemonine, like it was so lemony. Like even after doing 10 or 11 dabs, I can still remember that sweet lemony flavor.
Right.
So this is the screen. I'm spraying these screens.
Yep.
And letting it drip into a jar, into a bowl.
Yep.
And letting it collect. Look how thick it is.
Nice.
Right? And so
rosin excess.
This is like 99% rosin excess, but look how clean it is. I mean, it might be like CBN.
You gonna test it?
Yeah, I'm gonna test it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Very
no,
cool.
no screen goes unwashed.
Probably a good call. Don't have the ability to. Shit's too valuable to be thrown away when people actually really need it.
Yeah.
That's why I have it all in little jars. All the sift that you separated for me, and everything from stuff that I'm.
That's an awesome fucking picture.
And his Girl Guide cookies. That's awesome.
Mini Lab.
That's like the Canadian version.
That's I did that.
That's fucking that awesome picture.
They call it Girl Scout down in the U.S. Up in Canada, it's Girl Guide. Not that I think it's really an accurate Girl Scout. I think it's some crazy different thing, that's for sure.
Doritos.
Doritos.
Like they do in German.
When puffed out, yeah, no doubt, right? Yep, not allowed to promote Doritos on Hash Church. I was like, but I'm hungry. We've been doing this for almost 3 hours. Jesus Christ.
Order some pizza.
Yeah, let's do that. Ordering pizza on Hash Church has to be done. What's Tony using to wash the screen? David Stevens. I would go out on a limb and say, like, grain alcohol.
Oh, wow.
That sounds right or not? Some type of...
You're ordering pizza.
I was meeting Jigga. I've met Jigga before. Jigga's cool. I like Jigga and Flux. Hanging out with Rick, it was like easy to go hang out with people when they're hanging out with a really good friend of yours too. So, and then Ramon was there all the time. They're just super good. I felt like that was like one of my most comfortable zones in Barcelona this year, hanging out with those guys.
Did you go to the Strain Hunters Club?
I did not make it to the Strain Hunters Club.
I went and checked it out. It's the first time for me.
Beautiful, eh?
Nice club.
And I still haven't gone in 2 years.
Just off the Ramblas.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
I met Dust this year. Dust from Strain Hunters. He came over and was like, "Oh, come by the place," and I wanted to. It seemed like the trip went so fast.
It did. I'm glad I actually spent extra days.
It's a great spot. It was one of the nicest spots actually in Barcelona. I highly recommend if you next time you go to stop by there. It's definitely well worth it.
Yeah, Tony and I made it to the outside door, and then we couldn't get in. It was like it was closing or something.
Yeah, they closed at 11 or something.
Yeah, it was early. I mean, we could have easily done the name drop thing and got in, but we were just like, we're not gonna do any name dropping. We'll just be regular people that are just not able to get in. And it was unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen it, and I didn't get there again this year. But I'll basically go and support any place that tells people my new club in Barcelona will be the club that doesn't allow tobacco smoke. Whoever does that, you guys have me.
Actually, I went to a club called Weed Jew.
Yeah.
And that club was incredible. And the funny thing about this club, it was an Italian social club. And all the people would come from Italy, on the weekends to come hang out here and smoke weed. There's some people from Barcelona there too, but predominantly Italians. It was bizarre.
Nice.
They gave us a bunch of weed to smoke. And
what? Was it tobacco-free or lots of tobacco?
No, unfortunately it was not.
No.
But they let us do whatever we wanted. We dabbed in there.
You got to think out of all the
They gave us a bunch of weed to smoke. I like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's always nice.
I like weed.
Did you try the Panamese from HQ?
I didn't.
Damn, you should have tried that.
I tried all kinds of stuff from HQ. Oh, wow. That looked good.
Giant jar of live resin.
Live resin?
What is that? Don't walk away.
This is a jar of white live resin.
Wow.
Look, it's moving. It is alive.
Makes my eyes red just looking at it like lobsters when they get cooked, right?
Remo would smoke the shit out of that in his joints.
I'm gonna hit the nice grass.
Darrin?
Darrin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have some live resin right here. Let me look at my record collection.
No shortage of resin in the resin collection.
Been smoked up proper here today, that's for sure.
Let's smoke one for your buddy's dad.
Very good, yes, my buddy's dad today. Ben's dad. My bro Ben that's in the YouTube videos, that, Big Ben from Sasquatch. His father, his name is Murray Nelson Edward Reed. Passed away as we pulled into the driveway today. The guy was a genuine badass, good man in all the senses, and I really had a lot of respect for the dude, and the dude had a lot of respect for me. So let's all have a rip.
Take sacrament.
On behalf of a fallen soldier.
Thanks, man.
Hey, Dad, coming up, Darrin, I just pressed out some nice dry sift too. What time? Yeah. There we go.
My nails heated up too. I'm gonna have a toke. I'm gonna do it Remo style. I'm gonna have a toke and prepare for the bong rip.
It's a good primer, isn't it? Pre-run we're smoking.
I'm going right to the bong rip. I'll hit some
Don't
more.
ask, go directly.
Hitting Horatio 7-star again.
Oh, there's that. I forgot about that right there. I didn't even. Jeez, what am I thinking? Dutch.
The 20 rips.
Okay, that was the first time I was taking a toke, and at the same time I took a hiccup.
Just get this ready, and then
I
I'll
swallowed.
smell it right.
Smooth, eh?
Like I said, I was doing the bong rip, and I hiccuped into it at the same time. It was the first time ever in my whole life. Past church, Easter Sunday. Hiccup doing the bong rip.
What's my favorite terpene and why? Well, you know what? I've only really had terpenes in pure form on a few occasions. I've never really had all my favorite cannabis terpenes isolated into unique terpenes, you know, fractioned from their terpene profile. So it would be hard for me. I love all of them. I love the hazy and spicy ones. I love the fruity ones. I love the sour ones and the skunky ones, the musky ones and the pissy ones. I love them, really.
I love them too. I love them a
You know
lot.
what, Devin, the high rise? Don't even go there. You know? Don't even go there, brother. I do what I do. You don't have to question my vegetarian diet. You don't have to question why I don't smoke joints. And I won't question why you do and don't do the things you do. I accept them. Dab what you love, smoke what you love. I love that. What is Milo working on, Milo? I don't know. We'd have to ask him.
Very similar.
Well, maybe if we go 4 hours, we might go 4 hours today. We might not.
Tell people want to eat vegetables. A vegetarian would fucking starve in space.
Ouch! 5 months. That's a long time.
Hey man, you're listening to the munchies.
What are you guys munching out on now?
We got like a charcuterie board over here. We got a bunch of veggies and stuff.
Did the wife just bring that in?
Yeah, look at this.
Come on.
We have a craft services table.
Craft services table?
Yeah.
Oh,
Here.
snap.
Here in
Like
Asher.
a cracker and some artichokes, maybe?
Artichoke heart. Avocado.
Artichoke heart, avocado, little piece of cheese. Past church snackage.
I gotta keep going.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, dog. Over your left. There we go.
Avocado.
That was nice for sure.
Oh, there we go. Green one.
I need a dab. Maple Ridge, representing British Columbia, in the house. Say hi to all the British Columbians, from Surrey to Mission to Delta, Abbotsford, Langley,
Interesting statistic.
Coquitlam. Yes?
Maple Ridge houses 5% of all the legal medical marijuana growth in Canada.
Come on.
Because they're grow-op permit you get it.
Wow.
So people specifically moved here. You can take a permit out, build a grow-op or grow whatever, right? Get, you know, inspected, and get insurance. Be above board.
Wow.
So good for Maple Ridge, yay!
No shit, I had no idea about that actually. And is that not the case in a lot of the other?
Doing that in Surrey.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
Remember when they went to court, the Surrey fire chief admitted to going into over 2,000 homes without search warrants. And The judge wasn't pleased about that.
2,000 homes.
2,000.
Holy! So he didn't just breach like.
Well, that's a big Section 7, violation, right?
Oh my goodness!
It is trampled over people's rights. That was just bullshit. And that's City of Surrey for you. And they didn't treat med patients real nice. They use this for totally anti-med patient.
Do you see that changing in a little bit, like anytime soon, with different areas of BC at least, that they'll get more on board, like with the Maple Ridge process of allowing people to be inspected, have standards in place, and then allow for insurance?
Well, that's what one would hope, but right now, we're still fighting the fight, right?
Yeah.
And I had to actually appear for 3 hours. They cross-examined me.
I saw that. You had your grow box or something in there?
Yeah, I couldn't bring the court to the grow room, so I brought the grow room to the court. I showed, brought that bloom box from BC Northern Lights.
That's awesome.
And, I showed them that you could grow cannabis safely inside your home without creating smell, with an appliance like that, which uses less power than your dishwasher or your dryer. And you can do it safe and discreetly and not a problem.
And how did that go over?
I think they liked it. It was kind of cool. I plugged it in and did the reveals. Kind of cool.
And did you get cross-examined by the prosecutor?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for like 3 hours.
Oh, my God.
It was lots of fun. I know I really I screwed her up 6 times. Her face went totally beet red. Actually, one of the big things they wanted to show the court was my biggest joy in the world video. You ever seen that?
Yes.
It's a big male plant.
Yep.
And I was just going to throw it away. So I decided an entertaining video where I rolled it up with newspaper and pretend to smoke. We're actually smoking a little joint beside the big joint.
Right.
And she showed this, to the court to show how wasteful I am with my meds. And then I asked her, "Did you actually watch the video?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, if you look closely, I'm not actually smoking the joint." I said, "Furthermore, it's a male plant, so it's good for nothing. And I don't think it's recommended to smoke newspaper and masking tape." And I don't know, the whole courtroom was laughing. It was pretty funny. Actually, all through my whole 3-hour thing, people were laughing. The judge was like, "This isn't a comedy show." But I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, well, maybe they should stop treating it like a comedy show.
Yeah, but you know what? It was clear that they didn't do a lot of research. And, I submitted a really good 13-page affidavit that was super professional. It was fact-checked. Like we Googled the shit out of everything and researched stuff. So it was solid. And they didn't attack that at all. It was just crazy.
Of course.
But it stands. It stands. Apparently, the police guy that went up, his affidavit did not stand. So.
Right. Is that the guy that was just giving his opinion?
Yeah.
And then trying to state it
not
as
based
like
on fact. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, that's what the judge told him apparently.
Yeah. But interesting case, and I think it's going to be ongoing because it doesn't matter which side wins here at this point. I think our side's going to win, but it doesn't really matter who wins. There's going to be an appeal, and it's going to go back and forth. But because the way it is right now, we just got to fundraise and pay for this because it's going to be an expensive fight.
It is an expensive fight.
Probably going to spend upward into $1 million. So if you want to contribute, you can just contribute direct at johnconway.com and help fight the fight, right?
John and a team of lawyers are definitely helping do the good fight here in Canada. Of course, Hash Church is an international audience, so we know a lot of you guys aren't in Canada. But for those of you that are, even if you're not growing, it's definitely a fight to get on board with because, in my opinion, it's not a fight to grandfather in the people who already have licenses. That's really not acceptable.
No.
It's a fight to create a system here in Canada that is accepting of all of the roads of travel that people want to take, which is personal grow, growing for dispensaries and for LPs, and then LPs. If we could have all 3 of those, I think people would be less against LPs if they had the ability to get a license that allowed them to sell to a dispensary or an LP with standards in place, because when you start selling medicine to people, like the public, they deserve more than just like, oh, I hung it and dried it for 7 days. It's like, no, there's got to be standards in place.
Absolutely agree.
Now there's microbial testing and other testing that's going to be done. You just, like I'm sure they're doing in places like Colorado and California. I'm sure Etienne and Tony could talk a little bit about such things.
But it's also about freedom of choice. I think you should be able to choose if you want to grow your own. You should be able to do that, or if you want to buy it from a dispensary, or if you want to buy it from an LP, or
exactly. Those
whatever.
options should be available to people.
And that whole LP system, that whole thing isn't going to fly until their pricing becomes realistic and becomes just as good a deal or better deal than buying it off the black market,
Right.
people will continue going to the black market because a lot of these folks got to realize they're on fixed incomes. They're
Oh yeah.
medical patients, right?
It's why there's multiple roads of avenue. It's like a lot of people that are on fixed income that I think that the dispensary is really like it was created for them from the beginning. Dispensaries were always for the most down and out patient, the most beginning terminal. In the beginning it was terminal. You had to be terminal to be a patient. Like that's so extreme. But that's how it started.
I think some of that's changed. Some dispensaries are really cool.
A lot of it's changed.
Some are less cool than others.
Sure. But when back in the day,
it's all about access at the end of the day. That people have a choice of where they can get their medicine, where they access it, and what I like about dispensaries is that they make a whole bunch of different strains available. What happened in Vancouver before the advent of dispensaries is that there was only a few kinds of weed available. And after dispensaries opened, I guess there was a demand for all these different strains. And now look at the availability. You can go to the dispensary and there's two dozen different kinds.
Yeah, exactly.
Not 3 or 5.
And the really nice thing about the dispensary is also that here in Canada anyway is that you could always be like if you're a person that's going to a particular dispensary one day. A new grower could roll into town, produce a great quality medicine, walk into that place, and be able to, he's not going to be able to do that with an LP. He can do that with a dispensary, and someone you otherwise had no exposure or access to who grows great medicine, now suddenly you do, only because you chose to go with a dispensary instead of, say, an LP. And LP is really this sort of locking you in.
What I like about the LP system is apparently they send you the medicine via the mail.
Yes.
So you open the thing and it's like, you don't know. Yeah. What I like about the dispensaries, and
you're there.
Green Cross, they have tests. If you look at the board, it's reasonably priced. They have tests, and they tell you how much CBD, CBN, how much THC. I really appreciate that. But more than that is that you can see the weed and smell it before you buy it. So you can see the product, and I think that's really important. That's one thing that dispensaries offer that. Hey, these LP guys just don't, right? Yep. If you look at a picture on the internet, it's not the same as looking at it in real life and smelling it.
True enough.
Yeah. On that note, I want to spark a dude. Is that all right?
Of course. What are you talking about? You've already smoked like 5.
Close the door. We're testing.
We're testing
our neutralizer.
Yes. Yes, we had some. Thank you. Artichoke hearts and cheese and crackers. Very, very nice. Thank you.
Craft services at Hatch Church.
I hope Reno offers a sample kit. All ones I see is remix of strains. Where's the F1? Hash plant. This is UD.
You gotta smoke too.
I know. That's what someone's in the room like. How?
No, you know what? We'll make cash.
Like, you
we'll make cash out of it.
I'm like, listen, dude. Don't make me use my metaphor on you. You don't want to.
Okay, here, give me. What we'll do. This is what we'll do. So we're gonna collect some of these resin heads, and you can dab one of those. How's that? And then you're trying it.
You want to try it? Oh yeah, I'll try that.
There you go.
Actually, let's just take all of that and I'll squeeze one rosin dab out of it. I'm joking.
You can if you want.
I know, you're like, here.
Yeah, just do it, But this is quicker. This is right here, right now. He's smoking with us. He's smoking the unsalated version. A little bit contaminated.
How likely, in your opinion, is that we will see cannabis regulated as a natural health product in Canada?
I think extremely likely.
Wow, this guy had to pay $150 to change from Tweed to Tilray, which is a bit better. But he says he was disappointed with Tweed. Mm-hmm. Frenchie Cannoli was on Hash Church. Todd brought him in a while back.
Well, the thing about the LPs is that all of them, they're going to learn how to grow good weed because I believe that the LPs are probably going to be our future growers when we have full legalization. They'll be growing for the recreational market, so that I think that's why a lot of them are the size that they are, is to fulfill that need. But you know what? It's just like anything. You throw enough money at any problem, and you'll figure it out. And I think those guys, a lot of these LPs, they're multi-millionaires. They have access to all kinds of funds and stuff. So they'll be able to get shit done. But it ain't legal yet. They're just preparing. I think that's what they're banking on anyway.
My opinion is this. in Canada, since around 1994, 95, when we first got hemp grown legally, it has never moved backwards, aside from them attempting to change the program. Right? We had our lawsuit, so we held that point. But that was them trying to move backwards really for the first time. Now, I'm not saying they moved forward at an accelerated rate, but they never moved backwards. You know what I mean? With what the rights were, it's like, oh, you can do this, you can grow, you can do. They never were like, oh, no, now you can't. Like, this was the first time they were really like, after all these years, like, no, now you can't. We don't want you to grow anymore. So I don't think it's going to push through. I have a very strong feeling that that Canada will remain. We will have the right to grow cannabis in Canada. I just cannot imagine us not having that right.
Well, no, you know what? That's why our fight is actually bigger than just a bunch of med patients. Because let's say we lose this fight, okay?
Yep.
And then Justin Trudeau gets elected here, because that's kind of predictable. It seems what's going to happen. And he legalizes cannabis. It's not going to be legal for anybody to grow cannabis like in Colorado, where you're allowed to grow a handful of your plants each person, every man and woman. It's above the age of, I'm not sure, 21 there, I guess it would be, allowed to grow cannabis.
Right.
Because it would be, it was deemed unsafe and not good for med patients to do it. It won't be safe for anybody to grow.
Right.
Which would be good for the LPs. I don't think you want to, you're banking on that, but that is so un-Canadian. You should allow people to grow if they want to grow. Some people are just better at it than others. I'm sure that, any LP could not outgrow me. I'm pretty sure of it. I've got a lot of experience.
I haven't seen one yet. I can definitely say that I've been in a few, and I definitely haven't seen one that I was more. In fact, I think I even mentioned at one place that I was like, man, you guys should hire Remo as a consultant.
But you know what? The thing is growing isn't for everybody. And if you look at the alcohol model, a lot of people that drink wine and beer, they don't make their own wine and beer. They just go to the liquor store or beer store and buy the stuff. Actually, about 10% of the people that consume alcohol make their own alcoholic beverages. So it's not,
Well, that's what I was saying. I was going to say when you were like, oh, when you got a mail order weed and stuff. I have a friend from Toronto, and all the first 5 or 6 packages he ordered from Tilray, he was stoked on.
Really? Yeah.
First of all, he said he couldn't believe how fast it was. He ordered it on a Tuesday morning, and it got to him in Toronto Wednesday afternoon.
That's unreal.
Yeah, he was just like, this is nuts. That it came, and it was BC, and he'd open it. It was like, the one thing I can say about Tilray was that when I saw their strains, they had the correct strains. Sweet Skunk was Sweet Skunk, Harmony was Harmony, the ones that I recognized, and there was at least, quite like.
I don't like it when they put their own freaky names on it too. That's so uncool.
Don't change it up. Ideally, what's going to happen one day is even all the names that are on strains are going to eventually become cannabinoid and terpene profiles. And once we have a way to communicate in the profiles of the cannabinoids and the terpenes, it won't really be like, oh, do you have that Tutti Frutti or that Sour Diesel or that OG cross with the white or what? It's like they'll all be like, all strains will fit into terpene and cannabinoid profiles, and I bet you there's pools of them, the same way there's pools of them in the different names, like the Kushes and the Sativas and the. I don't know what you guys think about that out there, but that's just the thought I was having.
Well, that's cool. Oh, you know what? I want to talk about another new product if I could.
Why not?
I know a long time ago, I think I mentioned to you that I was going to be getting into medibles.
Yeah.
So we've been working on this project, and we're going to have a line come out.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Not right away.
And what kind of like?
Just bars.
Bars?
Yeah. We'll do a test market in Vancouver.
Like Remo size, 100 milligram, 1,000 milligram, like
you got her.
25,000 milligrams.
Yeah. No, we've been working with the food scientists, and we're getting close. Not quite there yet, but.
Interesting. And what's that going to be called? You don't know yet?
Don't know. Probably Rainbow's Bar, yeah.
Rainbow's Bars, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that'll be interesting to check out.
Coming soon to a dispensary near you.
I'll eat one. Maybe I'll eat two.
Oh, yeah. Actually, we'll have fruit bars and chocolate bars and all kind of stuff going on.
The reason I went with Tilray from Tweed was because of the strain, and they had stuff that Bubbleman's crew grows.
Well, that's cool.
That is the future Bubbleman. What's the future, hemp guy? What did we just say?
But you know what I don't understand about the system? You should be able to, if you're, buying from an LP, You should be able to buy from all the LPs.
Of course, that's what I thought.
That's just crazy because, you know, maybe the Tweed guys are growing something you like. Obviously, Tilray's got some stuff you like. Maybe these other guys got some strains you want to try. You know, it's just common sense. Another thing I don't understand is as an MMAR person, you're not allowed to buy from the LPs, which is completely stupid. Let's say you have a crop failure or you try some new genetics and it just doesn't, you know, satisfy your medicinal needs. You should be able to buy it. But instead of being able to buy it legally from one of these LPs, they force you to the dispensary. And thank God they're there to catch your fall, right?
Yeah, big time. Otherwise, we lose our licenses if we order from those large places, correct?
That's what goes down. That's completely stupid.
That's completely ridiculous.
And you know what? It's not like we don't want to try new strains. I would totally like if they said, okay, MMAR guy, you're legally using cannabis for legal reasons for medicine. Go ahead. Order from any LP you want. Try all their stuff as much as you want. None of this 150-gram crap.
Dude, I'll tell you, if we could do that, it would be of too much value to the end user because guys like you would be doing videos of all the herb. What my plan was, the minute I heard that it was happening, was that I was going to order like 20 or 30 grams from each place and make hash out of it. And whether I dry sifted it or wet washed it, whatever, I'd have this hash, and then I would, you know, do the whole test, macro photograph, you know, and obviously bioassay it by smoking it. And it would just be that would be of such huge value to people in Canada to know, like, oh wow, like I would have thought it was this one because they had the name. Like, it's easy to put up a front with the name and with the ability to just say, oh, we're going to be selling herb, but not. The dispensaries kind of have it harder in a sense because they can't just buy their place in. They really have to like represent.
Yes, they do.
You know, the LPs kind of bought their way in, and I'm sure that there's some people involved in those LPs that are doing good things and that will do good things.
Yeah.
Because the bottom line is, not everyone wants to go to a dispensary.
No.
Not everyone. There's people out there with like children and with like elderly people and stuff that would just rather like order it off the internet. Know that it's standardized. Know that it's just like when you.
No, but you should. It's freedom of choice.
Yes,
you should have that choice.
You have to have the choice. It's not a one or the
Canadian
other.
thing to do is to give people the choice.
Give them the choice. Absolutely. I know we're preaching to the choir out here, but hey.
I think doses should also be entirely up to you. Because, you know, some people have cannabinoid deficiencies and they need to fill them, and, you know, 5 gram a day license is not going to do it. That's just not going to cut it. 150 grams a day is not.
This guy Jordan saying MMAR does not knock you out if you register. I heard that it does.
I heard it does too.
And that's
so
why
that's
I have
complete crap.
I
you have to
couldn't
give up your right to grow if you're in a order.
Yes, it
It
does.
doesn't even be a question. What's that?
If you register, then your license that you have is then voided. That's what is stated in the paperwork that I received clearly.
Yeah, that's what it
Mike's
said in
working
my
again.
paperwork as well. That if you register with an LP,
You have to give up your right.
you give up your right to have a license. And I was just like, fuck that.
No way.
So that's
So,
something
yeah, I
you
want
should-
to spend $10 a gram and not produce for myself for $1 or $2 a gram. That's insane.
Yeah, $12 a gram. Could you imagine what would you pay me for the amount?
Oh shit! If I told my doctor I smoke more. Like I have a license for 20 grams, and I smoke close to about 30 grams or more a day. And if I had to pay just the 20 grams a day, shit, that would be like $6,000 a month.
Jesus.
That's a lot of hand.
Yeah,
I can't afford to do that.
That's a little bit.
Shit, I'd have to go get a job or something.
Thanks, dude.
Just to pay for my weed. I'm kidding. That's a joke. Some people didn't appreciate that.
That's not funny. It's hilarious. Look at this guy. Health Canada told me I could register and retain my pink slips. I wouldn't believe them, Burden, when you call back and you've lost your right to grow, and they'll be like, we never said that.
Yeah.
Look at the registered mail they sent you in regards to what was happening with licenses.
You know, Health Canada has a motivation to give you misinformation because they want their LP system that they created to work, and they want our system to go down. So of course they're going to tell you that. And unless you got them recorded or you got that in writing, which I don't think you'll get it in writing from them, you got nothing.
Yeah, look, he's quoted $3K a month from LP. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to watermelon.
And you know how much money all those med patients have because we're We're med patients. We're rolling in it.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if I'm gonna pay for my medicine this month or like rent, like a Bentley.
Just the power. How much? It's a lot of money and power. I guess it is.
Yeah. Bowman buys his dry sip from a unicorn. No, I actually make my dry sip with a unicorn. It's the new unicorn tech.
That's the secret.
It's the unicorn tech, bro. You must know about it. Gotta get on that unicorn tech. What are you guys saying? You're all quiet. Are we yammering on that much on my camera?
That fucking joint has me so fucking faded. I'm breathing so slow, and it's supposed to be the
You're not
morning.
smoking.
Well,
Your mic.
joints are allowed. I think. I hope.
Bong rips.
Bong rips.
Bong rip, yeah.
Everything's
Smoke them if you got them, man.
Smoke them if you got them. We got
Look at the ratio.
585 people watching.
Rosin rip?
I do want to do a rosin rip. Rosin rip right here, right now on Asher.
Unicorn tears.
Let's take sacrament.
Yeah, I got the unicorn hairbrush.
Rosin.
So it was,
Unicorns are metal now.
Unicorn tears, unicorn LED. I'm rocking the unicorn LED tech. I've got the LED unicorn rosin tech on lock. Basically rocking the 99% unicorn rosin heads.
99%?
I don't even know what that means, but Horatio thinks it's funny.
So now, when it comes to getting that unicorn tech dialed in, does that mean to press your rosin, is your 25 micron screen made out of unicorn hairs?
Dude, unicorn tech was like last week, bro. We are on the platypus tech. Are you familiar with the platypus? It's not quite as rare as a unicorn, but it's pretty fucking rare.
You take that big bill zone and you just smash it, and the rosin comes up the nostrils. Is that it?
And it lands on the flat tail.
Exactly. I'm not going to give away all the secrets, but let's just say it involves interdimensional travel, the Hadsburg scepter, and some flower of life mathematical equations that relate to the golden mean.
So we're doing DMT, you mean?
Something along those lines. I'm not going to say we aren't.
Okay. That stuff's in every living thing, right?
All right. What temperature do you prefer for rosin pressing? I don't know. I got to get the little laser thing, so you really know exactly what the temperature is. I can make some rosin over trimming material. The chat's just moving so fast. Sasquatch Tech is the new. Yeah, Sasquatch Tech is pretty new, although...
What's Sasquatch Tech?
Just, you know, like the Sasquatch, he's like never seen. It's kind of like the Abominable Snowman tech, not to be confused with, what's that fucking thing in Ireland there that swims around?
Loch Ness Monster.
The Loch Ness Monster
Or
tech.
Fogo.
That's some fucking European tech, old school Loch Ness Monster tech. You gotta get on that shit.
Yeah.
What about Yeti tech?
It's the first.
Yeti Tech.
Yeah, the Yeti tech. I mean,
You know what? You better trademark that one quick.
These are all hashtags that are bursting all over Instagram right now.
Yeti Tech.
Yeti tech. You ever tried DMT? Yeah. Not only have I tried DMT, I was a firm believer and a staunch advocate, actually, of potentiating my psilocybin and psilocin trips, which are also in the tryptamine family. And so you can take harmaline and harmine, which is basically what ayahuasca is. It's a harmine and a harmaline combined with a tryptamine. And so for the tryptamine in the Amazon, they use the Verulu virutus vine, and they use the Banisteriopsis caapi, either the root bark or the root from the plant. And that was how the harmine and the harmaline would potentiate the DMT and create these super intense visual trips. So you can do this with mushrooms by, instead of using Verulu virutus, you can use mushrooms as your tryptamine.
Crazy.
And then you can take Syrian rue, which you can go buy all over Vancouver at the Middle Eastern, like Iranian grocery stores. You just go in and ask for Syrian rue. and you eat that shit like a gram of that with 2 grams of mushrooms, and it's like mushroom ayahuasca.
Really?
It's like, I'm telling you, man.
Okay, that's a completely different show.
Yeah, it is
Completely
really
different church.
It's that is a completely different church. Sorry to just
We make different shows.
go into that for a bit.
You're in the wrong church, man.
That'll be a Saturday church, and then Sunday we'll recover by smoking hash.
Yeah.
Hash church, right?
Well, that'll
We'll
be
do
a
mushroom
different church.
and then a hash church.
Yeah. There's a guy saying he uses Syrian rue seeds for his harmine and harmaline. It's got a pretty good potentiation factor, and it definitely increases it's an MAO inhibitor, exactly, hemp guy. Those MAO inhibitors get things spinning at a whole other level. It's the Sasquatch tech, basically.
Yeah, you know what? I couldn't be contagious at church if we're gonna do that. We're gonna have to go we're here by force.
We've been rolling around in your
backyard.
backyard.
And there's streams and rivers and shit and lakes. We could just go a few kilometers from here to the lake and.
Dude, you know what I'd like to say right now is we need to do, the 3 of us, a video on like dirt bike quadding through the BC.
Oh, I do that. It's called 710 Riders.
Dude, and I do it. It's not called anything
because
I just video it with my GoPro, and I haven't really put up any videos in Bubbleland's world.
I got a shitload of it.
Dude, I'm down. I love it.
It's funny shit.
I love
Get
dirt
stoned
bike
and
riding.
ride dirt bikes. That's the whole concept.
Darrin and I ride motorcycles together, but we've never ridden dirt bikes. Get you side by side or whatever. You come with us.
Oh yeah, you know what? You got to explore all the different kinds of riding.
So you and a rhino, you're on a quad or a dirt bike?
I got a couple quads. I got a couple.
Do you
dirt
usually
bikes.
ride dirt bike or quad?
For both.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So you take the quad, I'll grab the dirt bike. You side by side.
I'll ride my dirt bike.
Johnny B will come. Well, Johnny B always wants to come in the. He's got the most funnest tool, but his Argo doesn't go fast enough to keep up with like us in a side by side.
No, if you're gonna ride your KTM,
So
I gotta ride my 2-stroke dirt bike.
Yes, this is what we do, Johnny B. We go do the ride like before, and then we come back and do the epic ride with you, because the Argo is like the cream of the crop, like so ridiculous.
You know what? This is how the video goes. We go through the forest and shit riding dirt bike, and at the end we arrive at a lake where there's John sitting there smoking, and we go through some mud, cross the lake, and keep going.
Yeah, in the Argo, seriously,
in the Argo.
dude.
We have our session in the Argo.
That's the only one bummer about the Argo is that it doesn't keep up with us, because it always felt like, oh no, John can't like rip through the forest with us. But then,
you know what? I got
an idea. Someone comes crossing over places you can never go.
or maybe in the side by side. Although that might whip you around too much. I don't know.
Actually, you know what? I think those things are dangerous. I've seen a lot of
Do you
roll
think-
and flipping videos
you
on,
think those
on the
things are
internet.
dangerous?
Quite a few.
I might be taking this year off,
For
maybe.
For sure, John's is the most traumatic of all of them.
Which one's that?
The Argo.
Oh, really?
I'm telling you, dude. The
Oh, no,
whole
I've
thing
seen them.
is
There's
like,
a
no,
tank,
it doesn't
man.
matter. The whole thing is like a car accident,
Yeah.
and it's happening at a slow speed the whole time you're in the thing. Would you not agree, John?
You lost him.
He's froze.
Oh, no.
Dude, I wish he could comment on that.
That's a slip hanger right there. We just got left right on the edge. He's about to give us the answer.
No, the cliffhanger was you earlier talking about the doctor.
Another cliffhanger.
And he's like,
and you know, that's if this was a network TV, that's where they cut in the commercial right there.
True.
And we come back with the rest of the story.
It's true.
Yeah. Well, that shit works.
We lost. We just lost. Milo's doing well. He's sitting over at, where are you, in Ibiza?
He's smoking a joint.
Yeah, I was in Ibiza. I was at lunch earlier, and then there was an opening party. Saw the king.
Hey, how far are you from Menorca?
Menorca's...
No, Menorca, not
Oh,
Mallorca.
yeah, it's about an hour on the plane.
Really? An hour on the plane, eh?
Yeah, not too far.
Cool. I want to come there.
I'll tell you
one
what,
day.
I had the, I managed to see that video of yours in Barcelona. Spanibus, great videos, Mark. And the funniest bit of which made me laugh was the part when you're just about to walk and go, if you're going to do exhibitions, this is Barney's. This is a dope exhibition. And then all of a sudden, you turn around and he was there, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Mark. I've never met you in 20 years."
Isn't that funny? I've never bothered talking to him before, you know, but I was like, you know what?
Funny, dude. That was great, man. Because you never met before. You never met before. But like, and And then all of a sudden, like, he was there, like, in a cap. I was like, bloody hell, is that Derry?
Yeah, Darrin just sitting at the bar. I was like, oh, I'll fucking introduce myself. I'm filming right now, kind of thing. It felt like a thing I would do for the audience. I would never do like just on my own.
It was so good. It's a good video, that was. Good video.
Yeah, it was a good one. Jeff Church just rosining everyone's shit up at my booth. It was pretty funny.
And the barbs in.
Yeah, the barbs in. Did you like that?
Yeah, that's abominable snowman tech.
Yep, exactly.
The bomb.
Job provide. Time for another rip. Hash Church from Remo's with D420K. Remo the Urban Grower. Good fun. Thanks for coming in, guys. I do appreciate your guys' time.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of the neutralizer? Does it smell here?
It's pretty good, I have to admit. Like, compared to how smoky it... Look at even the fucking... Does it dissipate smoke?
No.
No? Because, man, I'm telling you, there was so much smoke in here before. There was a light coming through, and it looked like a giant...
Smoky,
a tube of
I'm
smoke.
starting to smoke out now. Make bubble hash and then I'm round up not doing it.
Remo, thanks for the care package sent from Remo Brands. Joel gave me the hookup. I want to thank you as well. Realist. Yeah!
I don't know which water is mine.
Anyone, I haven't touched any. And I poured one into this pipe.
Okay. After craft services again.
Hey, craft services. Hit it. We lost Tony. Tony disappeared.
Uh-oh.
We had internet connection problems, and I think a few people crashed.
All right, well, let's...
Because I did.
Wow. Matthew Tanner. Thanks, Matthew Tanner. He's the one that designed the Hash Church logo. What did you guys think of the Hash Church logo?
It's awesome.
Okay, the Hash Church logo. Here, first
Hash
we gotta
Church
go-
logo.
Looks good.
Let me go into Hash Church first of all, which is a group. Here we go, Hash Church.
Oh, by the way, thank you, craft services.
Craft Services is in the house.
Very much, yes.
That's some key right there. There it is, right there. Boom. So
That
it's
looks
got-
very nice.
Yeah, it's all heads in the background here, and then it's like rosin or full mouth in the background here. A nice, you know, kind of Colorado-y BC scene.
Beautiful. Very serene.
Yeah, nice job. Hash Church. Remember, guys, there's the groups on Facebook. I will name them off for you if you want to learn about water hash. Water extraction drying technique, water extraction hash makers group, Team Dry Sift, the endocannabinoid system, Hash Church, and then recently the newest one is Rosin Tech, and that is an open group. So there's another person that started a group with the same exact name. It's a closed group. So if you want to be in our group, in the open group, the original Rosin Tech group with Soil Grown and Jeff Church and Chadwick, the Compassion, the original guy, come check us out in there. Where can Europeans buy your nutrients, Remo? Julian Harvey.
Well, it's funny. We just came from Spanibus, and we met 3 people that want to be European distributors, and actually one of them is probably going to be a place you can order right quick. So, can I say Kurt's doing it?
KMC Trading.
KMC Trading is going to be carrying our product. What's their website? KMCtrading.com, I believe. Trading.com. And tell Kurt. Yeah.
Check it out. I get that question so many times, and now I'm not just in Europe though, but everywhere. I don't really know where to tell people to buy such things, but I'm sure they're going to be available all over in the very near future.
Yeah.
See, there's another guy. Where do I get the Ringo nutrients?
Where are you?
UK.
In the UK. No, this is another guy who's saying it's hard for.
In the UK, we're working on a distributor there. We haven't worked anything out, but we're in touch with actually 2 people that want to do it. So
Any vitamin B nutrients can't be sold in UK.
no shit, eh?
Yeah, that's what he's but that's just what he's. Not necessarily the actual reality or the truth. People like to say things all the time.
Oh yeah.
And whether that
so you just don't listen to the label?
Can't make claims. If vitamin B,
Oh,
saying
well.
it has vitamin B is making a claim.
Well, that's simple. We just won't listen to the label. Oh, okay. And that issue was dealt with on Hash Church. Thanks for helping develop my product right here on Hash Church.
Right? Hey, welcome back, Tony. Tell us something amazing. Blow our minds. Just do it. Do it. Do it now, Tony.
Well, that's the new Terps.
Oh,
Terps?
yeah.
Terp.
What's in the vial, man?
That's Tony Terpene you're talking to. Wow.
This has got some strawberry banana in the strawberry banana terps.
Excellent.
Yeah, I could go for some strawberry banana, right?
Sounds delicious.
Is this for me to take a dab of?
Of course it is.
I figured. Look at this.
I think that the guys. Are you going to visit? Are you going to visit during 420?
You can take it when you want. Tries to smoke.
Yeah. Do you have nutrients here,
That
Sandy?
is just beautiful.
Okay, I'll carry them in here in a bit.
That is gummy goodness right there.
That's ridiculous.
It's barely touching the dabber.
You know, that looks like snot. It totally does.
It looks like fiberglass, bro.
We used to do saliva
It
hangers.
doesn't hair.
We can get
It looks like it.
that shit is
hair.
a big saliva hanger.
Yeah, it looks like as if your big plant took a big sneeze and all of the snot that came out was right there.
Look at that.
Like if plants could sneeze.
That's really nice in the dabber.
Let's just do it. Let's just do this.
Okay.
Just make this happen right
The
now.
snake. Snake it up, yo.
We will smoke the rosin, yeah?
That is just insane.
Milo, you coming to Denver?
I might be coming for the last 4 days, yeah.
Perfect time to come. That's the best time to come.
Yeah, man, definitely. Can't wait to see you guys.
Well, you'll have to come by.
Definitely.
I expect you to come by.
Definitely. You're coming out for the sessions again?
It'll be. I miss Spain, so I want to catch up. You know.
Mm.
Next year.
I'll give you a rundown on Spanibus. Even more than last year, bigger, and the food out in the courtyard, don't eat it. That about sums that up. Don't touch any of the food in the courtyard.
Well, why? What happened?
Oh, you know, one year I got like food poison from that Moroccan thing. I had some curried chicken. Oh man, 3 days.
Oh,
3 days.
damn near killed you.
I just went for the pizza. I figured the pizza was safe. It was freshly done. They did it right there in the baked oven right there. So
that was good.
It wasn't good?
It was. I enjoyed it. My girlfriend enjoyed it as well. It was quite delicious. I mean,
You're lucky.
Perfect right on the spot, in between dabs. Just needed something to just get in the belly, and it was perfect. Although I did see the Moroccan place, and I was like, no way, I'm not going there.
No.
That's a sketch. And
No
if you
rock-
sat down without their food there, they kicked you out too.
They damn near killed them. Last time I got food poisoning like that was when I was visiting Martin from Ruhr in Frankenthal, Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And I was with Steve Hops and Nate Dizzle, 2 glass blowers from the U.S. That one is known for the inline and the other is known for the Swiss Perk. And man, I'll tell you, we all went out to eat.
They all ate the craziest, gnarliest meats you could eat, like crazy German meats.
Right.
I ate vegetarian, like mushroom soup, and I thought I was gonna die, dude. Like I was.
What could be bad mushrooms? I guess
I
the
don't
cream,
know.
eh?
Could be anything.
Bad mushrooms?
Dude, I'm telling you, bad something. Bad
Okay,
no-
don't eat the mushrooms.
Group set up in cannabis 5 years ago, and I stayed at the Eurotel, and the last night, after just exhausted setting up and being done, I decided to eat at the Eurotel there, and I got food poisoning there, and it was wrong. So wrong. So very wrong.
You know, it's just like everything. When you go to India, everything's a little more serious, you know, because getting food poisoning in India is like maybe the scariest thing in the world.
Well, actually, that's why, you know, when I'm in a third world country or places where it's questionable, usually the French fries are a safe bet.
Anything boiled in oil.
Boiling oil.
Anything
that kills most shit,
Dude,
like now.
Literally.
Yeah.
Telling
Probably
you.
not the healthiest choice, but at least you're not going to die from starvation.
Telling you, man.
And you
French
don't
fries.
drink the water, right? You just drink anything alcohol?
I don't drink alcohol. Actually, that's the refreshing thing about
Why?
going to Chile.
You gotta drink something in this.
Chile, and you could drink water from the tap because it comes from the Andes, and it was just like drinking our water in BC. I couldn't believe it. I was drinking water from the tap. I've never done. I don't do that in Spain. I did it in Chile and Santiago, no problem. Now people think I'm crazy.
I bubble hash and burped a shart one time. I'm not even sure what to say about that, but it's.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's sounds like a YP. Your problem.
Other time.
Okay, it's doobie time here on Hash Shirt.
All right. What is this, number 5?
Oh,
I don't know.
no. At least 8.
Crazy, right?
Run out number 2.
Well, that dry sift rosin's real darn nice.
Hey, can I have a dab?
Well, that's what we're doing right now.
I'm going to do a dab right here, right now.
You should have one of those. You'll be so really tasty and smooth as hell. You don't even realize it until you get it out of your
Damn, it's nice.
I'm liking the rosin.
Really tasty. Rosin's good stuff. Really impressive. That's a treat.
It's definitely a treat.
You better hit that again too, man.
Boom. I just hit it beautifully, like with the monster greedy rip. Yeah, it was a big long one. Wasn't it? All dropped at once. It dropped right into the bowl and just went. So I got it like, whew. I put it out. Like, it didn't smoke at all afterwards. I was like, yeah, I got that one. It's gonna be pretty good.
Hey, Remo, you dab a lot.
Do I what?
You dab a lot of oil.
I've done a bit.
How do you compare the rosin to the dabs?
Have I what?
How do you compare the rosin to the dabs?
Much smoother. I've got a bunch of resin here. Actually, we were smoking it earlier. I put it into a joint. Oh, it dropped it. And it shattered into little pieces.
It did.
Yeah. I got some shatter right here. And this stuff was made by Kind Selections. And it was made with a closed loop system and then vacuum purged and across international for
So 12 grand worth of shit.
over $100 or $100, pardon me. So it's super clean in terms of shatter. And I got some other resin here, which is this is sugar wax, which is made from Rockstar. And again, this was vacuum purged for $100 and super clean, but that stuff's smoother.
And made with a hair straightener and no vac and no closed loop system. And holy shit.
Without the $12,000 worth of shit.
That's gotta hurt.
I paid fucking $50 for the hair straightener.
15 bucks, high five.
$15 for a hair straightener.
15 for the hair straightener on sale at London Drugs. D420K walked in there, peeled out of his mind.
Oh, peeled.
With fucking short as fuck hair.
Right there.
I know, look at Buddha's got shorter hair than you.
But you know what I've seen here?
Imagine when I'm traveling. When I travel, yeah, I always take my hair straight.
I always take my hair straight.
Even that way.
No, it's brilliant. It's totally brilliant though.
It's for my goatee. I like to keep it straight.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's
But just think about this. You know, we're talking $15 equipment, and you can produce some super clean, safe medicine for yourself. And from what I've seen, when you have the dry sift first, and you squeeze that. That's the most effective way to get the oil.
You get some really juicy juice.
It's
I'm gonna
unbelievable.
do that twice. It's still
Like, look at
good
that
to
in
go.
the
I'll
light.
give it another
That's
squeeze
unreal.
on
So you know what I'm gonna do is
It's unreal.
I do have a
Do a
tumbler
second
here.
squeeze.
I'm gonna tumble some stuff for
Look
us.
at that.
I don't know if we have time to do this on hash.
We do.
Okay.
Of course, we could be doing this for another hour, easy.
Maybe I'll get
So
the
if you want to
tumbler
tumble
here.
it out, we'll squeeze
We got
out some of
that
your
shake,
sift.
and We'll
I
make
love
some
it.
stuff.
I think it's a great idea.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
What do you guys think? Is this what we
You should
do?
make some rosin out of his grinder.
Oh, you know what? Here, take the rest of this. We're
Just
still
do it.
shitload. Remember the miracle we had today on Hash Church for those people that are just joining us recently? Where I dropped this and it landed flat without spilling
That was
any
insane.
of the trichomes.
That's insane. On a nasty carpet that's got
Yeah,
like
check this out.
3
See how much
grams of
this-
weed on it.
Can you angle the thing down so we can?
Hey, Claude, I wouldn't say that. You know, bubble bags are still selling as well as ever. People are still loving their bubble bags, and whether you're wanting to dry sift large amounts or whether you're... Rosin's not going to replace dry sift and wet wash for me. It's just the newest, funnest thing to do, and I love to have it in my stash. Am I going to take all my 99% dry sift and my 99% heads full melt water hash and squeeze them out? Not anytime soon, but I definitely will always have, you know, some in the quiver. I love the quiver. I'm a quiver guy. That's all I can say on the
I
subject.
like the whole package too.
Fuck yeah! Plus, I love making hash. I love making dry
It's all
sift.
about choice.
Yep.
You know what? At
It's all about a
nighttime,
quiver.
you want to make a couple of rosin dabs out of some really good dry sift.
Beautiful.
You are having a very good sleep.
And how you can do that is by making that dry sift.
Yes, exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
I would say so, Dama. Polars are present. Non-polar, semi-polar, and polar. And bubble will always have a place. Exactly.
Oh, you know what?
A quiver.
I should carry something in. I've got a bunch of stuff I need to carry in that I'm going to give you.
Do I need to help you?
No, that's cool. You got to hold down the church.
All right, I'm just following you. You're holding it down with
You
me.
know what? I wouldn't mind
Oh, you
dabbing
guys
that
are-
before I go to give me the motivation to do
Yeah, look, there's a big chunk right there. Oh,
Yeah,
we
right there.
probably need all
I
of
saved
it.
that for you, buddy.
it. Oh, no way.
You want it all?
Oh, no, not all.
I didn't
just
think
need
so.
that's just crazy talk.
That's just.
You guys can
if that's my
split it.
penance, I will
You guys
do
can
it
split
if
it.
I have to, but you know. Oh yeah, I had some dry resin right here. Forgot to show this. Did you want to smoke any of this, or?
I'm good. I just smoked the solventless. This is my solventless quiver right here. The bubble hash, even the terp sift, the dry sift, and the rosin. Here, I'll give you a dunk.
Yay!
Un little dunk for Remo. There it is. Throw that on there. A little bit of restriction, never hurt anyone. Getting that mothership fab egg.
Yeah, the fabulous fab.
Got the ball rig right over there.
Oh yeah. Tasty. That's insane. Thanks, Mr. Bubbleman.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Thanks for
Okay.
letting us do the show here today. This is
No
great.
problem. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab something.
No problem. Clean this area out a bit here. Bring this computer in a bit for comfort reasons. It's a bit uncomfortable, 3.5 hours of leaning forward like that. I do as well, Jason Ward. If you can get off Oxycontin or any type of pain pills, you are a hero in my book.
Use natural supplements. Don't forget that.
Yeah, natural supplements, anything. I mean, I'm sure people use diet is a big important one too, eh, John?
Huge diet, converted forms of THC, so eating all forms of cannabis along with, say, like natural GABA, tyrosine. Certain amino acids also help with addiction, and we do more research on that, but combine those and you'll definitely you'll feel better. It's just a better quality of life than being on heavy opiates. You're just more of a zombie, which you already know you are, so... I could be there too, but I chose not to be that person anymore because I used to be there. Yeah. I don't know if I can. Kind of like Remo, we got hurt.
Hemp guy. I have a patent. What is this? I wish I could have read that, but I lost it. It's talking about a patent.
Yeah, it's going so fast now.
Chat goes fast and it freezes me out.
It's just not worth it. You have to go with the flow.
I don't think I'm dropping by Toronto anytime soon, but you never know. If I have to go back to Jamaica anytime, then I will go through Toronto, in which case I will.
Are we silent?
Yeah, I was freezing up there.
I think that was just I think that was a time well done for a nice bong rip. I got, of course, I'm supporting nothing but dry sift, a little bit of rosin, but you know what? I'm smoking dry sift today. It's just right for it. All those little balls represents little eggs.
Okay, Hemp Guy says, I have a patent for collecting cannabinoids terpenes using a Venturi vaporizer that removes 85% of the THC from the buds. It looks like rosin. Well, interesting.
Venturi meaning double-barreled, I take it?
Well, I mean, there's several ways to create a Venturi and then cold trap the results. So, I mean, I don't really see, is his patent for equipment to do it in a process, or is he saying he invented the device? Because the devices exist for plenty of things that don't look like vaporization of weed.
It says it's 10 years old, but still good.
Did you see that comment in the chat, John? Did you miss that, or? I think Remo's coming in with material to dry sift.
And then y'all gonna press rosin out of it, right?
I got fuzz in my sound. Is my sound coming in bad?
Sound all right, mate.
Can you guys hear me?
You sound fine to me.
All right, cool, cool. Just gotta
No
check
echo or fuzz.
Oh, it's Horatio's mic that's crackling.
It's Horatio's mic. I was on mute.
I thought it was on mute.
No, but when you talk, it crackles. It's like just there.
Yeah, you might want to try unplugging and replugging in your mic.
Man, I gotta block people out of this chat right now. There's like people just going off with some unruly shit.
Yeah, you gotta just take care of that, Bob.
I won't even repeat it. It's just kids or whatever, you know. You just like you swat them away like mosquitoes.
Yep. Does it still sound fuzzy now?
Nope.
That's much better, Horatio.
All right. Let's see whatever that was.
You sounded like a connection issue, just of where the actual connector was. Probably just needed a reseat.
No, I'm looking at these speakers and I'm like, hey, those things look like they're 10 years old. Let's turn them
Now
off.
it came back. It just came back when you stated that second time.
Yeah, it's started fuzzy.
Live on the speaker just came back. I'll plug up the speakers. Hold on.
Yeah, some sort of feedback is happening.
The venturi is used to suspend the herb in a hot flow of air. I missed it. Chat moves too fast. Yeah, it was being bad again. Did anyone mention that?
You talking about the Venturi thing still?
Yeah, just hemp guy's talking about a patent that he has. How it's used to suspend herb in a hot airflow as it extracts at lower temps and more efficient.
I don't doubt it. I've heard of that before. Only from different science stuff used. Just when I was looking at different things for extracting stuff. But the concept of that is similar to, I think, your sublimator thing. The sublimator?
Yeah.
Doesn't the sublimator use something similar to that, but not in the concept of capturing, but to vaporize?
Yeah, I think so. I know what the Venturi effect is, actually. It's exactly what the sublimator is doing.
Let me tell you, I really wish you would come down.
What's that? What happened? Did Tony just get bumped out of the room?
Yeah, he just got bumped. Whoop, he's coming back in.
Yeah.
I really wish you were coming down for 420. I got so lit that I hit the refresh button on the Hangout thing on the browser. That was from 2 hours.
I know the feeling.
That was from 2 hours ago from this terp melt rosin.
We're 4 hours into House Church right now.
We should do one that goes like, see if we can keep it going for like 24-hour lockout. Like churches used to do these lockouts when I was a kid, and because I had a different background, a little different background. Different parents had different religious backgrounds, and then my friends would get into these lockouts, and you'd go to church. And I think I might have told you that before on the Hash Church. How we used to go to these like church lockouts, and you thought you were like going there, and it was like co-ed, and you're gonna eat a bunch of food, and it sounded like a bunch of fun games. And then you would go there, and you'd spend 2 days straight. And what they would do is you never saw the sun, you never went outside, you just stayed inside Hash, or inside church. And you, and basically, there was like weird games where you'd be passing the banana with your feet to the other person's neck, and it was guy, girl, and we were like real young.
The old pass the banana, hey?
Yeah, I swear to you. And then it was like, then you'd go to sleep, and then right when you got to sleep, they'd wake you up really loud and rush you into the church. And then you would have to sing songs and and pray, and then you get rushed back into the room, and then you're all jacked up, and then you eat food and play another game, and then you fall asleep. And dude, by day 2, I remember as a kid, I was like, I do not want to be locked up in this church for another 2 hours. I was gonna lose it. And I was like, can we go outside? And they were like, no, you can't. I'm like, okay, so how long are we actually in here? Because I thought I was who knew you were staying for days? After you spend you don't know what time it is. You don't see the sun. My mom picked me up 48 hours later. We never left the building. And I think we should have something similar, which is like a Hash Church hot box 24-hour marathon.
A telephone. A hashathon.
Hashathon.
A hashathon.
Where everybody you have, if you're going to be on the panel, you have to stay on for 24 hours. If you're sleeping, you have to keep your computer there. You have to. Look at Bubble Man. He's like 24-hour hash.
24-hour Hash Church, dude. Done and done.
So you have to have no cash if you're going to be on the panel. We could maybe do it for New Year's, like a build-up for New Year's, and then people from around the world can have different cameras with people there and just having like, 24.
I think we could do it really well if we had an event, something like the one we had this year in Whistler with the house rental and Matt the Great Gardener and Aaron from DNA Genetics and Flav and myself and we rented this big house. If you had like 10 or 15 people, what do you got there, Mike? Some dry sift?
There's a chart on here, but what the
Some Canna.
You're a really good classic, I did.
Canna Tsunami, Keith. Canna Tsunami, Keith.
Beautiful. 420. No, not yet.
So New Year's Eve in Whistler. Where did you say? In Whistler?
Well, we just did it last year in Whistler, but I'm saying you could do it anywhere and have enough people meet up and rent a place, and then you could just have Hash Church live for that 24-hour period and just a flow of people coming and going, standing in front of the computer, running the show. Because I certainly couldn't do it for 24 hours, but I could do it with a crew of my friends.
There we go. That's how it should be done. That's good.
Yeah.
An event.
And regardless, even if it's not on New Year's, I'll tell you, as something that is epic, a community gathering in Whistler in the winter for New Year's was really quite amazing. And although we did the multitude of, we had families with kids staying, we could have rented other houses with other groups of people that don't have kids, had a multitude of places to go and come to, and it could build to such a popularity if you did that for a few years in a row and you had a thing like Hash Church going on that you'd probably bring like 500 to 1,000 people to Whistler for that time, all there for the specific reason of hanging out, puffing, full melting, Hash Church, and it's a utopian idea, but I think it's realistic. I'll tell you, just for making that one video, I've gotten so many people asking me in regards to the tour company that I want to do in Jamaica, just a little Jamaican tour. How many people have asked me if I would do a Whistler one? People love Whistler. Little box of hash. Perfect. Excellent. Nice quiet Sunday today. It's been really chill.
Put it away.
Did you guys all see Remo's grow? Because we showed it 3 times. Yeah, it was totally ridiculous.
4.
Did we show it 4 times? I think it's out now. I think the lights went out. Beautiful thing, really. The hashathon, that's what it'll be. It'll be the 24-hour hashathon. The butterthon?
Having something like we saw in Beer Fest where you had the Dabathon, or Dab Fest.
People are already talking about how down they are to come. If this guy's got a buddy in Creekside with a condo, this dude wants to go to the Jamaican tour. That dude prefers Whistler. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, Remo's grow room is completely ridiculous. It always has been since I've known him, and I've known him for quite a while now, like 13 or 14 or even maybe 15 years. Yeah, him telling his Jamaica story today was kind of neat because I was literally standing next to him when that story originally happened. Which one? He did, yeah. We came back and he finished it. He told him what Mikey told him and how cannabis was going to give him everything. And thank you, Master Chaos. We never plan these things. We're just kind of chilling. Sometimes it is what it is. Today it's been really cool and relaxed. We got to see Remo's grow, which is very rare to do that on a live. I don't know if he wants to make hash. He said something about that, but then he came back with like 12 boxes of nutrients. Yeah, Astro Boy Tangy Crush would be sick. What website are we streaming? I'm streaming through Google Plus right now. Streaming out of Google Plus. Got a small group of people and everyone's being quiet. You got anything to share with us today, Mike? Hash Church has been super chill. Turn it up a bit for us.
All right, so let's talk some rosin tech. I've been doing a lot of thinking about it. So when we're looking at doing any sort of heated plant extractions, what we're essentially looking at is melting points of various lipids, phytocannabinoids, terpenes, and waxes, and hitting those different temperatures to do it. So fortunately, with our SFE, we kind of have a little bit of experience kind of testing out how different temps work. The interesting thing is looking at different azeotropes within our terpene mixtures. There's going to be a lot of different settings where we'll be able to do low temp followed by higher temp rosin tech extractions. Now, I don't have a lot of experience on it. As we're kind of looking at all the various ways of doing our multi-stage extraction, what I kind of am going to go out on a limb and say that being able to start with a cryogenic extraction followed up by a heated extraction is probably going to have the best results in terpene preservation. Being able to go through the first stage of terpene, the bioisolation of the trichromic heads, and then going through it, the second step of actually doing the extraction on the trichromic heads ends up having a better yield, etc., on the extraction.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, especially having the cryo in there, preserve as many of the terpenes as possible. I mean, I still kind of can't believe it because there is such a temperature involved, yet when you get the tech down and you use less temp and more pressure, you really get quite... I mean, I've taken like shitty sift contaminant that I cleaned out of nice heads, what I was just consider contaminant. Of course, I knew you could cook with it or make an oil with it, that there was resin within it, but it wasn't really from a purity standpoint. From someone who didn't want to turn it into oil, there was no real good way to access it except maybe through vaporization, and even then it was kind of less than enjoyable. But squeezing it out with a little bit of heat turned it into the most beautiful oil that tasted way better than it smelled, because it smelled like hay. It was so contaminated, probably 80% plus contaminant this dry sift was. Maybe 20% heads, maybe 10. I didn't really gauge it too well, but I was really amazed. It's just rosin has this broad scope of maybe you start the argument like, oh, well, why would I take my nicest stuff and squeeze it? To it turns into, well, if you don't want to do that, you can turn your shittier stuff into really nice stuff. I can't believe how well it preserves. I can't believe how it gives one the ability to test a bud right on the spot. Boom, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, you've got resin right there. It'll be interesting to see where it goes when it gets into the lab.
I've been squishing a lot of different strains, ones that I know myself that are really nice and flavorful, and I'm really getting hardly no rosin from it. So, I mean, I even tested it with the Bull Rider blueberry cross, and there's like really not too much rosin, but the flavor and the smell from it was just so different. Even with some of my own strains, I know I like it, and I'm really getting nothing from it. So I'm finding, and I think a lot of people are going to say that too, a lot of people are complaining they're not getting any results back at all, and I'm finding even a lot of strains, it is going to be different. So it's, I don't know if that has a lot to do with the temperature too that you're talking about and pressure, so I'm hoping we'll learn more about that as it comes. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so when we're looking at different melting points, we had to start by sending the gasified air through our column at different temperatures, right? So we actually found as we were extracting, what we're sending through the column is essentially hot carbon dioxide, either liquid, chilled liquid, or a heated gas. the heated gas under the higher pressure that you can get it, the closer of the molecules that you're packing together. So the higher the pressure, the greater that it acts like a liquid solvent as opposed to a gas steam. Now there's different pros and cons. If you're trying to look at doing a steam extraction, there's actually use for dry steaming out the different phytocannabinoids. But a lot of the best, most efficiency comes being able to pack molecules closer together. Now, when we were originally starting on doing the rosin extractions from the raw flower, a lot of times there would be so much material that's stuck in the inside of the buds that you would have to go through many subsequent presses in order to squeeze it out. Taking it that step further, where we're sifting it first and then going through the juicing process, it allows for us to be able to kind of skip a step and kind of go, be able to do our heat extraction on a higher refined product with less cellulose and biomass. The removal of all the plant material and just doing the rosin step with the heat on the keef allows, the only thing that we're really heating up is going to be the waxy cuticles and the terpenes, phytocannabinoids within the waxy cuticles of the trichromic heads and stalks. And then we're essentially heating it up to its melting point, its liquefaction point, and ideally letting it drizzle out of the trichromic heads, which are predominantly wax, that haven't reached their melting points. Now we can play around with this, obviously, by changing the different temps on the heating irons to be able to either get a higher yield by doing the temp up, and where you're going to liquefy more of the waxes, or running it a slightly lower, where you're going to get significantly less yield due to not liquefying the lipids, but you'll still have your terpenes and some of your phytocannabinoids. Now, there's a lot to be said about the bioisolation. In that, the real question comes to being able to scale that as efficiently as we can. Sitting there and heat pressing is similar to a lot of the ways that they'll steam out essential oils out of flowers. But the real difficult part is we're essentially relying on the pressure from the squeezing of it to actually exude the oils out of the trichromic heads. A lot of times, there's inevitably going to be thermal degradation, and anytime you apply heat to it, you may be able to increase the THC percentage and the terpene percentages, but that's primarily due to the fact that your rosin isn't going to have the waxy cuticle layers. Being able to isolate those cuticle layers in the 25 micron screen and not melt them out into our resulting resin is going to be able to create a higher purity, higher testing oil. The question is that oil going to have the same terpene profile? Because I would guess the first thing that you're going to start to see is degradation of myrcene into limonene, and then limonene into some of the lesser phytocannabinoid terpenoids.
Well, now we just need the science to back that up.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and that's going to be the cool thing about it. We've been obviously playing with different extractions on how different pressures can create different oils, and there's a lot that we can do, whether it's just isolation of terpenes and phytocannabinoids, or isolation of terpenes, lipids, and phytocannabinoids. Honestly, what I'm kind of excited to see is being able to take the aged dry sift, and then allowing the aged dry sift that's gone through partial degradation to be extracted, which will be able to provide some of the more unique phytocannabinoid profiles. So, because there is something to be said about the curing of herb over time. You're going to get a unique profile change.
No doubt, especially depending on the genetic.
Sorry, I was muted. I was talking there for a second. Excellent. Yeah, it's all interesting. It's definitely a sort of this strange full circle coming back. No, that's Mike. Oh. He's muted. He mutes himself when he's not talking because he's on the ball.
Right on. Hey, can we take this opportunity after your dab to show off? I'm gonna give this to you. Take home and try it garden.
All right. Well, shit. Yeah, that's holy shit. When did you put all that out like that?
I had little elves come in and assist me. And,
the little nutrient elves came and laid out the nutrient line?
They did.
I'm messing around. You've seen it. You got a glimpse of it.
I made a complete set for yourself and for Mr. D420 here.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Is this where you're like Oprah and you're like, nutrients for everybody?
Yeah. Look under your seat.
Look under your seat.
You get a new car, and you get a new car, and you get a new car. But first, you get to use the nutrients, grow a bunch of shit, get rid of that shit, and then you can buy a new car. But that would be illegal, wouldn't it? That's another show altogether. No, I just got nutrients for you. No new car. That's got to be your own thing. But it's a 10-liter complete set of Rainbow nutrients, everything you'll need to grow and flower an amazing crop. It's right there.
All right, so
helping you have healthy, happy plants. Because I think happy plants are important.
So you got the micro,
the grow, and the bloom. How the system works? We utilize the micro, as I was saying, with the grow, and then the micro with the bloom. So you're not selling an extra micro you don't need.
Nature's candy.
Yeah. There's a bunch of blackstrap molasses and amino acids in there. There's a bunch of carbohydrates. It's like, carbs, but with steroids in it, steroid carbs. Same with our Magnificat. This is like a CalMag type product, but on steroids, because it's also got humic acid and amino acids in there. All this stuff is just deadly. I know you'll enjoy it. Well, you've seen the results. I use it on my own plants, and you get excellent flavors, big buds, happy-looking plants that are healthy.
The garden sure speaks for itself.
It does. It does.
Very much so.
I mean, my God.
Hey, Remo, what do you think of General Hydro selling to Scott?
Good news for me. You know what? At this point, I think Scott's like a Monsanto company, and a lot of people probably want to hop off the Monsanto wagon and maybe give another up-and-coming nutrient company like my own a chance, and especially that we're using new technology, and it's a chelate-based program. And you know what? It's way simpler, more bang for your buck. So at the end of the day, while you see in the plants, I think you should try it out.
The light went off, but you should, if you haven't seen Mike, you should go back and look through Hash Church. We showed his garden 3 times, and it definitely is ridiculous. Remo's garden's always been ridiculous. He definitely knows how to grow herb.
Thanks, man.
Well, I think you earned it.
Remo, do you recycle your soil?
I totally do. Actually, when me and D420 went outside, we were smoking out there, and we're looking at all my pots. And what we just did is we cut out the main root ball out. We leave all the rest of the roots, and then we just rinse away. Actually, there's a video on there how to recycle and rejuvenate your grow media. Put this video out, and it shows exactly what we do. So we rinse out all the remaining salts, and then we let that dry out. We bring it inside, and then we just add a little bit of lime to correct the pH. We put a little bit of a product called it's from Mutual Life. What's that stuff called now?
The bees.
Is it fungi, endo, ecto, mycobacteria?
Yeah. Well, actually, it ends up being food for a lot of the beneficial bacteria and fungus and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then we just add an enzyme product, we put some worm castings, mix that all up, and we throw it in a bucket and put plants again, and it works. I've been using this this media for about 4 or 5 years now, and well, you've seen the results. I don't think it's hurting at all. And you know what? If you read about recycling cocoa, you can recycle the stuff for up to 6 years, no problem. As long as you recondition it from time to time.
Right. I guess
Hey,
that's
Bubble
pretty
Man,
good.
how much is that return on that oil slick?
Oh, how much return is on the oil slick of what D420K just pressed?
You know what? I got more. I
Yes,
got
sir.
less.
I would guess he's getting
product
about
in here
75
than
to 80% return, probably.
from my dry sift, from good dry sift.
From super good dry sift, though, yeah. You need another dab of that?
I'll do a dab. I'll do it.
Let's do it. Oh my god, there's a dab all over here. This is hilarious, bro. Holy shit, you see it flying? Twing! This shit is insane. One thing I find on the oil slick, it really cools it. It's often like just not gummy at all, but very brittle and shattery. Get in the mothership. Get in the mothership. Well, it's 3 minutes away from 420 on the East Coast.
Oh, I got a roll joint.
Geez, do you
No, I got
somebody
one.
distribute your products in Europe? Yep, we covered this. It was
KMCtrading.com.
KMCtrading.com.
Ask for Kirk.
Ask for Kirk. Tell him Remo sent you. That's Europe.
What a treat that is to try out. What a treat. It's awesome, man. I'm definitely gonna. What?
Hey, Remo, is your stuff available in Northern California?
Actually, we got one guy that we just sent a pallet out to in California, so I guess the answer would be yeah, but I don't know the name of his distributorship or his store. I can find that out, and because we just sent the stuff. So.
Just set it up on your page as a resellers list. It's always good. People can go to your Remo
That's a good
Nutrients page. You get a resellers list, and then in every state and in every country, they can go and even click on the globe sometimes.
Like, you know who's selling it is Senor Fumo and La Fumo Pipe. He's in Washington State. He can mail it to you, no problem, or send it to you, ship it to you.
Nice.
So contact Senor Fumo. He's got a pile of it sitting there.
Senor Fumo's on it. Oh. I think you should be.
Rolling a 420 joint right here, right now.
419.
Oh,
419.
To get this rolled and lit by 420.
I'm just gonna pull some of this off.
Got my
I got some dry sift. Yeah, 99.9 static. I did this for your B day. I'm still smoking this. On the rosin trip. When we got 14 each, I was ready to go.
Now just iron it. Now just iron it.
Okay, I mean, gotta be in it.
You gotta be in it to win. Everybody.
Do that.
What one egg? Nice.
Smooth.
Very good. Very, very good.
Oh, look at that. Yes.
Fucking tasty. I love it. With the rosin. Just did this. A whole bunch of gloves.
That looks insane.
Sure pulls off the oil pad. Nice.
Yeah.
You guys check the Rosin Tech group. There's the newest photos. A lot of people have been putting really beautiful photos in there, actually.
Crazy.
Careful, you can get cotton mouth just looking at those pictures.
What's that, Etienne?
I said, be careful. You can get cotton mouth looking at those pictures.
I know. So many people are posting so many nice pictures. It's kind of hard to keep up with. 420 rosin reps.
How much do your joints weigh?
On average,
on average,
about 2 grams.
So 2 grams, yeah. There you go.
I put 5 grams into one of these small papers before. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
actually, it was like with extracts and hash because they were a lot more denser than regular cannabis. So I was just cramming it in there. I think you were around. And I made one of these record-breaking, too much weed and too much extract for one joint.
You ever do teas?
Huh?
You ever do teas? You know, like those.
Drink teas?
Organic teas for
plants?
Yeah, people do.
Yeah, I've experimented with that. Actually, we made a worm tea. We don't have it as a product, but we've been experimenting with it, and it's totally organic, made with compost. And, the thing is it would be only for a local market because it has a very short shelf life.
Yeah.
So we're kind of toying with the idea of maybe supplying it just for local growers, and that because it's a very cost-effective way to get organic nutrients to your plants.
Yeah, totally. Very true. Very
Love
true.
worm farms. Actually,
So
you can do a lot of this stuff at home, but a lot of people don't bother.
What's that, Mike?
All right, so something I see a lot of people that are hopping into the PFA groups and the other organic growing groups. A lot of people are trying to do that slow transition from bottled nudes into organic growing, and a lot of times what they're doing and failing at is learning how to incorporate different microbial, either endomicrobial, ectomicrobial, protozoa, or EM teas into their different regimen. A suggestion for Remo: make a tea mix that's sold dry, and then you can just add it to water, and then make a tea. That's you can do a dozen different tea mixes that have the bacteria flash preserved, and then just add water, and then you make a really organic, beneficial tea.
It's funny you say that. I put up a video this morning of, yesterday, of these old school growers, and that's exactly what they had. They had a organic tea.
Yeah, I think the same thing, that it would be killer if you had
dry.
a line like that would be nice in your line, for sure.
Yeah, some old school people are definitely doing that. Just so that the line I've started out with, I am going to expand on it eventually, but this is what kind of the market demands. So it's what I came out with for now. But we've tested this shit out of this, and what can I say? It works, and it works good.
It's awesome.
Which you'll soon find out.
It's good when it works. It's good when it works.
And it's more cost effective. I think
shit. I almost just use water to my plants are ridiculous. Like I literally feed them like smallest amount of Medi-1, and then I just give them water for the whole fucking rest of the thing.
Well, you'll find with our Velo kelp that it'll actually speed up the metabolism of your plant. It's a mixture of kelp and cannabis. And the kelp we use, we use 2 kinds of kelp, and it's a cold pressed kelp, not a powder, and it's a lot more active, and it's it's our most popular product by far.
Well, check it out. I like the future. I can see you having the teas one day as well. I think it's definitely there's a market for that.
This is 75%. It's only 25% mineral with the 19 amino acids. So,
interesting.
Yeah. You know what? This will work for you.
The subtle label that if you didn't know Remo, you wouldn't even really recognize that that's his face.
Well, that's the whole idea. You know what? The whole idea is that you wouldn't know this is cannabis.
That's awesome.
We're not trying to appear like we're a cannabis company. Everybody's
you're a cannabis company.
Yeah, I know we are, but only people that use cannabis would know that. Otherwise, they would just think, oh, it's XYZ nutrient company, which is exactly what we need for crossing the border. You know what I mean?
Yep. True enough.
Like if you go to RamoNutrients.com, you can get more information, but you'll find that there's no cannabis plants or anything like that on that site. If you want that stuff, you have to go to Urban Ramo or Urban Grower Online.
Keep it.
Yeah, Urban Ramo on YouTube. That's got our most up-to-date stuff. That's all our YouTube stuff.
That's where all your videos are, and where people can check you out. Well, you've been doing videos a long time, dude. Like, holy shit, you got over 1,000 videos on your channel.
Actually, I got altogether online right now, 2,000.
2,000 videos.
Isn't that insane? I think Vice has like 1,500. Got more videos than Vice.
Holy Christ! And Vice was just here yesterday.
A couple days ago they were here, and we spent 2 days with them. They shot my warehouse. We showed them the nutrient company and all our production line and all that kind of stuff. And then we brought them to the test garden for day 2. So.
Oh, shit, they must have been happy with all of that.
Well, I hope I gave them the money shot because we showed them some really big buds.
And was that what's his face from that punk rock band?
Damien, yeah. From Fucked Up.
From Fucked Up.
Yeah.
That's cool. I met him one time at Champs. He came by and did a little interview with us.
Nice. Yeah, he's a super cool guy.
Oh, here we go. Something from me, Milo. I'm just putting it up. This is for you. White live resin terps.
Holy. Is that ever white? Wow.
That's Tony Terpene. He's in full action right now.
Oh, yeah, there's applause. I see applause out there.
Yep. Etienne is...
Okay, take a bow there, Tony.
Steady.
That's very nice, very nice. You got to smoke it up, man.
Oh, he's going to smoke it up. That's like without a shadow of a fucking doubt. He's all muted out, though, right now. He's like, oh, I will puff this. Everyone's muted out. It's perfect.
Let's get the necessary equipment right now. Bringing it back.
The necessary equipment, the fab egg.
He's got the torch.
It's fabuloso.
He's ready to rock.
All right, congregation, I want you to lift up your motherships. Lift them up high unto the sky. I wonder if Darrin sent me that picture yet. I'm hoping. Nope. Still waiting. It's a good one. This picture of the light shining on the mothership is hilarious. Tony, you'll have an appreciation for this shot.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's awesome.
Hash Church.
Yeah.
Fucking light just shining down on the mothership. And if there was sound in the background, it would sound like this.
Very angelic. Very angelic.
Because this is definitely the best live resin I've ever been a part of.
Really? That's saying something.
I think there's probably 600 people in here that feel like they're part of it too.
Yeah, exactly. There are 600 people in here that are part of it.
This is a radio show. We should get sponsors and shit.
Turn it into
There'd be commercials, and in those commercials we could take a break by dabbing.
Dabbing commercials. Or the commercial could be us dabbing. Are you sick? Are you sick of putting your mother chip down and chipping that bitch? New dab pads from Oil Slick. Not only can you keep your mothership safe, you can rosinate herb or hash right on the same dab pad. Fucking hair straightener on this side, mothership sitting on the other side.
I could see it. I could see it. And Oil Slick
Comedy.
Available at fine head shops everywhere.
Yep, it would have to be like a Saturday Night Live skit for me to really want to be a part of it. As long as we were like mocking ourselves, I would be all about it.
Well, my whole show's
I was, dude.
Saturday Night Live skit a lot of the times. It's kind of we're there. It's fun.
Dude, look at how nice your hair is all combed out now.
Yeah, I know.
How did you do that?
I just
I combed my hair this morning.
Dude, that shit looks
I
slick.
used the straightener.
That's slick.
My $10 straightener.
Fuck, holy Christ! I'm going to go out on a limb and say
That's
this
the way
is
I like
rosin
that.
on the computer. Yep. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
dude.
it's here, man.
Let's get that rosin back out.
I got good hair genetics, you know that?
It's good, yeah. We got, what is it, Italian or Greek?
I got a little Italian going on, a little German.
Oh, and a little German, huh?
They're both 50-50 mix.
Scottish
But
Irish.
I'm 100% Canadian, though.
Scottish Irish French. Scottish Irish French.
Those are good hair genetics as well.
I think I'm not worried about my hair, that's for sure. D420K ball rigging.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
How ridiculous is it?
Oh.
Oh, let's look.
What are you doing to it? Melting it?
I can't even get through it. It's so good. There's so much juice in it.
Good.
It's so good.
Hey, there's your cat, man.
No, that's his cat. That was awesome. Hey, there's your cat. That's like.
Nice rig, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. That's because of Bubble Man making shit happen.
Same, yeah. I got mine at the same time. My ball rig.
Making motherships flow.
Fuck, I'm
So
happy.
obviously I have like 3 more people that want to get the same mothership as I have.
Nice.
They're all like, saw it, and they're like, down. I'm like, well, of course you are. I've been on a list for... No, actually, I was not on a list for a year thinking I'm on a list. You're on the list. I think you're on a list.
There's a Facebook page called Mothership Glass Art for Sale, and it's the one I'm a part of. I see eggs coming up for sale. I see Tauruses. I see Kleins. It is definitely a matter of figuring out who to trust in that community by communicating with other members, and you're obviously not going to be getting like an extreme deal. You'll get like what the market is dictating in the price. So whether you think a fab egg is worth $2,500 or $3,000 or not, you're going to pay more in that group if one comes up for sale. Like 4 or 5.
That's great. That's good to know.
Wow. That's good for a product, though. That keeps it like a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, it really is, in the sense that these pieces are...
Because a lot of, that's the, what happens when you mass produce something like that, it loses the love, and it loses a lot of the little extras.
Yep. They only produce a certain amount.
I know. It's a limited every year. Brilliant.
Although we did talk last week about how the mothership, Scott Deppy, I believe, is training some people down in California that were kind of, I don't know if these guys were actively involved in jacking the shapes and the styles and the techniques, trying to make their own version of them more inexpensively. But something ended up where Scott decided he would go down and help train them. And so he's training them to do, I guess the company is going to be called Brothership.
Brothership.
And it's like trained by Deppy, but not the same quality as Mothership. It'll be a more affordable Mothership that's not a Chinese ripoff.
Right.
So it's interesting. So I'll be interested to see.
I saw somebody Chinese ripoff. Have you seen those yet?
Oh yeah.
Holy cow, they're funny.
Yeah, the $50 ones?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, someone was telling me the other day who does a lot of business in China. They said, listen, like, believe it or not, like, if you wanted to pay the price that the value of one of these would really cost, and you went and offered the master glassblower in China or whatever, like $500 a piece, you could potentially see a much closer version than, say, a $50 piece, that's retail. That means they're probably selling it even cheaper.
They're just whipping that shit up.
Holy shit, dude. Super janky, super thin, like not even close to the masterpiece that is this.
Not even comparing. It just might look almost like...
But that's not to say that they couldn't if you wanted to pay them for a higher... Like, if you wanted to pay $500 US per unit, I bet you'd be pretty surprised at what they would produce.
But it's always...
Keep in mind, all the state-of-the-art electronics in the world are all made in China. Like, it's not like they just make non-quality.
Yeah.
They make some of the best shit in the world.
True enough, but it's always about price. It's you have to pay a little bit more.
It's the integrity of the buyer.
Yeah.
People love to blame China. Oh, China this and China that. It's like they're just people, just like everyone else. We're all people, and we do things, and they just happen to do it on a larger scale. And if you're a cheap swag, like, oh, I'm going to go in and I want to pay like $10 per unit, and then the guy says, I can get you these units for $1.
Mm-hmm.
So many buyers say to themselves, yeah, give me the $1 ones. And then people are like, oh, it's made in China. It's going to be utter and complete
but even
shit.
there, you pay for what you get. Like
Everywhere.
I've seen good Chinese stuff, and I've seen crappy stuff too.
And that goes for Europe or Canada or the U.S. Like, there's good stuff and there's crappy stuff.
Yeah.
China tends to get a really bad...
Just be picky. Be
picky, that's it. Go for the best quality. But be surprised because, well,
Look at your iPhone, look at your Samsung, look at your smartphone. It's supposed to be the state-of-the-art technology. It's all made in China, boys.
Well, you know what? Speaking of Chinese stuff, when we were in Spain, I noticed there was a lot of Chinese vehicles in the road. It kind of blew my mind.
Oh, really?
Did you notice that?
I didn't actually
There were
notice
these
that.
brands of cars I didn't notice, and I went up to them. They're Yongsan or something like that with 2 Ys. I was, what the hell are these? Never seen them before. And I also seen this this scooter called a Super Dink. That's what it was called, a Super Dink. It's like awesome name.
Super Dink?
Awesome. Dink.
Super Dink.
Super Dink.
Damn, that's quite a scooter.
Yeah. Let's Google that right now. We could probably
we
find
know
the thing.
we know that
The Super Dink.
scooters are for men who like motorcycles but want to feel the wind up their skirts.
I guess. They're fun to ride, just don't get caught on, right?
Just don't crash them in Indonesia.
Can we Google the Super Dink right now and see if I'll find a picture of
The
this.
Super Dink. Seriously?
Yeah.
Of course.
It'd be funny. This thing really exists. I can't make shit like this up.
Yep, there it is. There's the Super Dink.
That's it.
The craziest thing is
Kimco.
it doesn't really look like...
I think it's Korean, actually.
Super Dink.
Kimco.
The Super Dink 125 with 92 horsepowers of power.
Are you kidding?
Super Dink will get you where you're going.
92 horsepower. If it is, we're getting one, Matt. It looks like it. It looks like it should be like running plutonium or something.
It probably is. Look at this guy.
Spaceship.
This guy's trying to look cool riding it, but he can't.
How can you look cool riding that scooter like that?
He's like, shit.
It's a Kimco. It's
I got
Korean.
the freaking helmet. Dude, we should trade our Harleys in.
That's a little kid ride.
We should,
Super Dink.
We should trade our Harleys and get fucking Super Dinks, man.
Like 6 of them each?
6 of them each. We'll modify them and produce one massive Super Dink.
There's a 6-wheeler.
See, I couldn't make shit like that up. People are probably Googling it right now. Super Dink. Yeah. I don't think that shit's coming to Canada soon.
This guy's like, I like me a Super Dick. Ooh, I mean Dink. I don't know if that's better. That's definitely a cultural difference.
Actually, maybe it should be called Super Badge. I don't know.
Super Badge.
Super Badge.
What do the cost the real ones, not flash art, functional? Okay, the real ones cost around between like $2,500 and, or as cheap, I guess the straights are about $1,100. You're getting into $3,000 to $4,000. MK.
Oh, you know what that reminds me?
We'll tell you. The Mega Dink. The Mega Dink.
The Mega Dink 1000.
That's their 4x4 truck. Actually,
Actually, this is kind of funny. I came from Paris to Vancouver with Air France, and there's a bunch of TV, crews there with cameras and photographers, and I was on the inaugural voyage of
the first one
ever of Air France going to Vancouver. It was a trip.
If I don't tag you in this photo, if Jibs leaves you alone. Every time I tagged you in a photo, he hits you out.
But you know what the bizarre thing is we got to Vancouver, we landed, the host cleaned down with 2 fire trucks.
Yeah.
And then we got off, and it was the world's fastest customs I've ever been through ever.
I mean,
I'm dragging my luggage, and I'm leaving the airport, and there's all these guys with monkey masks and cops everywhere, and I'm like, what's going on? And I guess they're protesting Air France because they take test monkeys on Air France, so they're protesting it. It was the most bizarre thing. The monkey mask dudes just freaked me right out.
No shit.
Like, probably a couple dozen of them.
That's definitely true.
Freaky shit. Yeah. There we go. There's my Air France story.
That's
And I got a certificate to prove it, see? A certificate to prove it.
You didn't leave Barcelona on that same day that flight that crashed did you?
No, my friend Chris did, though.
Me too.
Yeah. That was bizarre. I wonder if there's anybody from Spanish on that flight. I hope not. That'd be awful if there was. But, that guy was messed up, crashing into the mountainside. I was like, what the fuck was he thinking?
He was definitely not in reality.
No.
He was not in reality.
See, right there, that's why I prefer to drive. Right there, it's just, that's funny shit. Eh?
It's hilarious, dude. People are loving Hash Church today. It's a very different Hash Church. We're really just having a good time, talking a little bit about this, talking a little bit about that. Yeah, I hear you, Hemp Guy. These are on a whole other level. But we'll get you one day. We'll get you sorted out. We'll in the lease the next time I'm there. We'll get you trying out the different kinds, the eggs and the Taurus.
I've actually seen the one for $40. I have a friend that's a glass blower, and he wanted to see what he could get. He's like, yeah, I could get those motherships for $40. And I started to laugh, and I was like, I go, listen, there's a lot of precision that goes into this and thought, like why the thickness of the wall is a certain way. He's like, yeah, I can get the exact same thing for $40. So
the exact same thing.
Yeah, I don't think
I saw it. I saw it the other day. It is exactly what you would think if you said, I need to pay somebody $40 to get a glass piece that looks and functions like the mothership.
Oh my God.
Right? So the shape first of the egg was 2 eggs oblate, like it wasn't even like formed straight. Then there was like so much space between the inner egg and the outer egg wall that it created like a totally different type of like clusterfuck of water and smoke that can't get through like the egg. And then it was like, instead of like having like a percolator like inside it, they just went around the outside and then came back in. And it was like the most slopped together, quick done. And then instead of like having the Fabergé egg, it looked like somebody just took a rod and poked right through like hot glass and came out one end, and then poked through another and came out another, and made like 4 circles around it that were just like all messed up. And you're like, but yeah. So you pay for what you get, and
yep, it's true. Some funny shit going on in the. One guy says, at least with the $40 one, you don't have to break your friend's legs when he breaks your $10,000 piece.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that. I'll give you that, and
very good point.
Very good point. How many people have
very good point. And absolutely, like that's the problem. Even with myself, when I hold it, every second I'm thinking, oh my God, I don't want to drop this. The whole time I'm still thinking that. I was like, please don't trip, fall, someone scream, a rodent comes running out, some crazy situation. Like the whole time, every second it's moving, you are still having that thought. And then like even when you're hitting it, you're like, please nothing break on it.
Dude, also someone said we should take the Super Dink up to Whistler and do 7G turns. I thought that was also like pretty funny.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That's a good idea.
Hey, you know what? It did have dual drill disc brakes in the front.
There you go.
That's pretty sporty.
This guy says he wouldn't let anyone touch his mothership for just the first 3 years.
Crazy.
No, the breaking of the legs is a part of the high-quality glass scene.
You break up my bong, I break your leg. Eh?
This guy's like, I had a buddy's dog knock my Toro off my coffee table, so I broke its legs. He didn't say that. I made it. I added the broken legs part. I'm sorry.
That's pretty funny.
He didn't say that. We're just having fun here. It's silly.
Can I show off my pipe yet?
Yeah, show off your pipe right now.
Okay. This is from a local guy, Skullfish Glass, and it's a Dabbuccino. And I bought this little and it's actually really cool. I like the color of it.
Oh man, look at this.
Put a nail in there, and it's got actually a separate chamber down below here. You fill it with water, so you get a little bit of a perk action. And I guess you're supposed to put a coffee in there. I haven't put a coffee in there yet. I just dabbed it dry, and it worked great.
Out the handle.
No, we put it looked like an ounce or 2 of coffee in there. I guess when you smoke, you get the aroma of the coffee while you're having your.
Can you suck the coffee in as well?
Well, if you want, after your toke, you can. Definitely.
Okay, but it's not connected to these two.
No, there's
the
a separate chamber here.
Ah, the Dabbuccino.
Separate water chamber there, and then your coffee goes in here.
That right there is the Dabbuccino.
You don't. The dab doesn't go through.
No, the dab goes through the base and up the handle.
But it's got this nice little dots on here.
That's smart.
It's a serious little pipe, and it was very affordable. I got a deal on it. It was $250, but I guess they normally go for about $350. So support your local glass artist.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. The Dabbuccino.
Very affordable. Skullfish Glass.
Oh, look at this. Hemp guy, Bubble Man's daughter knocked over my tray of dry sift. I had to break her. I remember that. No. Because I remember this was a long time ago, and he was like, we're all having a good time. He's super like good with the kids. My daughter liked him so much, and then at one point she like just tipped it over. It didn't spill like in a bad way, like on carpet or anything, but it was just all of a sudden like, what are you doing? You can do anything, but don't.
Well, we did have a miracle today on Hasters, remember?
That was a dry sift miracle. Tell Hemp guy about your dry sift miracle.
Oh yeah. I opened up this thing for supercharging here, and we're looking at it. I dropped it on the rug, and it somehow didn't spill any of the keef whatsoever. It landed flat. And there's still tons left.
I can't believe that, actually. But it's because I touched it. That shit is as hard as a rock.
This is like holy keef in here. It's intended for only one purpose, for us to consume.
I'll tell you a good story of like dropping some shit. A friend of mine had, I think it was a pound or a kilo, and it was like some Indian red oil from like India or Nepal. And so it was probably hash oil. And so they got it back to Manitoba, and my friend, it was in like a body pouch thing that was in like a bladder that you wore on your body.
Super thin, I guess.
They melted it, and then it kind of hardened to the body or whatever, but you pulled it off. So he had it in this big slab. I think it was a kilo. And so he was trying to fit it into a bowl, and he had this big glass bowl, and it was the thing was like is bigger than this fucking. It wouldn't go in the bowl.
Right.
So he was just kind of like bending it gently to like get it into the bowl, and as he was bending it,
it shattered.
The middle, oh dude, just shattered all over his kitchen. Little pieces of oil landed all over the fucking kitchen.
Shards of
and
oil
started
everywhere.
like melting instantly.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm telling you, it was like that was Comedy Central. That was one of my original mentors, Ron Hickey.
Wow.
Old Ronald.
That's a crazy story.
Ron Hickey. Yeah, it's funny. He tells the story. It's hilarious. My dry sift was powder. Yeah, exactly. He's still talking about the dry sift that got knocked over. My dry sift was powder. Damn. We've used
the dope or the maker. Sorry. Two easy answers, two solutions.
Yep. There you go. Fuck, I can't wait to eat at one point in time today. We need to go to like a restaurant soon.
I ordered food like a while ago. That's what I was doing on the computer, like all kinds of Italian food.
Nice.
Remember when you were talking about your hair, your Italian hair?
Yeah.
And I'm Italian, but something happened with me different than you. So it made me think of food.
There you go.
I actually ordered a lot of Italian food in the background.
What's up with your Italian hair?
I don't know.
You're from part of Italy?
When I went to, my family's from Italy. When I went to New Orleans after the storm, I think that like there was like times where I took showers and like I felt like my hair was just like falling out, and then I got like the whooping cough, like this weird cough for 3 months. And generally, what happens with storms is they like mix a lot of different air and water and bacteria and floods and different things into the air, and then you've got like that place is also 20 feet below sea level, so you have different types of graveyards and different things that are just, flooded.
Graveyards are above ground, so that doesn't go into the water table.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's where the Mississippi filters down from the rest of the country. So that's like where all the sediment and everything settles from like all of the United States. So if you look at it as kind of like the highway to get down the states, that's it. So everything settles down there, and then everything gets stirred up with hurricanes. So I like to say that I contributed to something to that effect, but I don't know.
Hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, how high do you think D420K is right now?
He can't even see the
D420K high as fuck.
Yeah, no lie.
D420K blasted.
These joints were
He's a zombie now?
These joints
Get
and
the
dabs
fuck
are not
out.
props.
Oh, these joints and dabs.
Oh, dude, the
fucking
joints were...
destroyed me.
Oh, that reminds me. I think we're out of weed, huh?
We're out of weed. Oh, Remo's like,
do a weed
hey, wait a
run,
minute, this
man.
church is over.
No, it's not over. I just gotta do a weed run. We're going to the house.
You're out of impossible of being now.
Holy fuck, eh?
Oh, man.
You know what? Let's just have a dab, dude. We'll be fine.
Let's just have a dab.
Like, my nail is ready to go.
Your nail's ready to go.
And there's some fresh
dabs. Look, it's all over the fucking place, dude. This is all golden delicious. It's too bad it just a sinking waste when you touch it. It's amazing. Look at that big jabby dabber. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Wow.
Cheers. Ball riggin', mother shippin'. That was nice, dude. Yeah, that was really tasty. Thanks, LeBron's. LeBron's a shame. I like when someone's name is like some other insult against some other person. It's like, oh, I have to like insult some dude named LeBron. I'm guessing it's the famous one, but perhaps it's just a random LeBron he grew up with in high school. Fuck it. So he's like, LeBron's a shame. That'll be my internet name. That'll be my YouTube name. I did not just chip my rig. Are you fucking nuts? That's called a mothership cheers. And you gotta have a certain level of confidence to pull it off.
Yeah, trust you.
I've been doing a little Easter hunt here, and I'm finding little bags of beautiful goodness. Bubba Chem, old container. I'm walking around. I found more little bags of little goodness. It's like Happy Easter. I'm having a weed hunt in my house.
Did you find those in eggs?
I found it. No, I found it in this black container.
Looks kind of like an egg.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that.
Maybe you could paint that black container a bunch of colors for us, so we could see what that
I'm
is.
opening this. This is being in here. I don't know.
Can you dip that container in some kind of like wireframe and dye, and maybe try to dye the container for us?
I could probably get us else. I could wrap it in plastic.
Horatio looks like he wants to punch something.
Yeah, what's up, Horatio?
I don't know. I do. I'm feeling antsy. I'm looking at some plant. Like I turn off the light and the bubbler on my plants, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, am I ever gonna flower these things? And I'm ready to punch the plants and the light, and I'm like, I'm fucking stoned. I hate this pipe. I'm ready to punch the pipe because I'm stoned, and then yeah, I'm itchy. I gotta get busy, and I'm hungry.
Yeah, I could tell. That's why I ordered you some food too. That's why I said I ordered a bunch of Italian food. So any minute, like all kinds of Italian food's hitting all of your guys' doors. Look at 420. Like, no way. There's Italian food coming.
Dude, is that what you texted me about earlier when you asked me what my address was?
I was like, dude, what's your address? Let me get that food going.
I'm not at home though.
You're the best.
Well, there's a lasagna going to that address in 15 minutes.
Sweet. Vegetarian like I love?
Yeah, you know that.
Kingston style? Let's go have some vegetarian lasagna.
Yeah, that's all I could hunt down in the area.
I hope there's a pepperoni one in there for me.
I sent you meat with extra sausage.
Yeah.
Super dink with D-nail adapter. I can see the ad.
Jeez.
What's Bubbleman's favorite strain? There is no strain that is my favorite. I love a great strain. I love a strain that is exotic. I love the spice of landrace strains. I love the fruity. I love the dank. I love the sour. I love the skunk.
So many different flavors.
I love it all, man. It's just terpene-rific. I mean, how can you-
If a guy could have the amount of strains that it would, you got a morning high to pick you up like a coffee, afternoon high to pick you up because you might be getting down during the day like an energy drink, you know, and then at dinner time, you know, after supper for dessert as usual, and then before bed some real serious rips. Fuck you up, put you to sleep, have a good night. That's my opinion. Just different flavors for different levels of the day.
Yes.
Different strains for different pains.
Yes.
And strains for different pains. Well, I'll tell you, I sure finished the day off good by getting myself dabbed right out for a wonderful sleep before hash church.
Oh, I did that last night too. Holy, those dabs! I went to leave my buddy's place, and I grabbed his closet door. I go to leave. He goes, "No, this one over here, buddy." Fucking, I was fucking high. I was higher than this, I think. Man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Easy.
for sure.
Easy. After all the joints, after smoking 2 ounces, about half a weed today. And I never smoked weed really much, but I do on occasion because I do like to partake in it so that it's tasty. And
Sure. When
really
Remo's handing you
tasty.
big supercharged
Yeah, it was
joints
some really tasty joints. And
full of hash and
how
goodness.
do you don't say no?
I do.
Well, you do, yeah, but
But
I
you don't.
I don't because I just don't. I still like smoking joints.
Exactly.
That's right. You know.
I don't smoke joints. I won't. People often ask me, how do you do that? How do you, like, just not
No,
smoke
it's
joints?
your preference, man. Yeah. I'll cough a little for a few days because when I start smoking joints, I'll.
It's higher than giraffe balls.
Oh my god.
You're higher than giraffe balls.
Oh jeez.
Oh, that's great. Here comes Remo with a big bud in his hand.
More buds. High as giraffe balls. Fuck, that's funny.
More buds.
Cannabis. I love it. All right, I'm gonna let you guys hold down hash church for a minute here.
Okay.
So sit so you guys are both on the
I'm
camera.
gonna roll a joint. That's
I'll be right back.
That's my circus trick. Rolling a joint. Here we go. Let me roll a
Have a
joint.
fucking nap.
Okay. You have an app. I'm gonna roll a joint.
You guys carry on.
Hey, can I do a dab before I roll the joint? Is that
Why
no,
wouldn't you?
possible?
Why would you?
Okay. Perfect.
How many joints have you rolled on this hash church today?
I don't know. There's a shitload of roaches around here.
I feel like every
Full. There's roaches on the floor. There's roaches over there. There's roaches everywhere.
Yeah, I've maybe 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, I think I've heard her say, well, I'm going to roll a joint. Let me see. Let me roll a joint. I'm going to roll a joint.
That's some good rosin. Oh, yeah. Now I have the motivation to roll a joint.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Actually, there's this here. You want to try this? This is live resin.
Sure.
We're going to try some live resin now, too. That's mixing it up.
Yeah, what I have right here. This stuff.
I've been saving this for a special occasion. I guess this is it.
I can't see I can just start going out.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's ridiculous. I actually can't.
So the folks in church land, you got to see this. I'll angle this down.
Live resin.
Live resin.
Sweet.
It's gonna bite you. Yeah. Look out. Yeah. It's gonna bite.
This one's not a biter. This one's like a pillow, more like you're going down to your pillow. This one's like everything is getting on your back and on your shoulders. And like all like 30 people.
I don't know, Bubble
No, I definitely know you're
Like gravity.
We get nothing.
It's, we're hitting on Bubble Man's, or not Bubble Man's rig. Just for the record.
My rig. Ball rig.
Look at that. Wow. That's nice.
Whoa. Oh. I think it's the biggest dab I've had all day. My God. Wow. Wow. Let's see. Wow.
Once.
Yeah.
Maybe twice.
Holy shit. That was
Maybe
nuts.
3 times.
You gotta try that out, man. That was, yeah. It was intergalactic. The mothership sent me out to space.
Does that every time? It's crazy. Like that. Love it.
Careful.
Oh, and it's got like a real lemony after flavor.
Which one is that?
Live resin.
No,
It's
it's
just called live lemons.
called what?
It's live resin. Actually, I'll find out. I think it's East Coast Sour Diesel. Oh, here it is.
It's kind of bright like a mango color, huh?
Yeah, it's yellow. It looks like a Jolly Rancher, like a lemon Jolly Rancher. And
It's really flavorful.
it tastes like lemon Jolly Rancher, doesn't it?
Yeah, it tastes very lemony. For
Yeah.
sure.
Lemon Jolly Rancher. Okay, and back to the regularly scheduled joint. And we'll put that back in the. I'm gonna refrigerate this so it's
Yeah, it's best to do that. Oh,
ready to rock on another.
I tell you, the stuff that Horatio gave Mark, very tasty stuff, buddy. I love
Oh, you
that.
know what? While we're dabbing,
Love it. Impressed.
A lot of people, I got a text already. Everyone's like, "What? I need this. I'm jelly." I'm like, it doesn't afford that way. It's just like we were talking about with the cups. It's virtually impossible to make it available for everybody, but you can enjoy some of Mark's birthday gift.
Might as well.
Wow. That looked like a big birthday gift.
yeah, you gotta throw off that big slab of resin.
Well, yeah, it was 15 drops on a half gram whipped into a slurry.
15 drops into a half gram?
It was a I set it to Amsterdam mode. Maybe it was a little bit more than a half gram, but it wasn't a gram. It was Amsterdam mode.
That's ridiculous.
Wow. This is like a 5-hour house church, guys. Nice job.
Okay, look at this. There it is. That's resin. Okay, I'm gonna throw that back in the fridge. And for the dab. How was that?
That was real tasty.
Let's see what else you got here.
I'm good on anything else for now, buddy.
Really?
Yeah, you bet.
Woo! Hey, we got this awesome looking wax here, though. Check this out.
Reba, man, hardcore.
I'll do a dab of this.
Okay. Whoa.
I hope that was a picture, not a video.
It was just a photo.
Photo. Oh yeah, I keep trying to roll this joint. I'm getting sidetracked. That's okay.
After that.
Yeah, that's probably a good one. Oh, yeah, here we go. That was insane. You want to try one?
No, I'm good. I'm good right now.
Crazy. Well, I'll put that back into the
sniff anyway.
Or extract fridge. I'll get
Beauty.
back to the joint.
Beauty.
Yeah.
Everything tastes good here. Everything.
Now I'm medicated.
That supercharged rocket ship.
Oh, well, there's two of them. There's the primer one.
Blast, and then with the mothership, with the Astro Boy fucking pre-run.
The pre-run joint. We were smoking pre-run, folks.
Ratio, wake up, mister.
Yeah, we see you, man. He's smiling now.
I see you. You guys are chuckling at me. Let's look at everybody's eyeball.
Holy shit. That's pretty rosiny.
You're muted, buddy.
Actually, it's on him right
shit. Yeah, I'm muted and that asleep. But yeah, hour number 5. What are we doing? I see. It seems like we're 1/4 of the way through the 24-hour New Year's marathon. We just need Spain to come online.
I'm gonna stop broadcasting
It's a
here. in a
Stoner
little
Sunday.
bit. It's just been nice and stony, and everyone's having a good time. So I figured I would just leave it go here for a little bit. But we'll.
We did some dabs while we were gone.
Yeah.
And I almost rolled a joint.
Nice. Well, you're gonna roll one more joint. We'll finish it off with the joint. I'll take one more dab, and we'll stop broadcasting in the next 15 minutes.
We didn't dab out of your pipe either, just so you know.
I totally am. Good.
Let me know when you start.
Yeah. Yeah. Double man snaps. Breaks my bong over our heads.
No, apparently breaks legs. Breaks legs.
Breaks the fucking legs.
I like my legs. I enjoy walking, so.
But technically, if he broke my bong over our heads and our legs, I would be technically supposed to break his legs.
Right.
Pretty extreme.
Okay, so you know what?
Sounds like a lot of leg breaking.
I'll leave the Chinese one out, so I don't have to break anybody's legs. You break that one, no problem. No problem. We'll just smoke a joint, it'll be fine.
Let's just.
I'll go to the corner store and buy another one.
No break one's legs.
Chinese. It sounds like so violent for our group, right?
Primo, you keep the Chinese one on the side, so if you ever break somebody's mothership, you quickly grab your Chinese one and throw yours on the ground, and you go, look, it's only fair, I threw mine on the ground too.
Even though. That's another plan. Yeah. That's funnier now. Sacrificial Chinese fight.
Sacrificial mothership.
Oh yeah, the $40.
The $40?
$40 one.
Oh, it's good. It's funny.
I think.
I've almost got a joint rolled.
Yeah. It's a 2-grammer.
Yeah, it looks like about a 2-grammer.
It's a joint. Wow. I know places. I know people that can roll.
I mean, it's
50 joints out of that. I bet.
50. Yeah. Well.
Remo's like 15.
Joints.
I'm not one of those.
Yeah, I'm neither.
You know, that's part of the reason I end up going through an ounce of weed a day. You know, if you break it down, like, you know, I only smoke 12 or 15 joints a day, but each one of those things are 2 grams a joint. Well, you know, then it adds up, right? But when you put it that way, like, shit, I think people smoke like 20 cigarettes a day, and nobody frowns down on them. I guess people do now.
We're frowning.
Yeah, they don't smoke cigarettes. But you know that it's not a big task to smoke a deck of cigarettes for a smoker. So why would it be any different for us to smoke, you know, 20 joints? Right? True.
Or 150 dabs for that matter. Is 150 dabs too much per night?
No, if you know, I think it's 1/4. Whoever medicates themselves should decide what's enough, what the amount is.
6 dabs before bed is I made 6 dabs of rosin. I fucking 2.
But you know, if 6 dabs is what you need before bed, that you should make the decision. Not a doctor.
That's right.
Or worse, some pent-up woman that hasn't been boned properly in 20 years, making the decision for you, and she doesn't even use it. She's like a congresswoman or a fucking senator, or you know.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster right there.
It sounds like a recipe
not gonna
for
work
disaster.
Out.
Yes.
Not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a joint.
You guys are gonna puff this joint and puff us out of here. Now, how was that
solid,
for a
solid?
Nice long church, man.
five
I don't
plus
smoke
hour?
joints, but look at this. That's like a Whoops.
I destroyed it.
No, this is a filter. Okay, here.
I'll make you proud.
Okay, I'm sure you will.
You will be
Here you
like, I'm gonna put the filter back into the spliff. Now, do you have a preference on
Fix
what
it.
end of the filter you
Oh
want
no,
to
it's
be
all good.
sticking out?
It's whatever's easiest. But look at that. Look how there's almost like no wrinkles on it. It's
Now that's a joint.
It's hard like a rock.
Like a rock.
It's a dart. Like
Like a
you
rock.
stick this into the wall, right?
Yeah.
You could club a seal with that.
You could club a seal with that. You
Not
could
that,
actually knock
not
out
that I
even-
say that you should go out there and club seals. That would be wrong.
Man, right when you said that, we had 420 viewers.
Really.
Yep. Right when he said that.
Just say.
And I bet you each one of the viewers are quite medicated and/or stoned.
Yeah.
As am I.
All right, well, light us up. We're gonna light up and light off of this broadcast, blowing final smoke rings to the Vatican in honor of Rob Clarke, who is once again missing from Hash Church. But thanks everyone else for coming and hanging out and shooting the shit. It was fun. I appreciated it. Very thankful that Remo allowed us to come here and do Hash Church from his place and share his stories with us and his grow and everything. So
No problem. It was
Yeah.
my pleasure having you guys over to Blaze with us. It was awesome. It was lots of fun doing dabs and
of course, thanking D420K for being in the house. I haven't seen him in a while. He's brought the fire. We've been making crazy butter, shatter-style rosin from his dry sift the whole time we've been doing Hash Church. Remo's been smoking joints nonstop in the best of ways.
Nonstop rock.
Can I add that it's really nice to see the level of that this guy takes care of his plants and his room and everything. You could go have a nap on that floor and not have a spider come crawling out of it.
That's for sure.
Like it's a nice room and it's impressive. It's nice to see. It's pride.
Come back anytime. And
Yeah, I
we'll blaze.
appreciate it. You come with the PG, you got a place to stay and all that sort of stuff, man. We'll burn it real good.
And thank you.
Cool.
Thank you to all the people who are watching. We still have 420 of you guys left.
That's a good number.
And that is a good number. I think that's a great number to leave it on, even though I just switched to 418. It happened so fast. Quick, 2 more people come back in, and then we will we'll go off. Oh my God, we lost another one. We're going the wrong way. Come on, people, help us out. Nice job. It's been a great Hash Church. Thanks, Horatio, Johnny B, Big Buddha, Tony V. We thank Mike West for coming in earlier, and the Cuban Grower, and anyone else that I may be forgetting. Thank you, everyone, for making Hash Church what it is. Peace out.
Peace and love.